played for Mike DeBord, different eras, to try and make sure that they spread the word as well. And it's an opportunity to catch up with a lot of guys and see what they're doing. And you just hate that that's the call that you're making. And you wish that you had made those calls prior to that just to say, how's it going? And not always the guy that calls in like that. But Mike DeBord was such a good leader. And he was a coach that it was about winning. He was the one that taught me that it was okay to have fun playing football and doing it. It was okay to have fun doing something that you wanted to be successful at, but getting there could be a lot of fun. And I really believe that sentiment, it was set by Lloyd Carr and it was followed by the coaching staff, is why we were successful in 97. That coaching staff really cared about each other. They cared about the players, but we had so much fun. Winning helps, obviously, but we had so much fun. So thoughts and prayers to his family.
Of course.
It's been a rough 4 years for them, but he's in a better place. So thoughts and prayers.
It's a good sentiment. We got a busy show today. We're going to talk a little bit about this Tigers baseball team. One hit last night, John.
It was disappointing, to say the least.
What do we do for one? I mean, how big a deal are we supposed to make of this?
It's one game, but it's one game in a short sample size of a start to a season. I'm not willing to sit there and go, oh, well, this is who they are.
Finally coming back down to earth.
Right. It was an off night. I will say this, though. Priester, he had some good stuff last night. And the combination of pitches, sometimes you run into a buzzsaw, and that's what happened. I'm not going to sit there and make too much of it. We'll see what they do today. They still have the opportunity because they won that first game to win the series, and then all is right with the world again.
Gleyber Torres had a nice day. He had the only hit. He had a nice play in the field. That's really the only positive to take out of that game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's
like Flaherty even wasn't himself. He wasn't as sharp. His velocity was down a little bit. I know Dirks was talking about his breaking pitch didn't have the same drop that it had, say, in the previous start where he was largely unhittable. I'm not concerned about Jack, though, and I'm not going to panic about the offense, which had a good approach all season long. This is baseball. You play 162 of these. Now, if this is recurring, if this happens again later today at 1 o'clock when they play, if this happens 3 of the next 4 games, then we start to get a collective, oh boy, back down to earth. We're going to have to fight for every single win this year.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously some things like Riley Green. What the hell?
You want a stat on Riley Green? And not pretty. He leads the American League in strikeouts right now. He went 0 for 4 with 3 of them last night, and he's 1 for his last 28 at-bats.
Yeah, it's been a tough start to the season. Why can't Spencer Torkelson and Riley Green? We've talked about the 1-2 punch for 3 years now?
I know.
Why can't they both be good at the same time? I think things are going to be okay with Riley Green. It is a slump, and AJ has always said too, and he talked about this with Cole Keith, if a slump like this happens in the middle of the season, everybody's like, he'll come out of it. To start the season like this, it's the conversation that's going to be had because that's all you know about this 2025 season.
I think maybe one of the most discouraging parts of it, though, was that it was after a day off. And not that that's the magic elixir, but you hope a guy clears his head, comes out, and has a better day at the plate. That's one of the worst games of the season for him after the day off.
It just doesn't feel like he's seeing the ball well.
No, there was the at-bat where I think he got 3 straight sinkers. And I think he looked at all 3 of them and struck out. It's like, dude, it's the same pitch largely in the same area.
Well, and he's been getting a lot of that same pitch all season long, and it's not that pitchers have figured him out. It's just he's got to figure out. He just got to see that ball out of that pitcher's hand. Got to pick up the spin. Got to just got to see it better.
The adjustment to the adjustment.
Yeah.
Mentioned they could still win the series today. They'll play 1 o'clock, 1:10 first pitch, and the starter is Kiter Montero.
Yeah.
He wasn't on the team yesterday.
He was not. Have they made a corresponding move yet? I think they actually said it was today.
So my guess, DFA Maeda.
What?
DFA Kenta Maeda, designate for assignment, remove him from the roster, never have him pitch in the Old English D ever again. Did I stutter? Well, who's the weak link on the pitching staff?
Okay, I get it, but
is that a leap to take that they would remove the worst guy from the pitching staff?
It's not a leap to take. I just don't see.
Javi's been here for 2.5 years of playing bad baseball.
Thank you for connecting the dots for me.
Jim, it's the money. They're not cutting him because of the money. They're not going to DFA Kenta Maeda. I'll try to find out what they did here as I get set up, but it's not Kenta Maeda. If it's Kenta Maeda, what do you want me to do? I'll shoot the boot on the air, okay? I mean,
he's in the last year of his deal.
Did you read the papers this morning? I'm pretty sure that would be in there. Well, maybe not.
Well, the move hasn't happened yet, right? That's my point.
We said they said we would find out this morning.
Yeah, they don't have to do it until before the game starts.
Right. AJ said post game in his comments. So,
okay.
But maybe they waited. They can wait.
Well, I suppose it could just be a young arm that gets sent down from the bullpen.
I think that's more likely. And I mean, pick your poison for a day.
Just to be clear, you think Kenta Maeda is on the roster the entire season?
He doesn't even check out of the hotel room. He just, stays there and just doesn't show up to the ballpark, whoever that individual is. But Kenta Maeda, and so I want to go back to you not having any complaints. This is clearly a complaint that you were having, and now all of a sudden they bring up Kenta Montero just because they want to. What is it, 24 games in 25 days?
23 and 24, something like that, yeah.
And they want to push the rotation back a day, and now all of a sudden you're going to send Kenta Maeda?
AJ didn't rule out that Montero sticks around a little bit. He said they could tinker with a hybrid 6-man rotation at some point here. Do you really think Maeda can't be cut at all this season? He's in the last year of his deal.
Nobody said that. It ain't happening on tax day or whatever it was yesterday. It's not happening that quick.
Well, maybe Mr. I got a big return, and he can pay him and buy him out.
I don't know. Unreasonable. I mean, why?
I didn't think this was going to set off the fireworks. It did. I said the worst player on the team might not be on the team anymore.
Forgive me for the shock of I didn't see that coming in the opening segment. And, I mean, if Javier turns back into Javi, DFA him.
All right, let's just blow torch it right now because obviously he's in a mood this morning for some reason. Let me finish. I mean, you see what Alex Bregman did last night?
Did I missed it. What did he do?
5 for 5, 2 homers.
If I had known that would have been the start of the show.
I mean, my
2 home runs?
Could use that last night.
As opposed to 1 hit for the Tigers?
I'm not arguing that it shouldn't be the move that they make. And I don't know how long. I mean, when's Cobb going to be back? Because now if you got Montero and Cobb, the odd man out should be Maeda. I just don't think that happens in April. Okay. And why do you hold on to him and do it at a later date? I don't know the answer to that question, but I was shocked. Thanks for giving us that one in the bullpen to be ready for.
So I didn't think this was a big topic. Okay, so you think it's going to be someone like, I don't know, pick a name out of a hat. You think it's going to be...
I got it.
Who?
It's Hanafi.
Oh, well, they had him throw a bunch last night, so that makes sense, too.
Not
Is that official?
Are you okay?
That makes sense, too.
MLB.com. I would hope that's official.
That is as official as it gets. Other than AJ calling in to let us know at 6 a.m, that's about as official as it gets.
Official. It's hilarious because actually talking about things that you find out live on air. First of all, the fact that Jim was going to DFA Kenta Maeda. Yesterday, I'm doing a live hit for the podcast that I do at Michigan and talking about different guys, the spring game this weekend. And in the middle of it, we're talking about Ben Hall and as one of the guys that I'm excited. And then all of a sudden, literally within minutes, I find out that Ben Hall enters the transfer portal. I mean, this first of all, that's college football.
Yeah.
That's college sports at its finest. But Kenta Maeda DFA'd this morning. That's not. Trust me, that did not happen. All right, I want to make sure that people know. I'm shocked at what you the.
I put my head on the pillow and I missed the corresponding move. I thought it was coming today before first pitch.
Trust me, I said I didn't know the corresponding move.
Hold on, what did you say to Benjamin Hall to make him transfer?
I wasn't talking to him. I was asked the question, who are some of the guys that you're excited to see? And
Jansen likes me. I'm out.
I guess, yeah.
A couple quick ticket texts. Pretty sure they sent Hannafy down. Al says could have sworn after the game they sent Hannafy down. And John in Lake Orion says, get rid of Maeda. Tell him he's going on a tour of Milwaukee breweries and leave him there. He'll be happy.
I heard Doug and Gator doing that. Why would you go to Milwaukee topic yesterday? Especially from here, you got to drive through Chicago. Why would you pass up Chicago to go to Milwaukee? And somebody called in about touring, the Harley Davidson Museum, which I think would be amazing. That's why I would go. But then it was touring, was it Miller Lite or Miller? All of their facilities and why the High Life bottle is clear. That's not much of a draw for me.
Yeah, no. You foreshadowed something here this morning, Jim, that me and John, you've learned something that we're going to be dealing with the rest of the season.
What are we dealing with the rest of the season?
That every time something needs to happen with the roster, it's
Maeda. Yeah.
Well, he is the last guy the worst guy on the roster.
Veerling to return within weeks, Maeda's gone.
And eventually it could happen. I mean, look, I'm not saying just to think that it's going to happen on April 15th isn't unreasonable considering what they've kept on this roster before.
Parker Meadows back.
Again,
Maeda.
Worst guy on the roster, last year of his deal, not performing. It's not like I threw out something outrageous.
I think
your reaction is the surprising thing.
Hey, Max Clark. Bring up Max Clark. Get rid of Maeda.
I've not done that. All right, coming up next. The Pistons' schedule is mostly out now, including the first home game of this playoff series and the conflict it creates. We'll get to that next, 97.1.
Hey, we all want a nice green lawn. We all want some sunshine. Get rid of all this up and down. It will eventually happen, and you want to make sure you're ready. So give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call, 888-GET-GREEN. We're on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now, and you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And here's what you get. It's a Natural Way difference. Fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. And if you got dogs or animals running around, you want to use fewer chemicals. And you got kids running around the yard, more importantly, probably. I don't want to be running around, rolling around on the ground with Teddy and wrestling with them and chemicals. So Natural Way is the company that I've chosen, and they've been dealing with me for about 3-4 years now, and it's always been great. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. They also offer pest control services, locally owned and operated for 35 years, and 100% satisfaction guarantee that comes along with it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN is the number. naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees guaranteed for 3 years, because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Dan Dickerson on the call, Tigers. Shutout held to just that one hit.
Thanks, Maeda.
Right. John, you said don't look at Twitch.
Yeah, don't look at Twitch for just a moment, because now I have no way to fact check this, at least in the short time. But you've made a lot of bold claims on this show, and we have somewhat used it as a bit in regards to the Kostelak and how that's a jinx and all those different things.
Right.
So this one says, on another note, Torkelson is 0 for 10 ever since Cookies tweeted his days of not being able to hit are behind him. The Costa curse is real.
I did have someone point that out to me. He hit his 5th home run. I did the little quote tweet, video tweet. Look at this guy. Look how great he is. He's putting it all behind him.
Why would you do that to a guy that we are excited about?
Either he can handle it or he can't. This is big league ball.
Oh, boy.
We'll find out.
But you know
John.
the power of the tweet, right?
Sure.
Or the X, what do we call it?
Yeah, I don't know. You want me to tweet
You
out
X'd him.
You want me to tweet out he sucks now? Send him down? DFA him?
Yeah. He can
Suddenly-
drive the bus to Toledo with Maeda on it.
Well, if you believe this, Maeda's about to turn into a Cy Young winner since I just ended his career
stop
today.
It. You are such a dork. You're, my goodness.
Either I have the power or I don't. It can't be one or the other.
Oh, boy.
We have the schedule kind of for the Knicks and the Pistons. The playoff series will begin on Saturday night. You already knew that, 6 o'clock ESPN. But now we know that Game 2 will be Monday in New York, 7:30 on TNT. Game 3, the first Piston playoff game in years, will be Thursday. TNT, TBD, but it will go head-to-head with the NFL draft.
What is the NBA doing? Like, they've already lost to the NFL on Christmas. Do they want to string out a first-round playoff series as long as possible, and people questioning, is it a day between games? Is it 2 days? Is it 3 days? When are these games? And then all of a sudden, hey, go up against the NFL. Not that they can't go up against the NFL, but the draft and the NBA playoffs, like, what are you doing?
This series could stretch as far as May 3rd for a Game 7.
And their first game is?
April 19th.
So they're going to stretch
2 weeks.
A 7-game series for 2 weeks.
15 days, right?
Yeah.
Well, 14 days, yeah.
Can't play back-to-back games, and you got to have a travel day and a rest day.
And an off day, yeah. Game 4 would be Sunday, the 27th. 1 o'clock ABC.
Wait. So they're going to stay in Detroit.
Thursday through Sunday.
Thursday.
Yes, nothing Friday, nothing Saturday, and then Sunday an afternoon game for Game 4. Yeah, this is what happens. They stretch this stuff out.
It
could be 2 weeks.
Yes, and nobody should be surprised. The only surprise that we have is that we haven't experienced this.
Yeah.
Because
it's been a minute.
They want to go ahead and stretch this out as long as possible. It just seems ridiculous.
Look, We'll get back into the Tigers at 6:35. I got to be careful with proclamations, but we want to know if anybody's driving the 90-win bus from the show that brought you the 14-win bus. Will either of us grab the steering wheel? We'll get to that at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, listen to this story. A Michigan man who carried out a bomb hoax on a cruise ship last year has been sentenced to jail.
The reason is unbelievable.
So this kid, 19 years old, Joshua Lowe, he was sentenced to 8 months in prison on Monday after he sent an email to Carnival Cruises on January of 2024. And the email was pretty simple. It said, "Hey, I think somebody might have a bomb on your Sunrise cruise ship." So, of course, they took that as somebody might have a bomb on our cruise ship, right? And they followed all the protocol. They had to individually search over 1,000 rooms. They were headed to Jamaica, and Jamaican authorities had to escort the ship to port. A lot to do, right? Thankfully, turns out there wasn't actually a bomb. This kid was just upset that his girlfriend and her family went on a cruise without him. He was left behind to take care of the pets. And he was so mad about that, he decided to try to ruin their trip.
A bomb threat.
To sabotage the trip of. Yes. Right. He has since apologized, but he's still going to spend some time behind bars, and he has to pay restitution for expenses associated with the whole hoax.
Yeah, instead he sabotaged his life.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, is there an update on that relationship? I'm guessing
no longer together.
I was surprised that it didn't say ex-girlfriend
in
here.
It
kept saying girlfriend, but girlfriend at the time.
She can fix him.
He's doing hard time. He might meet somebody new.
Oh my God. 2 students were arrested after a fight broke out at a Garden City high school on Tuesday morning. So these students were fighting this was Cambridge Alternative High School, when one of the students pulled out a knife. Right? That's when things got serious. Staff members tried to get involved, break up the fight, but they were hurt in the process by the knife. The staff members and a student received medical care for minor injuries. Both who were involved in the fight were placed in custody. And of course, there's still an investigation underway. But I think classes were paused. Chaos was happening at that school for sure. Michigan now has its 5th confirmed measles case of the year. An Ingham County 12-month-old contracted the virus just a day after receiving the measles vaccine. The baby had traveled to another state through an airport. They're not saying which Michigan airport, where another person was contagious. But this child now may have exposed others at 7 different locations between April 4th and April 8th, including at their daycare, where there are at least 50 other children and staff member could have been exposed to this. So people who may have been exposed to measles should monitor themselves for symptoms for 21 days. High fever, cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, and then, of course, the little spots in the mouth and the rash on the face or the rest of the body. So there you have that. 2 suspects connected to a Minnesota murder were arrested in the Upper Peninsula on Monday. So according to Michigan State Police, a guy was murdered on Sunday in Minnesota, and police in the UP started looking for these suspects because they learned they could be in the Ishpeming area. So they did. They were on the lookout. They spotted them in a vehicle, pulled them over, and the suspects, a 35-year-old Minnesota man and a 32-year-old Upper Peninsula woman, were arrested. The guy is facing a ton of charges: 2nd-degree murder, 2nd-degree drive-by shooting, 1st-degree attempted murder, 2nd-degree attempted murder, and the woman was charged with aiding and abetting a 2nd-degree murderer. So, yikes. Glad they were caught.
Let's say good work by our guys. Yeah.
This is kind of interesting. Mark Zuckerberg, I guess, once considered deleting all of your Facebook friends and making everybody start over. So he suggested the idea back in 2022 because apparently the social aspect of Facebook was declining. So the thinking was that, hey, we could just delete everyone's friends and encourage people to reconnect with Facebook and reconnect with their friends and family, basically by rebuilding all of their social connections. But
that would have been hugely unpopular.
Correct.
I think people would have said, Bye-bye.
Not doing all that work again.
Okay. Reconnecting with your close friends, your aunt and uncle and family members, fine, pretty easy. But it's like,
it's all the people that
it's all those random connections you made at a certain event back in the day that you don't really talk to or interact with, but it's still nice to know they're there. People would have left. So, and they did find out that, you know what? we're not the problem. The problem was with the actual Facebook and the way the way you're connecting. Instead of like connecting and seeing all your friends post, you're seeing suggested content way more. Yeah. And that's why people aren't interacting as much.
Do you still use it?
No, I don't use it I use it to find some news. Okay. Like through local channels. I follow
just the Facebook.
Yeah, not when I say news, I'm not looking at Facebook news. I follow local news channels.
Yeah.
And I like some of the news they post on their social sites more than on their websites.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I go on Facebook to look through local news, but I do not use Facebook as a way of posting and connecting with people.
I feel like most people have left the platform.
Yeah.
Well, I've got my Instagram linked to my Facebook.
Yes.
So if I post something on Instagram, it automatically goes to Facebook.
Yeah, that's about it.
I have never, or at least in the last 5 years or more, actually posted something on Facebook.
Yeah. I have in the last 5 years, but I don't use it really.
Not that often.
No.
All right, Heather with the news coming up next. Someone want to drive the 90-win bus? How much do you believe in this Tiger baseball team? It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And at this time of the year, one day it's AC, another day it's the heat. You never know what you're going to get when you wake up. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with the 5-year warranty. So you don't have to be long without. They've got generators in stock as well. All you have to do is call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
One run would be enough. Tigers shut out for the first time this season, held to only one hit. Gleyber Torres in the 6th. 9:02, we've got a fresh Mel mock draft. We'll get to it. A lot of draft talk in the 7 o'clock hour today. We're starting with a lot of Tiger talk. John, I think today's actually a good day to do this.
Okay.
Because it's after a loss, and it kind of puts things in perspective.
Yes, we've got, 17 games in. And, I mean, it's not really the time to be making bold proclamations. But
we've been dancing around some stuff.
I think both of us have been pleasantly surprised. I think most Tiger fans have been pleasantly surprised with the start of the Tigers season, because what was the conversation going into the season? Boy, that schedule's tough. Oh, Vierling's not going to be there, and Parker Meadows isn't going to be there, and then Gleyber Torres gets hurt. What are we possibly to do? Could we even field a team? I mean, at times, that's what it felt like, didn't it?
I joked opening day was not canceled.
Right, yes, you made that joke. Opening day was not canceled. They did play the LA Dodgers, the best team money can buy, and they lost all 3 games. And since then, and even in those games, right, they didn't look defeated. They didn't look like they were out of place. They lost them. There's no question about that. But since then, they have been really good at being aggressive at the plate and working counts, getting on base or runners in scoring position. When we had Dan Dickerson on, he talked about the 15 runners in scoring position, and they were 1 for 15. Not great, but you had those 15 runners in scoring position. If they continue to do that, which they have until yesterday, that this is a team that's going to score some runs. We talked about the comparisons of the end of last season, and it was pitching chaos. That's the reason they made the postseason. It wasn't because their bats finally found the ball. Now, bats have found the ball, and it is the perfect time to have this conversation, because last night, 1 hit, and it's their first shutout of the season. I was at 80 games before we started the season. 80 wins.
Yep.
You were at 82. Mm-hmm. Last year, they were at 86. Is anyone willing to drive the bus? Because we had the 14-win bus, and when the schedule came out for the Lions last year, I was on that 14-win bus from day one. Neither of us were on it day one with the Detroit Tigers. Is it a stretch to think 86 last year, 90 wins this year?
They're the favorite to win the division, which puts you in the upper 80s, I would think, and puts 90 as a realistic conversation. But this is you and me doing a stare down for who wants to grab the steering wheel to drive the 90-win bus. And, John, I will offer you the first opportunity because I'm not there yet.
Oh.
So if you grab it today, it's your bus, but you got to own it.
It is my bus. And I am driving that sucker straight to the postseason this year. I am so pleasantly surprised. And not all of it has to do with the bats, because you can't just pick and choose what you want. And Torkelson, right? He's been really good at the start of the season. I can't say that just simply continues and then Riley Green comes along. I do believe Riley Green will come along. But if I say that, then I think, well, the water finds its level and
Torque comes back
down to earth to where he was last year. I think there's a happy medium in there. I think Riley Green is much better than he has started off with. And I don't know that Torque I don't know that he's going to be a 40 home run guy, but do I think he's a 30 home run guy? Yeah. Do I think he's going to be hitting in the 265, 275 range? Yeah, I do. And we're only talking about 2 guys. Yeah. But the reason
they're big, important pieces
is this pitching staff is as good as advertised. And I am pleasantly surprised by Casey Mize.
Yes.
I love, obviously, we all love Tarek Skubal. Flaherty. And I know, yes, okay, 5 runs yesterday and wasn't his best outing, but I think he is damn good. Reese Olson is going to be good. Jackson Jobe, and again, coming off his first win, love what I see. And I think the move with Montero is a little bit, there's a lot of factors involved. It's the 23 and 24 days, but this could be a way of them managing a little bit of Jackson Job's workload.
Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised, too. I know I'm going to get painted as the negative guy because I didn't grab the steering wheel, but let me just explain what I'm looking at here. This next couple weeks to round out the month of April, they play Kansas City, San Diego, Baltimore, and Houston. I think those are all very good baseball teams, even if the records aren't all great. If they round out this month with 18 wins, that would be pacing for 90. To go through this tough stretch with the injuries and be pacing for 90, I want to see that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. I don't get the driver's seat. I'll sit in the side and adjust the radio if we get to the month of April and they deliver. Is that a reasonable thing to say today?
I'm just counting the games, the actual number of games. 14 games.
Yeah, they have to go 8-6 to pace for 90, which means you're going to win a couple of these series.
Yep.
And if you do, great. And by that point, Veerling may be back. I mean, maybe I'm being optimistic, but a couple weeks away, I'm hoping. I think if you start the month of April pacing for 90 wins and the reinforcements start coming and you went through those tough stretches on the schedule, yeah, then I'll be on the 90-win bus with you. But right now, I'm still in.
You're still at 82?
No, I think I have to adjust. I just think it'd be crazy to add 8 to 10 wins this early in the season. I'm probably in the upper 80s right now. Still in the driver's seat for the division, but not quite at 90 wins.
What I believe I'm watching is, and I don't think anything carries over from year to year, but it does give a little bit of credibility to what they did last year. And that's where I think I'm at is this has given them some credibility on and the fact that if they were an 86-win team last year and going into the All-Star break, hell, going into the trade deadline, we didn't think 86 was possible. And I was the last one on this show to get on last year's bus that they were going to be a postseason team. I didn't believe. And the fact that I believe now, the way that they are playing in April, that the fact that they have started, I don't want to say hot, but for what we expected, and with the schedule.
It's a dream start. We said it earlier this week. It's a dream start for this baseball team.
Do I think that they're 4 wins better than last year's team? Yes.
I do too. I said 86 to start the season because I thought they were every bit as good as last year's team. I bought in to what happened last year, and the fact that Torque is contributing has helped them here early. So people are going to have to continue to step up. And
of course,
Green's going to have to get out of the slump. But I do believe. I think it's right around 90 right now, and I think that would be a ceiling, barring some significant other things happening, like Meadows getting back and Veerling. Like I'm excited about the potential of this lineup if they're healthy. I just don't know if it's ever going to happen. But I think they're 4 games better than I thought originally.
Yeah.
Let's get to David in Clinton Township. David, we got 2 on the bus. What about you?
I'll drive the bus. I'll even fix a flat if they blow a tire on the way.
Oh, they're going to have some flats. There's no question.
Yeah. So we got, like you said, reinforcements coming back. Plus, I think that Illich this time around might channel his dad and make a move if they're close. Okay. And let's face it, the division ain't all that great.
True.
I mean, the split isn't like it used to be. They play, they don't play as many in the division, but it's still something there. And I got one question, if that's okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
Would you guys be adverse to bringing in J.D. Martinez? Wouldn't he be a better pinch hitter for Carpenter when they bring in a lefty?
Well, I want to see Carp against more lefties.
Yeah, I'm okay with Carpenter getting more time against lefties.
Okay. Well, I'd rather see him. I'd rather see J.D. than McKinstry or Malloy. I mean, I know that he ain't the same guy, but he's still better than those 2 options.
Well, Malloy would be the guy you're talking about replacing because McKinstry can play all over the diamond. You wouldn't make the 1-for-1 swap there. But yeah, the debate would be J.D. Martinez at 37 years old versus Justin Henry Malloy, who's a primary DH at this point, doesn't do anything else.
Right.
J.D. had 16 home runs last year after 33 the year before. I don't know how much is left in the tank.
Right. How much is the decline and what does he add, not just at the plate, but in the field as well?
Nothing at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd make that move. We had talked about it a little bit, especially in the wake of, not getting a third baseman that's now in Boston. Don't do it. Don't say it. You did it.
Can't help myself. Anyway.
And we haven't even had to say the word walleye at all.
How many wins would they have if Bregman was here? That's the real question. 248. We got ticket text. We got open lines. I think it's a fun conversation. It's a dream start. We've got the 90-win bus. John's driving it. Tom's on board. You guys got a spot. Do you want to take the seat? It's 97-1.
Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All you have to do is join FanDuel today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bets. And you can bet on anything from three-pointers to steals to assists. FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, you don't just have to do it before the game. After the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan Dickerson's call last night, a loss. Actually, a good time to have this conversation. We're not dealing with the high of winning, trying to ground everybody in reality, but really assess where you're at with this Tiger baseball team. We got a lot of drivers that listen to the show.
Good.
We want to know if you want to hop on the 90-win bus.
Yeah. Here we
got
go.
room.
And I'm cautious because I don't want to be reactionary. And that's why I want to get on it now, because I think this is something, obviously, there's a lot of baseball left to play. And injuries always play a factor, but they have dealt with injuries. And maybe that is why I'm willing to go from the 80 that I was to start the season to 90. I didn't think that they would be able to be where they are right now because of the injuries, and to no fault of their own.
Yeah.
And we know that they tried to add a bat. Okay, that's all the offseason stuff. But when you are decimated by injuries, we saw what it actually ended up costing the Lions. And when one position, and then you're filling that position with guys that aren't center fielders, and we all know that center field is one of the more important positions, especially in the outfield, and you're trying to protect Riley Green and not get hurt, and you're not going to use him. You mentioned that. Why not just use him every day in center if you're going to have him on the field and out there playing? I just didn't think that they would be able to perform the way that they're performing.
10-7 to start. They were the first team to 10 wins in the American League. To have a 10-win jump from your preseason expectations feels significant, John. And I'm not on the 90-win bus like you and Gov are. I'm probably in the upper 80s right now. I think this team has earned the driver's seat in the division. I want to see them round out the month of April and keep this pace given the opponents. If they finish the month at, 18-13, that would put them on pace for 90 wins, and that would be wins against the Padres and the Orioles and the Kansas City Royals, who may be the biggest threat in the division. That would go a long way to get me there. It's just such a long season. What I don't want to do is say, hey, I had them at 82. It's a dream start. Now I'm going to vault them all the way up into the 90s. I'm not there yet. I'm encouraged. I'm excited. I'm trying not to complain at all, but I'm not on the 90-win bus.
Okay. And that's fine.
Yeah. And you'll make fun of me when I join you at the end of the month, but I just want to see a little more.
Well, I think it's optimistic for any of us to believe that you'll actually do that at the end of the month.
Well, and I have to be careful with grand proclamations because the audience doesn't like. If I would have come out today and said, they're winning 90 games.
Yeah, they would have gone on a 10-game loser streak.
They're going to win 100, triple-digit disco. People would have gotten really upset.
People need to be careful about criticizing you for that, though, or us. Like we did get one text saying you jinxed the Lions season, now you're jinxing the Tiger season. No. Saying 90 wins is really about the equivalent of when me and John came out and said 14 before the Lions season.
I think 14 was bolder, to be clear.
It is bolder, but we didn't jinx that. They actually did better than we thought they would.
Yeah,
I know.
And then you came out with the 15-2 bus, and you nailed it.
Spot on the target.
The jinx was the disco.
Yeah, the jinx was sequins, and
we're not going to the triple-digit disco with win totals for the Tigers.
They're not winning.
We're not allowed
games.
to do. I don't care what. You're not allowed to do it if they're 99-33.
You can't do it. Couple ticket texts. True believer. I say 92 wins. Save me a seat on the bus. Guys, I haven't changed my mind on this team. Even with the hot start, I'm still around 75 to 80 wins. A lot can change. I don't think they're a great team, Ben, in Lake Orion.
Okay. I can see both sides of this. It's just not the gut feeling that I have.
John, they didn't tell you that cookies change the front tire on your bus. The lug nuts are not tight. The wheel will come off.
Oh, trust me, there is absolutely nothing on the bus that I'm going to have you work on. Absolutely nothing.
But this would surprise you because you refer to me as a dork. I can change a tire, have successfully changed many tires. This is one thing I can do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, on yours, you could just kind of hold up the car while you change the tire.
With one hand?
Yeah.
This texter says, I can't believe they'll win 90 games just yet. I think more injuries could happen and derail them. I hope I'm wrong. Mike and Lapeer. Guys, I'm on board with this Tigers team. But unfortunately, I'm pretty pessimistic about Torkelson. I understand he started hot, but the last 5 games, he's 3 for 17. And I think water is leveling, and we're watching it unfold right now. I do think there's a question. Can we get Tork and Green to contribute at the same time?
Right.
Because if they do, I'd feel much better about this conversation.
Sure.
One more says, can't use Bregman as an argument. He chose not to sign here. And B, why is there any pushback on releasing Maeda? He never should have made it out of spring. God forbid anybody says something negative about the Tigers.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have done it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it now. I don't think that they will. That's it.
With the Bregman stuff, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but he brought it up. Bregman chose the Red Sox.
Yeah.
We also chose not to accept his counteroffer. So it's not like the Tigers were blameless when we do the revisionist history on it. There was an offer that he presented that if we said yes, he plays here, and it wasn't $200 million. So there, I said my piece. Texter says 95 wins, Mark in Clinton Township. 90 wins for sure from an unnamed ticket texter, especially when they make that big move at the trade deadline.
That's where I also think we go from an 86 win team last year to 90 wins. I do think if they are, even if they're in a battle with whether it's Cleveland or Kansas City, or all three teams are battling, I think the Tigers will make a move at the trade deadline to improve. By how much, I'm not willing to. We got a lot to see what the needs are before we get to that point.
When are we going to have a conversation about Riley Green? This is more than a slump at this point. He's been playing bad on the whole this season. A couple Riley Green stats for people who wondered just how ugly it's got. He had 3 strikeouts last night. 28 leads the American League. He's 1 for his last 28 with 17 strikeouts to only 3 walks. We are trending into more than a slump territory.
It's the swing and miss that's really concerning.
Yeah. Guys, I'm not on the bus. I think injuries are going to keep them right around where they were last year, which will be just shy of 90. And I'm thinking right now 80 wins, which should still be enough to win the Central, according to the Sunday ticket texter.
A losing record wins the Central?
I don't think it's going to happen. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We'll honk the horn for you. If you want to join, if you want to hop on, we'll save you a seat. The 90-win bus. John's on it. Tom's on it. Many of you are on board. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The full schedule now announced for Pistons Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. Game 1 at Madison Square Garden this Saturday at 6. Game 2 in the Big Apple Monday at 7:30. That series then shifts downtown to LCA next Thursday and Sunday. No game times announced there yet, though. Point guard Cade Cunningham says he just can't wait to play home playoff games downtown. This is the second time the Pistons have hosted playoff games at LCA. The last was the last time they made the playoffs. That was 2018-19 against the Bucks. They're a very confident team at the Garden, though. They went 3-1 against the Knicks this season, 2 of those wins in NYC. In the play-in tournament last night, the Magic and Warriors winning. They clinched the 7 and 8 seeds in the East and West. Tonight is the 9v10 games, Heat at the Bulls and Mavs at the Kings. Tigers last night shut out for the first time this season. It was a 5-0 loss at the Brewers. These teams go at it again for the rubber match this afternoon. Cater Montero up for Detroit starting for the Tigers. That first pitch at 1:10, pregame at 12:45 right here on 97.1. And Michigan running back Benjamin Hall entering the transfer portal. In 2 seasons, 44 carries for 141 yards. The former 3-star, he's got 3 years of eligibility remaining. Jordan Marshall, Justice Haynes figure to be the Wolverines' top 2 backs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a Mel Kiper mock we'll get to here in a second. Few more ticket texts and the 90-win bus conversation. It's been a dream start. They're in first place. They're in the driver's seat in the division. We've seen some surprising, encouraging performances. Last night, not one of them. Mm-hmm. But more good than bad. John says, yes, 90 wins. Tom says, yes, 90 wins. I want to see how the month rounds out, and John's even doubting I'll hop on board then.
Well, I mean, it is pointed out on Twitch that this bus runs on diesel. It's not an EV, so
we can't plug it in it?
You can't drive it.
Okay. Cookies, doesn't your car have plastic tires? Real ticket text we just got. Tigers don't have to win every game, just keep winning series. That's Harvey taking his kids to the dentist.
Oh, good luck.
Oh, see, I find that that's a big time to take your kids because if they get the little toy, you can win them over.
Oh, you would know that.
When I was a little kid, that was big for me. I actually don't mind going to the dentist. Like, Reed's aside.
Yeah, you have to say that.
No. Reed's aside, I don't mind going to the dentist. What else we got here? Gents, we're essentially 10% into the season. We're on pace for 100 wins. So I'm on the 90-win bus and might even up it to 95. John, what was that? You put?
I'm honking the horn.
Okay. I don't know if you were pumping the brakes there.
Oh, no. I'm honking the horn.
Anyone who wants to extend Riley Green, woof. It'll be a little ironic if he puts together a full healthy season, but hits 210 and leads the Tigers in strikeouts, signed Will.
He's well on his way to leading the Tigers in strikeouts.
So one of baseball almost.
One of the reasons I am still optimistic, coming off probably the worst game of the season last night, I'm not going to let one game affect my opinion, is I just think last night was an example of the matchups didn't work.
Yeah.
They're not going to work every time.
No.
But I think because the matchups will work more times than not. That's why I think they proved it last year when they finished. They keep doing the same thing. I am worried about Green a little bit, but it's early, so we got to let it play out. And John's famous quote. But look, I don't know if this team can go on a long losing streak because of the way they structure their lineup every day.
And because of the pitching too.
The starting staff is pretty formidable right now. And Cobb will be added to it. Who knows what he's going to give you, but there's people in the waiting. And, with Job's start last week, he showed you what he's got. It's just, like last year, people don't realize when they had their bad moments, they went on some pretty long losing streaks.
Yeah.
And that kind of wrecked their record a little bit. And now that with their matchups, I just don't know if
they're not going to have that long run where they lose 7 of 10.
I'm talking like more than 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Like last year, I think they had like 2 7-game losing streaks or 7 out of 8ers. I just don't know if that's going to happen, especially when you've got the anchor ace that you have. He's going to lose games, but then somebody else is going to be there. Or the fact that every day it's Ibanez one day and it's somebody else next hitting 3. I laughed when Ibanez hit 3rd in the lineup on Monday. What are you doing here? It's witchcraft.
Well, it is witchcraft, and I mean, part of the thing that we don't. Maybe I just don't have the time to dig into, but with Montero being in the lineup, even if it's just for a day and you push everything, all of the matchups for the pitchers one game, who is that matchup that Skubal gets? Who is that matchup that Job gets? Is there a little bit of magic and mystery in just that one start that delays everything for this pitching staff?
I did wonder about that because after today's day game, Kansas City, San Diego, Baltimore, Houston, setting those guys up for that stretch makes a lot of sense. All right, John, we have a Mel Kiper mock. It's technically a Mel and Field Yates mock. They alternate picks. They go through 3 rounds. Mm-hmm. Not going to go through 100 picks here. Want to spotlight a couple of the guys that go before the Lions, and then we'll go through the Lions picks.
Okay.
Starting at 21, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They take Derek Harmon.
Oh, your guy.
I'm really falling in love with him. 21, I would consider a trade up. Led all FBS players in pressures from the interior. We know how important that is on a lot of these dominant teams and defenses. He goes 21 to Pittsburgh. Emeka Ibuka, 22 to the Chargers. Shamar Stewart, edge out of Texas A&M, 23 to the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. A lot of listeners like Shamar Stewart. Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State, goes to the Vikings at 24. Tet McMillan, eyebrow raiser, to Houston.
If he goes to Houston, now they may not be able to protect a quarterback, C.J. Stroud, but you pair him up with Nico Collins, you're bordering on a Cincinnati type of receiver group.
26, the Rams take Maxwell Hairston. That's corner out of Kentucky. Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, feels like a Baltimore Raven. In this scenario, is a Baltimore Raven. And Mel Kiper had the even pick. So at 28, he has the Lions selecting Mykel Williams, edge, Georgia. He says, we talk a lot about the Lions pass rush, hole opposite Hutch. Let's fix it. Williams can beat blockers with explosiveness and has more upside for new Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard to unlock.
I like this pick if he's there because of his size. He is a guy that could get to the quarterback off the edge, 6'5", 265. Probably in a year or 2 years, he's probably playing more at 275. He's a dude that is an every down guy. So you've got Hutch on one side, Mikael Williams on the other, and it's not, well, we're going to have to put in Josh Pascal for first down to stop the run, and then we bring in Mikael Williams for, or whoever it would be for, pass rush. I love the fact that you have an every down guy, and the fact that if it's third and long, now you can mix and match, and you can create some matchups. You can put Hutch on a 3 or Mikael Williams on a 3, and you can move those guys around and pick and choose where you want to put the pressure from.
Because he still has more to unlock, could you still pair a Zadarius Smith with him?
Oh, certainly. Like you said yesterday. You can never have enough pass rushers. Okay. I agree with that.
Couple other notables that are on the board that go a few picks later. 32, Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama, goes to the Eagles. Just feels like a great Philly Eagles pick.
Sure.
Do-it-all versatile defender from Alabama. Some other notables. Kenneth Grant, 38, to the New England Patriots.
Yep.
Kenneth Grant's a guy that a lot of people argue should be in the consideration for the Lions at 28, so he would still be there. James Pierce falls all the way to 43. San Francisco 49ers. We get a premier edge upside guy who's clearly falling for some reason.
Yeah, there seems to be some fire with that smoke.
All right.
And I trust me, I don't know. We're just going off of reports. Never met the kid.
60 is the Lions' next pick. They take Marcus Mabo.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you say his
Purdue.
name. Yeah, guard out of Purdue. It says there's an opening at guard in Detroit. He could compete for that spot right away. 2 seasons at right tackle, but started at right guard for Purdue back in 2022.
Yeah, I think this would be a solid pick.
That's the type of guy we're looking for. Yeah.
Now, he's not going to be competing with those Wasika and Mahogany. I think he is a guy that creates depth, but it's more creating depth to eventually take over, whether it's later in the season or when Graham Glasgow needs a week to recover, because those things do happen when you get a little bit older, or it's the same thing with Frank at center. Maybe he needs a week, and then you grab the center, and then you've got Mimbo or Mahogany or Wasika. I do think it was interesting that Mahogany leapfrogged Wasika, but I still go back to the NFC Championship game when Wasika came in for Jonah Jackson. Didn't miss a beat.
No. You and I have talked about it. The offensive lineman that they take, and they will take one in this draft, ideally can play both guard and tackle. This guy has experience in both.
You need some flexibility, yes.
The last pick in this 3-round mock, the Lions pick at 102. That's a comp pick from Aaron Glenn. Barrett Carter, linebacker, Clemson.
Speed guy that would be solid. It would add some depth. He's not going to add any wow factor to that linebacker room.
But it's a position group that has Derek Barnes now locked up long term, and I think Jack Campbell's the only other linebacker signed beyond next season.
Correct. Yes.
So
last year for
Anzalone. Yeah. Not that this guy replaces him, but you need to continue to prime the pump and put more guys on the depth chart that can contribute. Barrett Carter.
Water the linebacker garden.
Water all of it, John.
Yeah.
Keep a lush garden going. So there you go. There's your Mel Kiper mock. And Field Yates. They alternate picks, but Kiper has all the Lions picks. 248-539-9797. Travis Hunter has some interesting comments ahead of the draft. He goes number 2 in this mock, but he has something that is a non-negotiable for whoever drafts him. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1. I was talking about going to the dentist earlier. This is perfect timing. It does not have to be a scary, stressful event for you or your kids if you're taking them to the dentist. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, and it's easy to get in. They've got new patient special, $35, covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations means there's one right around the corner from wherever you are. You can make an appointment, get back in that routine, call 1-800-PAINLESS, go to brightsidedental.com. Doesn't matter if you've missed your regular 6-month checkups. Doesn't matter if you've got a tooth or two that you think is going to have a cavity in it. I've gotten cavities filled there. It's not this painful thing. They numb you up, and it's a piece of cake. That's brightsidedental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care.
Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Only hit of the evening, one hitter, shutout for the first time this season. Tigers fall to the Brewers. They'll play later today. 110, Cater Montero gets the ball called up, push everybody back. Played a lot of baseball on the off days.
A lot of baseball to come.
Yeah, a lot of baseball coming up too. We talked about lost last night, clear head. Do you think this team will win 90 games? We had the 90-win bus. If you missed it, got the Odyssey app. You can go back, you can rewind, you can click chapters, stuff you missed, or stuff that you really care about. You can prioritize it. We've got a lot coming up still on the show. 7:35, we are 8 days out from the NFL draft. Got 8 football questions for John Jansen. I think these are the most interesting storylines ahead of the draft. Travis Hunter, he had a quote yesterday. Asked if teams told him to focus on wide receiver or cornerback and not play both, he said that would be game over for him. I would never play football again. I've been doing it my whole life. I love being on the football field. I can dominate each side of the ball. I enjoy doing it.
I appreciate his mindset. And I do think he can play both at the next level. To what level on both sides? I don't know that it's a domination on both sides. I think he could dominate defensively and be a guy like his college football coach, Deion Sanders, that can moonlight as a wide receiver or a guy that can make plays offensively.
So he's not Charles Woodson level corner.
No.
Or Deion Sanders level corner, right?
No.
But
Hall of Famers.
But when you factor in that he can also be a receiver,
Yes.
that's how you get to where he's likely going to be a top 3 pick. So his value is in playing both. If he was only playing one, I don't know that he's a no-brainer lock to go in the top 2 or 3.
I think he's a lock to go in the top 5. If you're just drafting him as a corner, he's a top 5 guy.
And that's the position he would play if you had to play him.
I think that's his best position.
Okay.
And that's why I say I think he plays defensive exclusively and then moonlights on the offensive side of the ball. But I don't know, is he got a certain number of plays that he is going to demand? And rookies generally aren't in position to make demands.
I wouldn't rule out him playing both heavily.
Correct.
This first season.
I
because you say
depends
moonlights.
what you mean by heavily.
Yeah.
Because making the transition, I mean, we've seen, insert Jeff Okudah, guys taken in the top 3 that can't do one side of the ball.
Yeah. And
they were coming in thinking that, it wasn't a stretch to think Jeff Okudah was a top 10 pick. Maybe a top 3, maybe with the line. And we're looking on it with the colored glasses that we know how it all turned out. But there are guys that are taken top 5, top 10 that they're no good at the NFL level.
Well, and the reality is corner is a tough position to transition to. I remember Darius Slay, he was a second-round pick here in Detroit. His first season was ups and downs. His second season, he locked in and was a real shutdown corner. We're hoping to see the same thing from Terry Arnold, who played a lot of snaps last season in man coverage. You learn right away what it takes in this league. Your first season at corner, yeah, you're going to cover Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb, and you're going to get eaten up a little bit. But I think if you're drafting him, you're doing it because the trade-off is he's going to get better on that side of the ball, and he's going to play both sides of the ball is how I can justify it.
What I really like about him is not just his athletic ability, and he can do things that other guys can't. Right, that's just flat out. I think we all saw that if you've watched any film or if you watched any of the Colorado games. He can just flat out do things that other guys can't. He's a tremendous athlete. But it's also his awareness on the field. It's his instincts. And defensively, you need to have instincts. And to play this game, you've got to have some of that anticipation and instincts. But that's where I think defensively he will excel. Do I think he has a Sauce Gardner rookie season? Probably not. I don't think he's
rare.
Yeah, I don't think he's up there, but I do think he is a guy that you could put out there and be very confident that he's going to get the job done.
Couple Travis Hunter ticket text. Unnamed texter says he wasn't a top 10 corner or wide receiver in college, but magically he's going to do both. LOL. And this one says if he plays both positions and it's time to be franchise tagged, which position does he get tagged as?
Well, he'll demand whichever one's going to get paid higher.
And the team will insist whichever one is lower.
Yeah.
And that he'll want it to be receiver eventually. That's why he wants to do this, because receivers make more money than corners. So I would say the good sign on him right now is the fact that he's not demanding just to play wide receiver, because that's all he'd be angling about. It's just the money then, long term.
Right. He wants
I think
to
whoever
contribute
takes
and
him should take this chance. And I think sometimes in sports you got to take risks and chances. And I would love to see him, offensively on the field at least 60% of the plays. And I know that's a pretty bold thing to do, but we're living in a world right now where, Shohei Ohtani did this. And if you just said no, you never would have got it.
You give him a shot to do it.
I think this is the right guy to take the chance. I think any team that takes him, I heard somebody say yesterday they think New England's a great fit for him because of Vrabel.
Yeah.
And the fact that Vrabel actually played both sides of the ball some. And that McDaniels could be creative in working them in.
Cheeseburger on the brain.
Exactly.
It's early. 248-539-9797. This is one of the big 8 questions, but we're going to get to all of them at 7:35. 8 days from the draft, the 8 biggest storylines. Let's get to Heather with the news.
A Michigan woman is facing charges after scamming a Florida woman out of thousands and thousands of dollars. So this woman, who's from Warren, allegedly stole $52,000 to be exact from somebody in Florida. And it was all through a Facebook marketplace scam. So apparently this Warren woman was selling or sold a fake excavator on Marketplace.
What?
What a thing.
What was she in the market for an excavator for?
Why was she selling it on Marketplace?
Yeah.
You can sell anything on Marketplace, but I don't know. A woman in Florida needed this big piece of machinery and bought it on Market. A great deal, I'm guessing, John.
Yeah.
Anyway, it wasn't real. Yeah. I don't think it even existed.
Right.
And she got away with all of this money, and now she's facing charges of grand theft and organized scheme to defraud.
Oh, she was selling the excavator.
Yeah, the Michigan woman was selling the excavator, sold it to a woman in Florida for $52,000. But it was all a scheme.
What's the most you'd spend on Facebook Marketplace?
Oh, it depends what it is.
Because that's way too much
furniture.
money.
I buy a lot. I love Facebook Marketplace. I'm a big time.
But you'd also go out and see
resale
something
user
before you'd send that amount of money.
Oh, I would never send my. There's little things. Somebody wanted me to Venmo them money before my purchase, and I said no, thank you. I need to see the item. I want to make sure that it is what you've listed, and you want to check it out, even if it's only $10. I'm not going to Venmo it to you. But there's people that do that. We sold when we had to redo our floors. We sold the vanity from our bathroom. It was old. It was in the house, and somebody Venmoed us half the money to hold it for. And I was like, "That's on you."
Yeah.
Okay, sure, that's fine. But we spent a lot of money. Yeah, we bought a whole big sectional on Facebook.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. A 19-year-old Michigan man who was just so upset that he had to stay home and watch the pets while his girlfriend and his family, or her family, went on a cruise, was just sentenced to 8 months in jail for making a fake bomb threat, trying to sabotage their trip. So after the boat set sail, this kid, I'll call him a kid even though he's 19, he sent an email to Carnival Cruise Line saying, "Hey, I think somebody might have a bomb on your Sunset cruise ship." They took it seriously, as of course they should, and they handled things accordingly. They searched every room. They notified the U.S. Coast Guard, and then they had the Jamaican authorities where they were headed escort the ship to port. And caused a whole lot of problems, it sounds like. So the teen did admit that he sent the message basically because he was just upset. He was just, how dare you leave me behind? And he has since apologized. But
yeah, they were doing him a solid, it sounds like, because he was living with them.
He was living with his girlfriend's family.
Yes, and they went on a trip, didn't take him, and since they didn't take him, they thought, oh, well, you could take care of the pets.
It is, I mean,
as a thank you for staying with us. Roof over your head.
I mean, I kind of like, well, how long has he been living with you? Did they have the trip planned before he moved in? Because then I get it. But has he been there for a year and you're planning this trip while he's there? It's like, okay, everyone, let's sit down. What kind of activities do you want to do? Excursions? And like, oh, sorry, Jimmy, not you. You go hang out with the dogs. I get a little bit why he's upset.
Yeah, no one's justifying the bomb threat. But it is a little odd that he wasn't also on the trip.
Right? A little bit.
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all.
Would it matter if he's been living there for 5 years? I mean,
what's the setup at home? Or is he in a separate room from her? Or was he thinking that, hey, bow chicken wow wow, I'm going to go and they're going to pay for a separate room for me and my girlfriend?
I feel like they'd have to be pretty serious if he's living with her, even though it's under their roof, I would think.
Or I mean, he could have had his own issues at home at his with his family life that he needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
I just think that if he was staying there and you planned a trip when he's whatever, it doesn't matter. This is what happened. Yeah. Who cares what we think? Let's move on. More than 300 current and former female physician assistants are suing Michigan Medicine over accusations of wage discrimination. So this lawsuit was just filed on Tuesday, and it alleges systemic and longstanding gender-based pay discrepancies. And the woman who basically brought the suit to life says that she and her colleagues have been paid on average $9,000 less per year than their male counterparts doing comparable work. And she says, we have brought this to our superiors' attention. This was not something they hadn't heard about, we brought it up multiple times. So they are seeking not only back pay and associated retirement losses, but also exemplary and punitive damages to deter future violations. So, if you're a wrestling fan here in Michigan, you won't have to wait very long for the next big event. WWE announced this week that its July 28th airing of Monday Night Raw will take place at Little Caesars Arena.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's not WrestleMania, but hey,
it's something.
Yeah.
So this is the first WWE event to take place in Detroit this year. The list of wrestlers who will be appearing at the event have not been released just yet, but tickets go on sale April 25th. 313 Presents or Ticketmaster. So,
Heather with the news. Hey, real quick, can you confirm? Ticket Texter's concerned. They say, I really hope Heather isn't the "is this still available" person on Marketplace.
Oh, heck no. I am not that. But you know why people do that? It's because it's just auto-generated and they just hit this. No, I'm not.
Okay, good. We were concerned. Coming up next, the 8 biggest questions 8 days away from the draft. We'll explain it. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, somebody you can go sit down with, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
We are 8 days out from the NFL draft, and I have 8 big questions, storylines. John, you're a big football guy.
Yeah.
Let's see how you do. First question. How's Green Bay going to do as the host city?
They'll do just fine. I checked the weather. Looks like the weather's actually going to be really nice. The issue is going to be, I don't think they can actually handle as many people. It's not as easy to get to as Detroit. So I actually think the attendance is going to be about, at a maximum, 2/3 of what Detroit had last year. I don't know that there's as much juice going to Green Bay. I know that they've redone everything around the stadium and they've made it all look nice and pretty, but I don't know that it's as big of a draw.
They got to try to not be Detroit because they don't have the infrastructure for it. It
Right.
can be their own thing.
Sure.
Which is what they kind of exist as their own island in the NFL anyway.
Yeah.
Make it your own.
I don't want them to fail. I know everybody says, they're in division. No, I don't think they have the ability to have as many people as Detroit did.
Question 2, is Cam Ward really worth the number 1 overall pick? It seems all but certain he's going to go 1 to the Tennessee Titans.
No, but Tennessee is going to take him. And they're in a position where they have to take a shot on a quarterback. They've got to take that shot because the investment's not like it was back when Matthew Stafford was drafted and before they had the rookie salary cap. We've seen teams take back-to-back first, round quarterbacks because the financial commitment's not there. It's 4 years, and you can even let them go ahead of that and minimize the exposure. So no, I don't think he's that type of quarterback. But then again, they're in a position where they're not going into the season with Will Levis as their quarterback.
No, and that's kind of what this is. Are you going to pick number 1 again next year? Because that's a pretty bleak outlook. You give your guy a chance. He's a playmaker. He's rough around the edges. They've invested in the O-line. You could take a gamble. Question number 3. Which of the other quarterbacks are worth a first-round selection?
None of them. None of them are first-round talents. And Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Slough. Is that how you say his name? Slough? Shuck.
It doesn't look like it, but it's Shuck because it rhymes with another word you would say if you were betting on him last season.
Yeah. I don't think, and I look at some of the other drafts. If you put this group of quarterbacks in last year's draft, are any of them taken ahead of Bo Nix that ended up going against to Denver? No, I don't think so. And there's a lot of fanfare. This is why Cam Ward spent another year in college, because he knew he wasn't going to be able to match up with those quarterbacks. So I'll take my chances next year, knowing that it's not going to be as good of a quarterback market. Now he might go number 1 overall, probably will.
You don't think Shedeur has a first-round grade?
No.
Even late first?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he'll get taken in the first round, don't get me wrong,
so
but no.
There's an accuracy and a toughness, and I kind of think he compares to someone I liked coming out of school, Teddy Bridgewater. Later first-round grade type of thing.
All right. Would you take Teddy Bridgewater as a first-round quarterback?
No, probably not. Can Travis Hunter really play both positions? He says it's a requirement.
Yes, he can. He can play both sides of the ball. He's got that talent. He's got the ability. He's certainly got the endurance. It is a little bit different at the NFL level. I think he needs to master one side of the ball as a rookie, and as a in his first couple of years, he can moonlight on the other side. I think he should, but the NFL is a completely different level. It's a completely different game. He's got the instincts to play defense. I think he'll be a very good defensive back, and I would use him sparingly on offense, but I certainly would give it a shot.
8 days from the draft, 8 questions. Question number 5. Who's the biggest sure thing in this draft? We talked about Cam Ward. I don't know. Hunter's got to play a couple positions. John, if you're a general manager, who's the guy you know is going to be great from this draft?
It's interesting because this guy wasn't taken until the 20s in Mel's latest mock.
Oh, boy.
And I don't know where he's going to go. He's certainly going to go in the first round, but Ted McMillan, I think he is your lock in this draft of a guy that's going to come in. He's 6'5", 220. He's got unbelievable hands. I love the length. I love the speed. Now he's not gonna blow the doors off of anyone, but he is a number 1 receiver, and he may go to somewhere where he has to be a number 2 for a while. But he is as good a receiver that has come out in some time.
Flip side, give me a guy on bust watch from the first round.
Well, we already talked about him, Shedeur Sanders. If he's taken in the first round, I don't think he ever lives up to be a first-round quarterback. I don't think he's ever a franchise quarterback. I think he's a guy, kind of like you had mentioned, Teddy Bridgewater, where maybe he comes in and maybe there's a season where quarterback gets hurt, he comes in, wins 5 or 6 games, and all of a sudden everybody thinks, oh, we got our franchise quarterback. But there's not enough there. There's not enough substance there that makes me believe that he's an actual first-round quarterback. And not to his fault, it's a weak quarterback draft. He'll be taken in the first round, but he'll be labeled as a bust.
Teddy Bridgewater's second season quarterbacked an 11-win football team.
Yep.
Made the Pro Bowl, but never really got off the ground. See, the issue I have with Shedeur, people point out how tough he is and all the sacks he took, and he didn't get a lot of protection. He also created a lot of those sacks. And the game's going to move quicker at the NFL level. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. All right, next question. Give me the best fit for the big three from Michigan. Graham, Loveland, and Will Johnson all go in Mel Kiper's latest first-round mock. Give me the best landing spot for all three.
For Mason Graham, I got 2 teams. I think he makes it past the Giants, but I think Jacksonville is a great fit because you got 2 edge rushers, and you've also got a couple of defensive tackles. Armstead is on the last year of a 2-year deal, and he didn't pan out for him, but you got some experience in there. Mm-hmm. I think that's a great fit for him. Colston Loveland, I keep seeing him to Indianapolis, and I actually love that fit. I think that's one where they need a reliable pass catcher at the tight end. They need a good outlet for whoever's going to be their quarterback. And then for Will Johnson, this is a weird one because I've seen Will mocked from anywhere from 6 to the Raiders, 8 to Carolina, but they're dealing with corners that have injury problems to begin with. I don't necessarily know that they go down that road. I actually think the best opportunity for him is Seattle. It's a defense he's very familiar with.
Good point.
And you put him in a secondary that's already, got some good players in it. And I just think Mike McDonald knows him. They're very familiar with each other. I think that is an ideal fit. I don't know that he ends up in Seattle, but I think that's his ideal fit.
What do you think of Miami if they're trading away Jalen Ramsey?
Well, I mean, Miami needs to find a trade partner. It's going to be tough with that contract. But I could see that. I just think 13 might be a little bit high because
his range, I feel like, is all over the place.
It is, and it's all about the injury.
Yeah. Last question. The Dream Lions pick is?
This is a tough one because obviously I'm biased to who I want them to take. I'm trying to remove that.
I'm asking you, John Jansen.
I think the Dream Lions pick is Gray Zabel. And it's a guy that can play every position up front. He can be very versatile. He ends up being a lock at one of the guard positions, and you got him and Mahogany. I know everybody wants an edge, but to me, I think that is the absolute dream pick. It's not going to be the sexy pick, but it's one that's going to pay off for a long time.
Water the Garden. Would you trade up to get him? Because Mel has him going 18.
I wouldn't trade up to 18.
But let's say he's there at 22, 23. Would you go up and get him?
You know what? It'd be very much like Thierry Arnold. Go up to 24 and get him.
Okay. There you go. 8 days out. 8 big questions. It's 97.1. Talking about picks, I've got your pick for the best dealership in town, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. With deals like this, looking to do it again in 2025. At Moran, you can lease the 2025 Silverado LT Crew Cab 4x4 for $298 a month. How about that? A truck payment under $300. Low mileage lease, 24 months, $14.95 down. Plus, employee pricing to everyone. Yes, you too. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Shop online. You can see what I'm talking about. MoranExpress.com. Stop by in person. See it yourself. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. From the show that brought you the 14-win bus and the 15-win express, we have a Tigers question coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. I think it's a good day to do it. After a loss, you try to assess where you're at. Not living in the clouds. Try to live in reality. Is anybody going to drive the bus? We'll get to that at 8:35. Pistons playoff schedule is out now, John.
Yes, it is.
They're going to play game 1 on Saturday. We already knew that. Game 2 will be Monday. Game 3, Thursday night in Detroit, head-to-head with the NFL draft. How is that going to impact people's plans?
It's interesting because obviously here in Detroit, we are so excited that the Pistons are in the postseason, that they're not in a play-in game. They just flat out made the playoffs. They're playing the New York Knickerbockers. But what does it mean for the Pistons, not just the Pistons, but the NBA across all different markets and regions?
Well, they always compete with the draft. The playoffs always are going on at this time of year.
Right, and it's just we finally have a seat at the table.
We're finally, having to make a decision. Will people be at all dissuaded from going, or will they watch less because the draft is going on?
There's going to be a lot of channel flipping. But for Detroit fans, that game will probably be nearing its end by the time that the Lions actually are on the board. If things go according to plan, they don't trade up, all that stuff.
We don't have a tip time, but it should be, 7:30, 8?
Yeah, I mean, if they tip at, let's just say 7:30, we'll split the difference.
Sure. Game should be done by 10.
Draft starts at 8. Lions aren't picking until
probably after 11.
11?
So
yeah.
It's fine. You can just keep in small screen, keep an eye on who's being selected, and the focus should be the Pistons in their playoff game.
Or on the small screen, you have the Pistons.
No, don't do this. I know you did this with the baseball. You're not going to prefer the draft, a list of names being read over the Pistons.
Be working the draft. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what the numbers are for NBA games that night.
And I get it.
Compared to the NFL.
We're in a city that loves the draft. I don't need to explain that. We all saw it with our own eyes a year ago. This city loves the draft. But the Pistons are playing a playoff game.
Right.
The Lions aren't picking at all during that time.
Right.
You can just read the names.
Yeah, for Pistons fans, they're going to be watching the game. There's no question about that.
I think Detroit fans will be watching the Pistons.
That's what I said, just Pistons fans, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just said the same thing I said.
No, but I'm saying like Detroiters. Detroit-based sports fans will watch the Pistons over the NFL draft.
A majority of them.
Okay. They won't be like you.
Right. Yes, I will be. I'll have the Pistons in the back of my mind. I don't even actually think I'll be able to watch it live. I'll be in the bubble. Let's put it that way.
Well, it'll be the third screen behind the Tigers, of course.
No, I don't think the Tigers play that night.
No.
That's one of the weird quirks of how this was going to lay out, is that the draft doesn't have a conflict with the Tigers.
And, Jim, you're protected, too, because the Red Sox have a day game against Seattle, so you'll be able to watch Bregman during the day.
You see, he had 5 hits yesterday, 5 times as many as the Tigers.
Oh, man.
You knew what you were doing with that comment. 248-539-9797. We want to know if this impacts you in any way at all, if you're going to have any issues with both going on at the same time.
Would you avoid buying tickets to go? Like, that's the thing here, because if you go to the game and we don't have the time, if it's an 8 o'clock tip, getting home in time for the Lions pick would be, you might not be home.
This may be a dumb question. What if you don't see the Lions pick the minute it's made?
Some people would.
But instead, you got to watch a playoff game with one of our local teams. I mean, is that really a problem? I can't believe someone wouldn't go to the Pistons game because they wouldn't see the name read live on their TV.
But would you not go to the Pistons game simply because you want to watch both? I think that's fair. This is the NFL draft. I know there's not as much spice this year and you're picking late, but it's still the NFL draft.
It is. What we're talking about, 20,000 people, right? It's not like, 65,000 for a Lions game. We're talking about 20,000 people that are certainly going to prioritize going to a Pistons, the first Pistons playoff game with an actual chance to win.
And for the first time almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, let's say they went on sale Sunday, right?
Right.
So you went on, you bought tickets.
Probably already bought them, yeah.
You got the first playoff game at home, and then you see it's the draft. You might be thinking, I'm going to sell these.
No, I don't think anybody's thinking that.
Let us know if you're out there in listener land. 248-539-9797. Has this created any conflict as you hear today? Pistons are going to open their home playoff games the night of the draft.
I do this all the time in regards to not realizing things that I've committed to or the kids are committed to, and then all of a sudden I commit to something else, and then all of a sudden, oh man, I forgot. Maybe Ellie's got a game, Jack's got a game, but I committed to do, some speaking thing, or I've got to do something else for work. And it was something that was extra, and I committed to it thinking there wasn't anything that night. How many people bought those tickets
Right.
because of the euphoria that the Pistons are in the playoffs? They are going to have a chance to win games. It might be, maybe it's their third win. They're going to sweep the Knicks. I'm not predicting that, but it could be a scenario. And then you looked at it and go, oh, it's the NFL draft.
We have a couple early responses on this. Seriously, I could not care less about the Pistons playoff run from a viewing standpoint. As a Detroit sports fan, I hope they do well, but the product is awful, and I will be tuned into the draft 100%.
I'm not surprised.
But anybody who says the product's awful, if you're talking about the NBA in general, fine.
Yes,
but
I
you're
can
not
agree
talking
with
about the Pistons. The Pistons product's not awful.
No.
Texter says, me and my whole family are attending the game. Huge Lions fans and draft fans, but it in no way deters from our commitment or excitement from the game. This is our first playoff game in so long. The city needs it. Pistons in 6, Joe in Ann Arbor.
Okay, there we go. We're starting to get predictions.
I know we've been holding out.
Oh, we're holding out.
I know.
Yeah.
End of the week here.
Yeah. Let everything build up a little bit.
I saw a bunch of experts, panel of experts, ESPN. All 10 of them took the Knicks.
Oh, no respect.
Detroit versus everybody. This series, by the way, if it goes 2 weeks, or if it goes 7 games, will go 2 weeks, which is crazy, but that's welcome to how the NBA does their postseason. Game 1 is Saturday. Game 7 would be 2 weeks from Saturday. Sheesh.
So ridiculous.
I'm with Jim on this one. The list of names is not going to change in the morning, but I haven't seen a Pistons playoff game in almost 10 years. Texter says, I'm going to a concert on draft night. Sounds like I'm going to have 2 tabs open on my phone.
Okay.
That's a busy night. By the time the Lions pick, the game will be done. Yes, we've pointed that out. Pistons are the front runner easily. The Lions draft is at the end. They could trade, checking on it during commercials and halftime, but playoffs take priority. That's Kyle in St. Clair Shores.
I think it should for Detroit sports fans.
Normally, I would say no normal person should prioritize the draft over a playoff game, but the draft is the Detroit Lions Super Bowl. Was, what I would say.
Yeah,
was.
Not anymore.
Was. All right, we'll knock out some phone calls on this. Plus, question about eating food off the floor. Mix that in as well. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers blanked by the Brewers 5-0 last night. That was the first shutout this season for Detroit. Their lone hit, a Gleyber Torres double. Jack Flaherty, not too bad, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, 4 strikeouts. Rhys Hoskins got things started in Milwaukee in the second. Tigers go for the series win this afternoon in Milwaukee. Kader Montero's up from Toledo. He gets the ball to give his fellow starters a bit of rest. 23 games in 24 days for the Tigers. Jose Quintana starts for the Brew Crew. First pitch at 1:10. That pregame show here on 97.1 at 12:45. The Red Wings take the ice for the second to last time this season tonight at the Devils. At 91 points, New Jersey is playoff bound. No playoffs for the Wings for a 9th straight year. New Jersey is third in the Metro, though. Tomorrow's the Wings' final go-round at the Leafs. That puck drop tonight, though, at 7:30 from New Jersey. Full schedule's been announced for Pistons-Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. That game 1 Saturday, 6 at the Garden. Game 2 Monday at 7:30. That series shifting to Little Caesars Arena next Thursday and Sunday. No game time yet for Thursday. Sunday is a 1 o'clock matinee downtown. 24/7 Sports reports that Michigan State is hosting Samford transfer guard Trey Fort on a visit. That's soon-to-be 6-year senior, getting 14 points a game last year for the Bulldogs. Spartans already adding one guard in the portal. FAU's guard Caleb Glenn. And Colorado two-way star Travis Hunter says that every team he's met with in the draft process is open to him playing both ways, but if he was not allowed to do that, he says he's never playing football again. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Draft head-to-head with the Pistons home playoff game Thursday, a week from tomorrow. Any conflict, any issues? We got phone calls, we got ticket texts. We're talking about that this morning. Get to a study on the 5-second rule later this hour. And the Tigers. Mm-hmm. John wants to drive the bus. We'll get to it. Kyle in St. Clair Shores, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Thank you. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I don't think there's like an option at all. I mean, it's playoff basketball in Detroit for the first time in years. And to sit there and just watch names on the, like, I love the draft, but the Lions don't draft until the end. If you're waiting for the Lions, the basketball game will be over. And then if they trade out of the first round, you just sat there, missed playoff basketball. Like, that atmosphere is going to be insane in Detroit. I wouldn't miss that for anything.
Right. The last time the Pistons played in the playoffs was, 2019. But nobody felt like they had a chance to do anything in that series. Same thing when they made it in 2016. We got to go back. The last time the Pistons won a playoff game was 2008. This Pistons team should win multiple playoff games in this series.
Yes.
This is a different feeling around this basketball team. They're on the way up. They're not limping in with Blake Griffin. They've got a star, and they've got a cast around them, and they've got a winnable series with the Knicks. You get names right off a prompter that can't possibly take precedent.
And during the season, they won more games than they lost against the Knicks.
They did 3-1.
Yeah.
Building the case, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Building the case. Ticket Texter says, Lions season ticket holder. I got tickets to both game 3 and 4. The draft doesn't make me think twice about attending either game.
Mm-hmm. And part of it is, it's not the Super Bowl for the Lions anymore. The actual goal is the Super Bowl. They're not picking till 28. We've tried to come up with different topics about the draft. It just hasn't been
right. We just did big storylines. If you're a local fan, you're going to stay up to see. You're going to focus on who goes where. Who are the big names that you're dying to see where they land?
I think there's a lot of people that are actually looking for something to do to kill time. Not that the going to the Pistons game is killing time, but they're looking for something to do just so that they can stay up until 11 o'clock when the when the Lions are actually in the realm of making their pick or trading up to make a pick.
Listen, the NFL draft is entertainment for people. People love the way it's produced and put together, the package.
Oh, I know. I watch every year.
Yeah. So they enjoy that. It's kind of like justifying, well, why would people be into the Pro Bowl? Well, they are. The ratings are good.
Millions of people watch it.
I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to find this out. I would argue there might be a chance to draft rates better than the Pistons playoff game.
Well, so this ticket texture kind of foreshadows that.
I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. We're talking about the local aspect of this versus the national aspect.
I'm saying locally. There's a chance.
If you could get local TV slices, how many Detroit households were watching which of the two?
Guys, let's put it out there. We've throughout the season, anytime we bring up the Pistons, we get very little response. Well, people aren't interested. Maybe they are now, okay, but...
Well, I would hope they are, but it doesn't mean they are. And that's what this ticket texture says. You need to pump the brakes on the Piston excitement. I was in a barbershop in Lake Orion yesterday. 8 people, including the barber in there, and only 3 even knew the Pistons had made the playoffs. When the barber asked if they'd be watching, they said no. Mike in Clarkston.
When do people get on the train? Like, do they actually have to win a playoff series?
When there's a parade down Woodward, then people will get on board. I mean, come on, people.
I think it's always cool. It's like, what would Colin do that night, Heather?
I have no idea. I do think he'd probably have the Pistons on.
But I think he'd be more fixated on the draft.
But I think he would he would be interested in the draft. But I have seen the Pistons now a little bit. TV. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen them on our TV.
It's been a long time for everybody,
for a lot of people. Pistons, this ticket texture says the NBA as an organization is laughable compared to the NFL. I have zero interest in it. I'll forget the Pistons are even on as I fall asleep with the draft on my television, Anthony and Troy. This is a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny, we bring it up and think, well, of course you're going to watch the playoff game. It's not an of course to a lot of our listeners.
That's a little surprising.
I would think so, too.
I mean, we're talking about playoff basketball. And I know I'm saying this after I said if they were head-to-head with the Tigers, I'd watch the Tigers. I'm just a much bigger baseball fan than I am a basketball fan. Some of that is because I don't care for the NBA, but I do care about our local team.
Texter says, I'm shocked that we got our first mention of Pregame minutes ago. I saw that he had 5 hits yesterday and 2 home runs and thought for sure, here we go. It's going to be a full-blown topic out of Costa. Real personal growth that was the only time he had heard it.
Well, it's the only time he heard it, but we had to hear it at 6 a.m.
I didn't even realize until Tom brought it up. I don't get the alerts on the Pregame at bats like you think I do.
I don't know that.
Do you think I get the little
I don't
ding?
know that. Yeah, I don't know that to be true.
Pregame at the plate.
We should do what should the alert sound like for Alex Bregman for him?
Yeah,
he's off to a hot start,
Well,
guys.
Greg finds something.
5 hits yesterday.
That's a long fly ball.
Anyway,
You can turn your ringtone to that Bregman.
that's the alert whenever he comes up to the plate, so I can watch live. You said the Red Sox don't play same time as the Pistons playoff game, so it shouldn't be an issue.
fine.
I should be all right there.
Yes,
okay, perfect.
Yes. Costa's got his phone in his pocket, and then all of a sudden, what his wife hears is,
What's going on over there?
that noise?
Come on, bases are loaded. We got to dial in here. Anyway,
That would be so amazing.
It's just so great that he went 5 for 5 on a night the Tigers got 1 hit.
I know. From 5 hits from Bregman to the 5-second rule. This is something that you have in your news, Heather?
Yeah, I saw this article about the 5-second rule.
Yeah.
Is it really something we should still be following, or should we just throw it out the window? And of course, there's this. He's a microbiologist, but he's going viral on TikTok, right?
Okay.
That's where a lot of these doctors kind of get their fame because people are obsessed with TikTok. And he did this whole test to test out the 5-second rule. Like, he had these little Petri dishes and set them on the floor. I don't know exactly how he did it all.
Yeah.
I didn't actually see the video. But basically, what he found is that every single test he did had some level of bacterial growth, whether it was on the floor for a second or if it was on the floor for a minute. And his conclusion said that whether food is left for 5 seconds or 60, it'll be nasty either way. So you shouldn't follow it. Like, you shouldn't actually eat something, even if it was on the floor for a second. You should throw it away. And some people thought, well, I'm just going to pretend like I didn't see this video because I'm going to continue eating my food if I've dropped it on the floor.
I don't care what this doctor has to say.
What will you do?
I'll
You'll
eat
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it totally depends
No
on
question.
the food.
It does depend on the food,
and
yes.
it depends on the floor,
Yes.
right, John? Like, okay, would you eat something you dropped on a restaurant floor?
Yeah.
You drop one
But
French
again,
fry on the floor. You're
a
gonna
French
pick it up?
fry, no, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go for a French fry.
What
but
would it-
if
what would it be?
if I've got my steak
Bacon, steak,
and
meat.
bacon for sure, but if I have my steak and I'm down to that last bite, it's a nice juicy ribeye cooked perfectly, and it's about half of a rare cut of meat, and it's got that little fatty piece on it too that has all the yumminess, the juiciness, the flavor. It's perfectly salted. That piece drops on the floor. It could be there for, if I don't notice it and it's there for 5 minutes, I'm still partaking.
Yeah, but you know what we're talking about. You pick it up off the floor and you can see like dust and hair and crumbs.
You pick it off this restaurant floor and it's just
You
littered
can
with
see it. You're not
dirt.
eating it.
I have been known
He
to
just goes,
dust off a piece.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, sure.
I don't get disgusted by this stuff at all. Like, if it's at my floor, I'll eat it. At a restaurant, though, that's a no.
So it's funny that this comes up in the news, the whole 5-second rule and how long with food will you wait. I think it was last week, Kenny Cott ordered himself a pizza because he, if you guys know, he loves to order food in. And that pizza sat from lunchtime through the afternoon show to the next morning.
In the box, though,
In
correct?
the box.
Okay.
Would you eat a slice of that?
Heck yeah.
Greg, you did eat a slice. You had 2 slices of that.
I like stale pizza.
This is where, and I know I'm not going to get into the
like it more
debate
than
of how
regular
you
pizza,
reheat
but-
pizza, but this is where the microwave excels. You could have a piece of pizza that sat in a box for 3 or 4 days, and you open that box up, and that piece is as hard as a board. Yeah. You put it on a paper plate, you put it in the microwave, and miraculously, it comes out
chewy,
and you put a little butter on the crust.
The crust is like
dust
rubber.
it with some salt, and you put a little Parmesan cheese on there, some red pepper flakes, and don't let it go to waste.
So our question, do you still do the 5-second rule?
You want to laugh like you think that's wrong.
That is a bit extreme.
I do. I agree. I mean, it doesn't sound good.
Well, it's okay. It doesn't have veggies on it.
Now, I'm just saying, a 3-day-old pizza warmed up in a microwave sounds unappealing.
I'm thinking
I
like-
wouldn't eat that.
Like a few hours or night to the morning is kind of the cutoff for me.
Yes, I would eat that.
No, it can be on the counter for a couple days.
I do think toppings matter too.
Sure.
Like I don't like pineapple on my pizza, but
Sure.
like a pineapple sitting on a pizza completely overnight into the next day, you might be asking for trouble.
Well, you asking
Yeah.
for trouble by putting pineapple on a pizza.
I just
Exactly.
I wouldn't do that to
Right.
start. It's going to
Yeah.
seep into it.
Things that
yeah.
spoil faster is kind of my angle. On it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like anything mayonnaise based, there's absolutely no way.
Yeah, that's like if you go to a barbecue.
Yeah.
And it sits out
In
in
the
the
sun.
sun.
Potato
Yeah.
salad that's just
Yes.
Yeah.
Macaroni
Yeah.
salad.
I'm
Ugh.
putting Greg on the spot, but there was years ago you ate something that was left over here that was highly, highly questionable. Do you remember?
I know what it is.
He did. What was it?
It was the hot dogs, correct?
oh no.
It was sitting. We had a party here, and they were in one of those foil tins, right? In the hot dog juices.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So
Like
it was preserved.
Okay.
In filth.
in like an inch of hot dog juice. Am I right?
yeah.
Is that what it was? Okay.
You were talking 18-ish hours here.
Greg.
Like it had that little tiny light green look to it.
In the film
only
that
on the
kind of
top.
collects in the top of the
Oh.
juices.
What you're telling me is that it marinated overnight.
Sure.
I was fine. Had breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
And you're still with us today. How long would you allow something to sit out?
248-539-9797. Inspired by the 5-second rule and the eating habits of certain members of the show. John, off a restaurant floor.
It's gross.
248-539-9797. We want your feedback on this. We should make a poll question, by the way, for this Pistons-Lions debate. What's got your focus a week from tomorrow? Greg, if we could throw that up on the poll, just in the background to keep an eye. Piston playoff game or the NFL draft, you can vote online. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're uncomfortable being in pictures, you're not happy with the way that you look, you need to get in touch with Ideal You. You can do it at idealu.us. You could be 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know this program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value. Absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. And what you're going to learn when you're there, not only what your body is made of and whether it's the percentage of body fat, water weight, muscle weight, bone mass, all those different things, but that they're going to assign you a weight loss coach. And they're going to build a plan that works for you so that you have success in losing weight. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again because summer's right around the corner and we all want to be in bathing suits. We all want to have a good time outside. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. And again, that's $150 value. As I mentioned, it's absolutely free.
We all grew up with the 5-second rule, right?
Yeah.
Everyone
on the
knows the
ground.
5-second
Oh, yeah.
rule.
Yeah.
Within 5 seconds, it's fine.
Yeah. And it depends how fast you count.
Exactly.
There's a study done, and really 1 second is too many seconds. We've also talked about watching our coworkers eat food that sat out for days, plural. So we want to know about your rules with food, and we've got some great responses and some phone calls, 248-539-9797. Eugene, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Okay, thank you. Yes, hello?
Yeah. Hi, Eugene. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm good to go for surgery, thyroid surgery. Well, y'all was talking about, I was just wondering, how do y'all feel about parents or anybody, if the baby dropped the bottle or the pacifier and they'll suck it clean with their mouth?
I will tell you, it's very different between the first child and his second child. For me, the first child, I was like, oh my gosh, take it to the sink, wash it off, make sure it's clean before I give the passy back. Second child, I'm like, here you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, wow. The mother's germ is the baby got to build up endurance.
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
Immune system,
Exactly.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Big fan, especially if it's a pacifier. If it's a bottle, I might just get a new bottle. But it's the pacifier, and it's going to make them stop.
Yeah. But I do that. I go clean the passy, and then I'm watching him lick the dog or like lick the floor, go up to a window, and I'm like, dude, this pacifier being on the ground for 2 seconds was nothing compared to what he's already doing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm running late for my operation.
Well, hey, good luck with the operation.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
Didn't want to keep him on any longer. It sounded like he was basically in the waiting room there.
Yeah.
We were inconveniencing him a little bit there, I thought.
Yeah, I'll be in a second. I'm doing a little radio
I
hit.
think I heard the doctor count back from 5, 4, 3.
Let the anesthesia kick in. Some ticket texters. John, would you eat something that fell on a gas station bathroom floor? You have to have lines.
Oh yeah, a bathroom floor. Yeah.
Now, though, John, somebody could use that bathroom, in their shoes and walk into that restaurant then and where you're, what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah,
that bathroom floor doesn't just stay on the bathroom floor.
I understand.
It moves with people's shoes.
Yes.
John is a disgusting human being for eating food off the floor at a restaurant.
Ugh.
Ew, John. In a restaurant, I wouldn't even eat something that falls on the table. Kathy in Jacksonville.
Some of it depends on the restaurant, but and again, it depends on the food. How bad do I want that bite?
Texture says they'll do the 30-second rule. Who cares? There's so many other disgusting things we do as humans throughout the day that are far worse. The same people who say no to the 5-second rule are the same people that text on their phones all day and then put their fingers in their mouths.
Right.
Sure.
Or they put their phone to their face.
Yes.
Your phone is one of the most disgusting things there.
And you use your phone in in the bathroom and
Everything is disgusting. The steering wheel in your car is disgusting.
Ticket Texture says, great topics, plural. I'm flipping between the two on draft night, the Pistons playoff game and the Lions. By the way, you can vote on Twitter, X, Costa and Jansen with Heather. It says, as a former health department inspector, you're all playing with fire, eating food stored at room temperature. Enjoy the diarrhea. Mike on a cell.
It depends on the food, right?
Yes.
It depends on the type of food.
I believe with the chances I have taken over my life in my food choices, I have developed a super immunity. And I have what some might call an iron gut.
Oh.
I can withstand more than maybe some who have never taken that chance.
Maybe.
It's my superhuman power.
Whatever you're going to tell yourself.
Eating off the floor.
My thing is, look, if you just cleaned your floor at home and it's there for a second, yeah, I'm going to eat it. But if it's at a restaurant or if you see visible crumbs and
dog hair.
Yeah, no, I'm not eating that.
Public places are a deal breaker for me. But
Yeah.
I'll say this. I have this in common with John. I know if John dropped, let's say you got a dish and you just took 4 steaks off the grill and you put them in the dish and then it slipped out of your hands and they fell in your grass. Those steaks are going inside. You'll probably wash them off, and you're definitely eating them.
Well, you might just throw them back on the grill, burn off anything.
Burn it off.
Yeah,
I've
done that.
I would wash it off. Like some things you can wash. Like that's the thing.
Sure.
Like especially like if you dropped a hamburger, you could easily wash it off at home.
Yes, you could. Yes.
I think I'd
Or
rather
just
just
eat it
put
the
it on
way
the
it is.
grill. Kyle and Canton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I recently found out that I like to make the decision on my own. So I was having a pretzel, and apparently some fell on the floor at my son's basketball game. While I was watching the game, my wife picked it back up and put it by the food that I was eating. So I then grabbed that pretzel and put it in my mouth, and my wife looked at me like that was just on the floor, and I had no idea. So I'm a big 5-second rule guy myself, but I do now know that I would like to make the decision on my own if I'm going to use the 5-second rule, because I don't know how long it was even on the floor or what it landed on.
Right.
That was my problem.
So, I mean, here's the other thing, too, is if you're in a restaurant, right? Not all restaurants are tiled or a hard surface. Some of them have carpet. Does that make a difference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yes.
I think it does make a
It
difference.
depends on the floor, the
Carpet is a
type of floor.
collection.
Yeah.
Carpet is a collection, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Yeah, carpet would be worse.
This was a rubber mat, which had a little bit of somebody's drink water slightly in the area. Not too sure what was going on, but may not have made the decision to 5-second rule that piece of pretzel.
Mm-hmm.
But you ended up okay, right?
You lived.
Oh, yeah, I was stronger. I feel stronger.
There you go. Yep.
You made a face. Carpet would be worse, right?
No.
For sure. Carpet is disgusting. I mean, if you really, it's very different than cleaning a, yes.
You can wipe down a floor pretty easy.
Yeah, but the dirt and all the grime goes to the bottom of the carpet, and the top of the carpet is where all it is the clean
Keep telling
part.
yourself
It
that,
collects.
John. Like
You said
it just stays and stays and
Hair
stays.
and crumbs
How often
and-
do you like? It's so easy to take a broom, a mop, whatever, to a
You think
tile
a broom
floor.
cleans it?
No,
It
I'm
might-
saying,
might
how many
take
times
off
have
the-
you seen somebody vacuum this carpet?
Well, I do.
Or
eat
they
there, and I
use the
have eaten off
vacuums
of
that
it.
don't actually vacuum. They're just like those little handheld ones that don't have any power.
Oh,
You
with
know
the
what
little
I mean?
mechanical.
Yes.
Yes.
Those aren't really getting everything.
Yeah, but it's getting the hair. Most likely.
Maybe. Couple more on this. Ticket texters. The amount of time something can sit out of the fridge, we brought that up, depends on the food. In college, 48-hour-old pizza in the box was the equivalent of Columbus finding America. Doesn't get better than that.
How about in the fridge? How long would you have leftovers?
I'm very cautious with that. I'm cautious with things that even have an expiration date on it. Like I'm like,
Oh, I love leftovers.
I'm throwing this away.
How many days for leftovers?
3? It depends on the food, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
It does. 3's a fair number. If I haven't eaten it within 3 days, I'm not eating
Yeah.
it, so I should get rid of
Yes.
it at that point.
Depends how many leftovers you have. And
You
how,
can freeze it at that point, right?
No, I mean, I've had things that have been in there for a week.
Mm.
I mean, it's.
And you still eat it.
Yeah.
No,
It depends what it is.
it does.
Like
I mean,
leftover pizza's not making it 72 hours.
Because you're going to eat
well,
it all.
gonna
probably
eat it.
not.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
But I mean, every once in a while you find a gem. It's been there for a little bit.
Nope.
Don't want to waste it.
You said you're weird with expiration dates.
I
Will you
am.
not cook something past?
Yeah, like if it's like, especially with like dairy products, I'm probably very wasteful. I get very uncomfortable by eating things that are close to being expired, and I end up just tossing it.
There are some things that actually improve the longer they're in the fridge.
Like what?
Some pasta
pastas,
dishes.
yeah.
They actually say it.
Oh yeah,
There's like studies on it.
Yeah, I mean, like lasagna. Lasagna is pretty much has an indefinite shelf life.
With all the meat in there?
Yes. Again,
You don't eat meat, so
I
you
don't, but like I'm thinking of it now with my kids because I make a lot of food for them, and I date the.
Well, there are times though, like
So I
hot
know how long
pasta.
everything in your fridge has like this been in here for 4 days.
No, not everything, but things that I make specifically for the kids.
You date
Yes, or I freeze it really because then I think it's better. Yeah, I get weird with that stuff.
it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm more of a if the milk says or the yogurt says, the expiration date, let's just say it was April 11 and today is April 16. I'm going to take a taste, and if it tastes fine, I'm good.
Like today, I went to get breakfast ready for
I've
them
lost
before I
that
left.
battle before.
And there was a yogurt that expired yesterday, one of Emily's yogurts, and I said, "Oh," and I threw it away.
From yesterday?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Wow. Bring that in. We'll find a home for it.
It was one of those little squeezable ones.
On the pasta
Go-Gurt.
stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't a Go-Gurt.
Go-Gurts, I think, could actually withstand a nuclear
Yeah,
storm.
those probably could, along with Twinkies.
Probably right on that. Pasta that's thoroughly chilled, the natural starches are converted into resistant starches, the type of fiber that is present in many other foods.
Well, there
So it
you
can actually
go.
be healthier,
Yeah.
potentially, if you believe that.
Okay.
248-539-9797. We're going to get to the Tigers. They lost last night, but it's a good time to check in. We had the 14-win bus with the Lions, and then John got one up to the 15-win bus. Who's going to grab the steering wheel? We'll get to that. It's 97.1. Guys, if you've been injured in a car accident, there's a law firm out there that really and truly cares about you, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I know his team, and it's true. It's not just their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. They're not cutting corners. 10 lawyers, over 35 legal professionals on staff. They're not skimping to save you money. They're equipped with a team, the manpower to get you the biggest settlement possible. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. All right, before we check in on the Tigers and who's driving the bus, Heather with the news.
Well, an entire community is grieving after a 4-year-old was hit and killed by that ice cream truck. Remember, we talked about it yesterday in Detroit. It happened on Monday night, so we're learning a little bit more about what happened. According to a family acquaintance, this little boy's dad is struggling, and he says he doesn't believe that his son passed away. It is hard to believe that one second they're outside playing with their friends, and the next second they're not with you anymore. And that's exactly what they say happened. They say the 4-year-old was outside, right outside of his home, playing with other children when the accident happened. Police have not released any other details relating to the crash other than saying that the driver of the ice cream truck stayed at the scene, was taken in for questioning, and then released. And of course, they're reminding everybody on the road to be very careful. Keep your eyes peeled as the weather gets nicer. There's going to be more kids out and about, more people out and about. And same, this acquaintance is saying, hey, also to the parents, to family, like, keep an eye on your kids as well. It's such a sad story. The Michigan DNR is searching for volunteers to help with the cleanup efforts after that severe ice storm damaged state parks, campgrounds, a lot of other places up north.
Yeah.
So we all know this historic ice storm left thousands of residents cold, without power, destroyed lots of buildings, trees, tons and tons of damages. So for those who are interested in helping with the cleanup, there's a form online you can fill out. They're interested to know, do you have any special skills? What are your capabilities? Do you have any equipment? Like, anybody who can help, they would love for you to help. So,
if you have a chainsaw, if you got a chipper, you got anything like that, and if you don't, physical labor,
exactly,
2 hands and willingness.
And they say a lot of people have reached out saying they would like to help. So now they're putting together this whole form. So hopefully that'll be really nice. Let's see, a fight at a Garden City high school on Tuesday morning resulted with 2 students being arrested. So it happened at Cambridge Alternative High School, and during this fight, one of the students pulled out a knife. Staff members did try to intervene, tried to break up the fight, but one of them was injured in the process by this knife. One of the students was also injured, had to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Sounds like everyone's going to be okay. But like I said, both of those students involved were placed into custody, and there is an ongoing investigation. This is really cool. There's a guy who lives down the street from Augusta National Golf Club, and he got the chance to host Bryson DeChambeau for this impromptu practice, and says this unexpected visit was amazing. So this man, he owns a home that has a custom putting green in the backyard. It's got like lighting, so you can putt in the evenings.
No joke then,
very, very nice. And it caught the attention of DeChambeau, who was out walking. And at first, this guy couldn't see who it was. And there was some interaction between the two. He thought he was joking when the guy was like, "I'm Bryson." And he was like, "Ha." Sure you are. Turns out it really was him. So the guy invited him over. He took a couple swings, made some putts, and I guess hung out with that guy's family. So pretty cool. He said nothing short of amazing. Very nice guy.
Cool.
And awesome. A fun interaction, which is kind of cool because the article also said that most people who actually live in the area get out of there for the Masters, right?
Sure.
Like, not only is it congested and crazy, but like, let's make some money. We can rent our property.
Yeah.
But this guy always sticks around. So he was there, and really cool interaction for sure.
Should have practiced the putts a little more. He struggled on the greens.
You're right. Yeah, Sunday was not a good day for him.
Take a listen to this, you guys. The world's first ever sperm racing league is coming.
I'm sorry, what?
A sperm racing league.
Okay.
Yes, Jim, you can bet on it. So this is something you might be interested in.
Value.
Yes. So there's a startup in LA that says it's launching the first sperm racing league, and it says this is no joke. They're going to be live streaming the first event on April 25th from
funny
the
by itself.
Hollywood Palladium Theater. And if you don't want to watch it, if you're in the area, you can go to the live event and watch it live. You can buy tickets. And they say
Do you bring your own?
Yes, but there's already people selected. I don't think you can participate.
Okay, yeah.
But yes,
Thinking of entering, John?
Yeah.
No. I'm just.
You'd be good.
I'm
You
just,
have 5 kids.
Yeah, I get good swimmers.
So they say they've built this microscopic racetrack so that guys can go head to head to see who's got the fastest swimmers.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. I know I said that, and I just and they say the whole point of this, not only is it to make, like, they say we want to make health into a competition. I know what I said. But But they say they want it to be bring attention to male fertility, and they want it to be something that you can actually talk about, that you can track, that you can improve. It's not just, I mean, there's a point to all of this. But anyway, they say this new league is going to have everything every other sport has. So it's going to have press conferences. It's going to have play-by-play commentary, betting.
Instant replay?
Probably, yeah. The first race will feature competitors from UCLA and USC.
Oh, this is a college.
Yes, but they say eventually
Rivalry.
they hope to get celebrities involved.
Can we have it?
So there's your chance.
Is there a senior division?
You say interview, so they're not going to interview the swimmer.
The
No,
swimmers,
they would interview
the contributors.
unless they have somebody there to make up voices. I don't know.
But,
getting
but my question was, and I don't know if the article has this much detail.
Okay.
When do you make the contribution?
I don't know, John.
Because how long are they
I don't know.
swimming?
I don't know. I don't know all of that.
That's Heather with the news. All right. How do we possibly transition away from this? This is your fault. We want to talk about our baseball team. They lost last night. They only had one hit, but that's not the topic today. You're going to lose baseball games. You got a lot of them still to go. The question is, how much has this start changed your season prediction? John, I need you for the next couple minutes here. You're the one that wants to drive the 90-win bus. I'm giving you the opportunity to grab the steering wheel. I'm not quite there yet, but that's a big statement for you to say that you've seen enough already to increase the win total from what you had 80
I had
to
80.
90 now.
Right, yeah. So it's 10 games. I don't know what that means. But it's also, it's not just going from 80 to 90 for me. It's going from a team last year with late season heroics that won 86. Are they 4 games better this year? I think that's an easy answer for me. Yes, I think they're 4 games better. My apprehension at the beginning of the season was no Vierling, no Meadows. And then as we started the season, it was no Gleyber Torres. And they've done this without the bats of Colt Keith, without the bat of Riley Green. They've had other guys step up at the right moments and provide. And this is Kerry Carpenter actually hitting lefties, getting the opportunity to hit lefties and being successful at it. It's what we've seen from Spencer Torkelson. And I think this is a team that should be, and I think they will be, a 90-win team.
I'm going to get painted as a negative guy because I'm not there yet. But in my defense, I don't feel comfortable adding that many wins this early in the season. I think the next 2 weeks to round out April are fair to sit back and watch. Kansas City, San Diego, Baltimore, Houston. If they finish the month 18-13, that would be a 90-win pace. They'd have to go 8-6 through a tough stretch. They do that, John, as long as there's still room on the bus, I'll be there with you.
I expect them to do that. And 8-6, I don't know, man. I kind of more expect like a 9-5.
Sure.
And I'm not going to go any higher than 90 wins.
Say
I'm
we
not
go
going to say
triple
91,
digits?
92. I'm not going to get into that. I just think it's going to be 90.
The triple-digit disco.
You said it, and I don't think that goes
well.
well.
I want that known that was a joke.
Right.
But right now they're off to the dream start. And you've seen enough to think this team can win 90 games. Look, they're in the driver's seat to win this division.
Yeah.
That's probably upper 80s, and it may be. This may be a 90-win baseball team. I think after a couple weeks, I want to see a couple more before I get there. But the question is for you guys. I mean, we've got the bus. It's parked out front. Are you getting on board? 248-539-9797. John's driving. Tom's on board. We'll give you a honk. You want to get in? It's 97.1.
Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, you don't have to do it just before the game. Once the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
One run was more than enough. Tigers shut out for the first time this season. That's Dan Dickerson on the call. Try to take the series with the Brewers today, 1 o'clock, Montero on the mound. It's actually better we do this topic after a loss, so our head's not in the clouds.
Yeah.
More grounded. John, you said, give me the steering wheel. I'll drive the 90-win bus. I've seen enough. This team is winning 90 games.
And again, I preface that by I didn't think coming into the season with the injuries and the lack that, we hadn't yet met Javier Baez. We hadn't yet met Spencer Torkelson. And some of the contributors, Dylan Dingler. Like we thought he'd be good, but to this extent, maybe not.
Bunch of surprises, dream start.
And this is with the thought that they will actually be better when Vierling returns. They will be better when Parker Meadows returns. That's down the road further than the Vierling return, but I am excited about where they are in a young season, and I think the best is yet to come.
So we've got the bus. It's parked out front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, people said stop doing that while we're driving. Let us know. 248-539-9797. I've said I'm not quite there yet, John, but I am really pleased with this start, and I think Tiger fans should be thrilled with where they're at right now. I want to see Kansas City in town this weekend, San Diego next week. They're off to a hot start, too. There'll be some good measuring stick games, and if they can get to 18 wins at the end of the month, they're pacing to win more than 90 games. And then by that point, Vierling is likely back or close, and I will pull up whatever seat's left on that bus. But maybe you guys have seen enough. Tom, you've seen enough.
Yeah, so I had him at 86 before the season, so I'm only going 4 more wins. That is not a lot. I thought this team was going to be good as last year's team, so that's why I went 86. It was a very safe thing to do in my mind.
But they're more consistent earlier than they were last year.
Yeah, to a degree. I think the pitching staff is better because of the starting staff. Job has impressed me enough to where I think he's going to matter for the team and win-loss column more than whatever they're trying to put together last year. I think they got the depth. The way they play matchups last night was a perfect example. When the matchups don't work, you need your, quote, stars to perform. And the 2-3-4 was awful last night, 5 even with Keith. So last night's an anomaly, though, because I think the matchups work.
Well, last night was not an anomaly for Riley Green. Like, there's a separate conversation here with him.
Yeah, and I think we're getting into a danger zone. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he has a offer today that him and AJ have a talk before tomorrow night's game. Like,
well, they already gave him the day off, which was kind of an extra red flag. Is after a day off, he came out and struck out 3 times and looked just as lost, if not more so.
Yeah, and so people would think you're overreacting. You're telling a manager what to do. No, he actually played a little bit of a psychological game already by not playing him on Monday. So they played a day game Sunday. He had a lot of time off to get his mind right and stuff, and he comes out and plays like that. I think AJ may push that envelope a little further with him personally. I don't think it's something that will come out publicly or whatever. But no, I don't think this team can go on the losing streaks that they did last year. People forgot about that. Remember how ugly it was after the deadline? Like, they lost 5 or 6 straight. I think they had a 7 out of 8er last year after they got to that 31-30 mark when Gibby called us. They had some swoons last year, and I think the pitching staff this year stops the bleeding.
Yep.
So why wouldn't I think if I think they're as good, and I don't think they'll suffer through as bad the down times? It's pretty easy math for me.
The other wild card is adding at the deadline and how many wins that packs in at the end of the season. Look, I thought they were going to win 82 before the season. I don't want to overreact and add 8 or 9 wins after only a couple weeks, but I'm encouraged. I think this team could win upper 80s and sure, throw 90 on the table if they're adding at the deadline and everybody gets healthy and they avoid. Because in baseball, there are stretches where it's just not going well, and Riley Green is the living embodiment of that right now. Teams go through that too, but for Riley, just the numbers for people to quantify this, he leads the American League in strikeouts right now with 28. He was 0 for 4 yesterday with 3, and he's 1 for his last 28 with 17 strikeouts. That's not who he is, but that's who he is right now.
Yeah, it's not who he's been.
Right.
That's for sure. So you do think that he's going to come out, but if you say that, Spencer Torkelson is not who he's been.
Can they both hit at the same time, pretty please?
That would be so nice. You can have a game or a stretch of games where they're 2 for 4, 3 for 4, 1 for 4.
Those guys are at the top of your lineup. If they're both cooking.
All right, so we've had some people this morning accuse us of being putting the disco in place again.
Oh,
Well, I mean, he did mention
it was
it.
a joke, people. Come on. No one thinks they're winning 100 games today.
Not the triple-digit disco?
No.
And I don't think we're going there. I think this was kind of like me and John were simultaneously jumping on when we first said 14-3 for the Lions last year.
Yeah.
I think that's what this is. I don't think this...
And this is, to me, it's easier to do at the beginning of a football season because you've got 17 games, right? You got to make a stand early on. With 162 and the injuries, I don't think it was unreasonable for me to think that they were going to be an 80-win team. Now, I just, this is how I feel this team is going to play. They're just going to be more consistent at the plate, and I say that, after a one-hit appearance. They've built some trust for me.
86 wins from this ticket texter, still a weak hitting infield. A lot of that hinges on torque. If torque hits, the infield's not light hitting. If he regresses, you look around and you wonder. But Torres had the only hit yesterday. I think he's been a nice addition to this team so far. They're getting something out of Javier.
Yeah,
and by the way,
now,
Sweeney's been quietly kind of good at shortstop. Quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says, are you guys joking? Of course they're going to be 4 wins better than last year. 90 wins all day. Look at the schedule. We only play Baltimore one series, and we own the Yanks. Take 101 just because of Scoobs.
I'm not willing to say 100-win team yet. I mean, that's a huge jump. We could get there at some point. I'm just not ready to have that level of confidence.
Texter says, beep, beep on the bus. Beep, beep, old man in a van. 248-539-9797.
Everyone's looking around right now. Who's honking at me?
Did I do something wrong? It's clearly a cartoon horn, people. Come on. It says, Colt, Keith, and Riley Green being bad at baseball and Torkelson now hitting his slump as well. I don't see how they hit 75 wins, let alone 90.
So I am cautious in saying trusting at all in what Spencer Torkelson has done so far versus, does he eventually come down to earth, and is he what he was last year? Because if you say that, then you're trusting that Riley Green's not going to be what he is right now, and that he's going to be the all-star he was last year.
If he's AAA torque, 90 wins is not on the table.
No.
Yeah, there's no way. I think at worst, though, he's going to be some mix of the last 2 seasons after he came up last year and then the 30 home run season.
Yeah.
Where you're looking 23-ish home runs. So I think that's the worst case scenario at this point.
To be clear, he has 5 home runs right now. He didn't have 5 until August of last year.
Right.
I mean, for him to be AAA torque, he'd just kind of have to disappear immediately.
I would just say to a text like that, and they're 10-7 have won every series since the Dodgers series.
Right.
He can win another one tonight.
Right.
Today, day game.
Yeah, sorry, today. Yeah. I don't want to give those guys a longer show than they deserve.
We're going to get to a Mel mock coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. A good question for the Lions fans out there. And then questions about the draft itself. Because, John, it does feel like interest levels down. The Lions pick at the end of the first round. But I've got 8 storylines, 8 days out from the draft. We'll get to that at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The full schedule now out for Pistons Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. Game 1 at MSG, Saturday at 6. Game 2 in the Big Apple, Monday at 7:30. That series then shifting to Little Caesars Arena next Thursday and Sunday. No game time yet for Thursday. Sunday downtown, 1 o'clock matinee. The Red Wings take the ice for the second to last time this season at the Devils tonight. No playoffs in Hockeytown now for a 9th straight year, but at 91 points, New Jersey is playoff bound. They're 3rd in the Metro. Forward Marco Kasper calls this Red Wings season a roller coaster. So the fight for the playoff spot the Wings wanted, that last wildcard spot, is actually very much still alive in the Eastern Conference. Canadians, 89 points, currently hold that spot, but the Blue Jackets, they've ripped off 5 straight wins. They're at 87 points, just 2 points back now. It's pretty simple. If the Canadians lose to the Hurricanes today and the Jackets beat the Islanders tomorrow, Columbus actually goes to the playoffs. Of course, Wings wrap up the season tomorrow at the Leafs. The Tigers shut out for the first time this season 5-0 at the Brewers last night. These two teams will go at it again for the rubber match this afternoon. Cater Montero up from Toledo. He'll start for the Tigers. That first pitch 110, 12:45 pregame right here on 97.1. In the play-in tournament last night, the Magic and Warriors both win. They clinched the 7 seeds in the East and West. Tonight, the 9v10 games, the Heat at the Bulls and the Mavs at the Kings. And WWE has announced that Monday Night Raw is coming to LCA July 28th. The last WWE event in Detroit was the Holiday Tour at LCA back in December. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got a poll question up right now on X, Costa and Jansen. It's which event has more of your attention a week from tomorrow, Thursday night? The Pistons playoff schedule's out. That will be a game at LCA against the Knicks. Playoff basketball. It will also be night 1 of the NFL draft. The results, still got another hour to vote. 63% say the Pistons-Knicks. Of course, a playoff basketball game has my attention. I'm surprised that even 37% say the draft.
I don't think that should be surprising. I think football is king.
Yeah,
there's just more.
They're not playing a football game.
I understand that.
We're playing a basketball game. One of our teams.
There's just more football fans than are basketball fans.
I understand.
And it's been a long time since the Pistons have been good, which you would think would generate the excitement. But there have been a lot of fans that have been completely checked out all season, and they're not ready to check back in.
The way this will work, the Pistons will play their game before the Lions even make their pick, but the draft is bigger than the Lions. But so many people have made this out to be the Lions Super Bowl. It's no longer the Lions Super Bowl. The NFL draft is not the Lions Super Bowl anymore. We've graduated. We're a premier franchise. We compete for the actual Super Bowl now. The draft is nice. I'll be interested. I'll pay attention. There's stuff to talk about with it. The Pistons are the headliner. They're playing an actual game. And it could be a pivotal game in the series, a winnable series against the Knicks. That game 3, if you're down 0-2, gotta have it. If it's 1-1 because you stole one, you grab control of the series. That's obviously the answer, but not obvious to everybody because damn near more than a third of people have said, Pistons. And we fight that battle on this show, by the way. For people on Twitter who are going, why would you even ask this? This is condescending. We fight this battle on this show. The Pistons are the team we want the Red Wings to be. The Pistons are the team winning and evolving, and they play with tenacity and grit and defense, and we try to celebrate them on this show as much as you guys are interested in them. And there's clearly a group of people that aren't paying attention to them.
Well, I think it's more of an NBA issue. There have been so many people turned off by the NBA, and in turn, the Pistons have been bad for so long that I literally think there's a lot of people that just have not checked back in to even see what the Pistons are doing or how they're playing. If they had, this is an exciting brand of basketball that the Pistons are playing. It's not like most other teams in the NBA.
But you said you'd watch an April baseball game.
Yes, because I'm a bigger baseball fan. And there are people, I hate to break this to you, that are much bigger football fans than they are basketball fans.
I'm one of them. I'm a bigger football fan than a basketball fan, but these aren't equal. This is not a football playoff game against a basketball playoff.
I'm not going to tell somebody what it is that they should care about more.
It's out there. You can vote. You can contribute. We've got phone lines if you want to call in about it, but we want to work in some of this NFL draft stuff. We're going to talk about the Pistons and the Knicks in the series preview as the week goes here. I think Friday is a huge day for us. We have all this preview stuff we want to do, including series prediction, and I think you know which way I'm going, John. I think I've all but told you how I think this series is going to go.
The only suspense I have is, and I don't want you to share this now.
I'm not going to do it now.
Is how many games? Yeah. Is it 4?
I got a
5
broom on Friday.
6 or 7. Those are your 4 choices.
I'm bullish on him in this series. We'll get to it, guys. We know what's going on. Mel Kiper's got his latest mock. And without going through all 100 picks of this 3-round mock, there's a couple things that stood out to me. And, John, I want to start in the late first round where the Lions are going to be really honing in and trying to pay attention. Is there a defensive lineman that you think is the most ready to contribute right now? Because that's the guy I'm looking for. Who is that guy?
Well, are you just talking about those that would be available to
It's someone in the 20s.
Lions?
Someone in the 20s that you think, hey, that's a guy I hope falls to me, or that's the best defensive lineman in that group. Who is it?
Well, I mean, I think you're honestly you're just looking at probably 2 guys.
Okay.
And it's guys that would fall to the Lions or be available in the 20s is it's a small list because there's not going to be a lot of guys taken in the first round. You're literally looking at probably Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon.
So Derek Harmon goes 21 in this mock draft to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He had the most pressure from interior defensive linemen. Aleem McNeil is going to be injured to start the season. Pressure can come from anywhere, and right up the middle, hardest for the quarterback to avoid. So I would love Harmon. In fact, he's someone, if it's like a Terry and Arnold situation, he's fallen a couple spots. Teams, for whatever reason, prioritize a different player.
He gets bumped down for whatever reason.
Hey, go up 5-6 spots. That's a guy I would really like. But in this case, he's gone.
I honestly would say, there are going to be guys that are off the board more than just the top two. And the top two are Mason Graham and Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
Nolan's a super athlete, too.
Yeah, and so those guys are going to be off the board. Now you're looking at your options are Kenneth Grant, the Derek Harmon, Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. I think he's more mid-second round.
But throw the edge guys in there, too.
Norman Lawton. But I don't know that you're going to get the guy that you want. I know Mikael Williams has been mocked to the Lions. He's mocked in this one.
In this one, yep, 28.
I just don't see him being available. I think there's going to be, because there is a lack of top-end talent at offensive tackle, because there's a lack of top-end talent. There's a limit, I should say, of guys that are elite wide receivers. I think the edge position this year is going to be one where guys are flying off the board.
So the way this breaks down, it's just fodder. It's mock drafts, but it's something to consider how the board may break. Derek Harmon goes 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Emeka Egbuka, 22 to the Chargers. Shamar Stewart, he goes 23 to the Green Bay Packers. I think Carson Anderson did one of their mock draft deals, and the audience picked Shamar Stewart. He's gone in this scenario. Donovan Jackson goes 24th to the Minnesota Vikings, guard out of Ohio State. Tet McMillan, 25th to the Texans. Maxwell Hairston, corner, Kentucky, goes 26 to the Rams. The Baltimore Ravens pick a guy who's made to be a Baltimore Raven, born to be a Baltimore Raven, Malachi Starks, safety out of Georgia, which means the Lions get Mikael Williams, edge, Georgia. And it's a guy with upside. As Mel writes, it's a guy who can fix the pass rush hole opposite Aiden Hutchinson. He can beat blockers with explosiveness. He has even more upside for Kelvin Shepard to unlock.
So for some of those guys, and I think for Mikael Williams to be pushed to the Lions, if he's available, you're going to have 3 quarterbacks at a minimum taken. You're going to have there'll be a run on your elite corners, safeties, a couple of running backs, Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton. It starts to push some of those guys a little bit deeper in the draft. And are all of the top-end offensive linemen off the board before they get to 21 or 22?
A guy you really like, Gray Zabel, went 18 to Seattle, so he's not on the board for the Lions at 28. Some other guys that would be: Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama. He took a top 30 visit with the Lions. He can be deployed all over the defense. Would hate seeing him going to Philly, because I feel like they get a lot out of him.
I hate seeing anybody going to Philly.
I realize that's going to be the reality. Kenneth Grant goes to the Patriots at 38, so he is there if you prefer him, or if you feel like, hey, we just got to get some beef on the interior with some pass rushing upside. James Pierce, 43 to the Niners. Boy, I hate if he went there. Same thing, right? If he gives them a second wind as one of those top-end, high-end pass rushers, and he falls to the second round. Lions' second-round pick. They have them going with an offensive lineman, Marcus Mabo, guard, Purdue. Played a little tackle, can play guard. That's kind of what we're looking at, whoever they draft on the offensive line.
Yeah, he's more of a guard body, more of a guard athlete. And I think he would be a guy that you could groom to eventually take over a little bit like they've done, with some of their offensive linemen, and Mahogany being obviously the most recent. I think Mahogany is going to be a starter this year. In year 2, and if you're able to get a guy, like Imbo, who could go in there, get you out of a game, get some experience as a rookie, going into year 2, you could be looking at him along with Mahogany as your 2 guards, and then you're just looking at a possible replacement, whether it's next year or 2-3 years down the road. I don't know how long Frank's going to be able to play, but you're eventually going to have to address the center position.
Ideally, the player they draft can play guard right away, compete right away for that spot, and has tackle flexibility if anything happens, because then that guy becomes your third tackle.
I'm really concerned about injuries up front for this offensive line this year. they've been relatively healthy, given,
Well, they're tough SOBs, too.
Well,
Part
they
of it
are.
is they play
Yeah.
through stuff.
But what are they going to be able to play through, and what's going to be their level of play that they're going to be able to sustain if they continue to get banged up?
If the offensive line crumbles, the Lions kind of fold in on themselves like a black hole. It
Oh,
all
yeah.
just it collapses.
That's the position that I'm most concerned about. That's why I keep coming back to Gray Zabel or an offensive lineman in the first round, because we saw last year, and I don't want to have to live through mix and match defensive lines, and I want to have a nice stud opposite Aiden Hutchinson. But if that offensive line crumbles, this team, that's not a position where you can just continually find guys off the street and put them in there and perform at an elite, at not just an elite level, but a serviceable level.
So the analogy would be, if you're on an airplane, they tell you have to secure your oxygen mask before helping someone else. You have to secure your offensive line before you can add to the rest of this football team. I do want to see D-line, O-line, first two picks. That way you're doing both.
I agree, but
you're
that's why I think,
improving.
that's why I think you got to go O-line to start with.
248-539-9797. Their third pick in this, pick 102, is Barrett Carter, linebacker, Clemson. So that's your 3-round mock from Mel and Field Yates. Mel made all the even picks. He made all the Lions picks. It's 97-1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Then number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers with a loss last night. 1 hit. No runs. Shutout for the first time this season. 1:10 they'll play today. Try to take the series against the Brewers. They've won 4 straight series. Montero on the mound, for those that missed that. Pushing everybody back.
Mm-hmm. You got a motivated guy going to the mound.
Yeah.
Wants his one shot.
Puts Olsen on the bump for Kansas City. Some big games coming up. Round out the month of April with Kansas City and San Diego and Baltimore and Houston. Got the draft coming up a week from tomorrow. We've got 8 questions, 8 days out. We'll do that at 9:35. John, we're talking about Mel's mock and some scenarios for the Lions and what could happen here. Ticket Texture says that if a right tackle fell into your lap, would you trade up and go? Well, I guess it wouldn't fall into your lap. It says if a right tackle was falling and you love him, would you trade up to 21 to get a future right tackle? It doesn't help now, but it's a future move. What do you think?
Well, that's why I love Gray Zabel, because he's a guy that could play all positions. Ultimately, he's probably Frank's replacement at center, but you have the ability to play him at tackle right now. I don't know. That's going to be the big question, because and I don't necessarily think it has to be a right tackle, because it's going to be curious to see when they move on from Taylor Decker. What do they do with Penei Sewell? Do they just keep him over there because he's been so dominant? And you have rushers. Like, I understand the backside of the quarterback. Trust me, I understand that. But it used to be your best pass rusher was your right defensive end going against your left tackle. Now you've got these guys. I mean, Micah Parsons lines up all over the place. They all line up all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sure there's still the benefit to putting your best guy on the left side, but not as dramatic as it used to be, because you still have to pass set strong on both edges in today's NFL.
Yeah. And so I just don't know if now's the time to make that jump into the tackle position. I have more doubts that somebody on the inside, and it's really just Graham and Frank, they're, I don't want to say more fragile, they're just, but they are more fragile than...
Well, they are. I mean, they take some bumps and bruises, and they're tough guys, but it's a brutal sport.
Yeah.
And beyond that, so those two guys are going to deal with those concerns. Mahogany, if he starts, it'll be his first full year starting. So the idea that you could have reinforcements on the offensive line is super appealing. 248-539-9797. A heads up, tomorrow is a week from the draft. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we'll be carrying Brad Holmes' pre-draft press conference live. So if you're listening right now, it'll be Brad Holmes tomorrow, giving us all the intel. I'm sure he's going to reveal his whole plan. He's going to lay out their big board for us at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes, I wonder if he'll address the wide receiver visits.
I was going to ask you, what do you think what are we actually going to get out of it? Because we'll take notes. I'm curious to see what he says. It's always going to be reading the tea leaves and reading between the lines. We'll take the best player available.
He's a little bit more forthcoming than anybody else. But, yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of mystery coming out of it. I mean, he'll be asked, would you be willing to trade up? Well, we've done that before.
Updates on contracts? Yeah. Do we get an update on Kirby Joseph, Aiden Hutchinson, some of these other guys? J-Mo, fifth-year option?
It seems like it's about a week too early for that, because last year Amon-Ra St. Brown was the day before the draft.
With Sewell,
Penei
right?
Sewell was at the same time. So
they were hoping to get all three done with Goff.
It'll be interesting to get an update on that as well.
Because those are things he's not going to tip his hand for the draft.
No, but he could say, hey, yes, we have something in the works, or we're working on.
We're getting closer.
Yeah.
We're excited about the progress we've made with insert player here. And get a sense of what they're going to do a week out from the draft tomorrow on the show.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting, too, because we've had Dan on before the draft, and they have, I don't remember if it was Brad or Dan, but, they've told us before, we've got 14 guys with first-round grades. And so it kind of gives you an idea of, okay, well, what's their evaluation of the level of talent in this draft? And
that's a good question.
One of those 14 drop down to 20 or 21, would they be willing to go get them? Is it position specific at that point?
Well, that's why if you have best player available as your philosophy, you can create best player available to also fill a need if you trade up. So that's the appeal, especially if you are picking late first and there's not that many guys with a first-round grade. Go get them. I mean, this team doesn't have 15 spots open.
Right.
I mean, they only have a couple spots for someone to contribute next season. So go get those guys. And if you lose a third-round pick in the process, I'm cool with it.
It's a third you didn't have to begin with.
Right.
It's a compensatory pick. Now, now it becomes what's the value of having that third round pick? Like in Mel's mock, they take a linebacker. Could you take a linebacker at that position if it's that individual and he's your replacement not this year but next year for Alex Anzalone?
We'll get to the biggest storylines for the draft coming up at 9:35. 8 days out, 8 questions. First, Heather with the news.
Well, after allegedly carjacking a DoorDash driver at gunpoint in Southfield over the weekend, 2 suspects led police on a high-speed chase that ended in Detroit. And now a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old from Detroit are facing charges stemming from the crime. So the victim was making a food delivery. This was Saturday morning when 2 masked suspects stole his Dodge Charger. The victim did complete his food order. He was still able to get the customers his food, but then immediately called 911 and let people know what just happened. Police were able to track down the Charger. They also tracked down a stolen Jeep. Police had to execute a pit maneuver to get the driver to stop, which then caused the driver of the Charger to lose control, crash the car. Inside the Charger, they found the victim's wallet. They found a gun. Both teens were charged with carjacking and carrying a concealed weapon. So they got him, which is good. And they did praise the driver for doing everything properly. And the DoorDash driver said his girlfriend's expecting a baby. And that's all he thought about that whole time was that I need to be there for my unborn child and my girlfriend. So he was lucky to be alive after that. This is something I had never heard of. Interesting debate, I guess. Some people are all for this. Some people are adamantly against it. Flocks of geese are about to be gassed to death under this new last resort option available to Michigan golf courses, parks, lakes, private landowners. While the strategy has drawn some criticism from some, state officials say they have no intention of halting these lethal roundups. Biologists with the Michigan DNR say killing geese will only be allowed under very limited circumstances, right? It will have to be considered a last resort, and these sites will have to try everything else to gain control of the geese before they'll round them up and gas them.
Because I saw that headline and I'm thinking, wait, I didn't even know this was going on.
Yeah, it's new. I don't love it.
Yeah, I don't love it either.
I don't love it.
I don't love geese, but I also don't love this.
I don't love geese either.
You got to control the population because a lot of places that they're doing this, you're not able to hunt them.
And they used to relocate them. But there was concerns of spreading bird flu, also very limited locations of where to move these geese.
Does it say, I'll ask a question that I'm sure you don't have an answer for, but after the gassing, is the meat, does it affect the meat? Is it still edible? Like,
God.
Do you eat geese?
Oh, goose? Goose meat is wonderful. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
What's it taste like?
It tastes like goose. It's a red meat.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
I don't know. It says state officials emphasize the chambers using carbon dioxide are approved for killing geese under this new. I don't know. The death occurs within minutes.
That's it's high quality meat and it wouldn't have any shot in it, so you might have to chip it a tooth.
I don't know anything about the meat of the bird, John.
Okay.
Well, maybe the answer is John. You just get out and hunt all these geese. And
I'd love to.
There we go.
I don't know.
It seems more.
Yeah.
Is that more humane?
Best cooked, medium rare.
Is it better?
To what?
Than gassing them? Like having John hunt them?
100%. Yes, that's better.
So let's just
that's
have you do
the number
that.
one option.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, gassing them, it just doesn't. I don't like that. I mean, this is the first time I've heard about
because
it.
of the
First time I'm reading about
too.
it.
I mean,
I don't love it.
Yeah.
I don't love rounding up all of these geese, ripping them from their homes and their babies, and just gassing
them
them
from their homes and babies. Take them with them.
I don't like any of it. But anyway, it's happening. It's a thing. Private landowners can sign up for this. You do have to pay for the
service
procedure.
Yeah. I guess.
I don't know what would be
anyway, this is interesting. Switching gears, there is a bride-to-be that is causing some major flack online for allegedly picking ugly bridesmaids dresses just so that she can look better at her wedding and in wedding photos, of course. This was all brought up on Reddit. The bride's sister is the one who made the post. She said, even this girl's best friends didn't make the cut to be bridesmaids. So she chose people who were more awkward looking or maybe not photogenic.
What?
Yeah, so that she would look better than them in all the photos.
I would think that you would just want your friends there.
This is awful. So now the sister is saying, hey, now that I know this, I can't get behind it. I'm dropping out of the wedding. Like, I am not going to be part of this.
How would you feel if you were asked to be a bridesmaid and you figure out, oh, wait, it's because I'm
ugly.
I got like a weird teeth or something.
This is horrendous. You guys know the bride is always the center of attention at a wedding.
Regardless.
It doesn't matter if all
dresses.
your bridesmaids, well, that's in there
That's
too.
part of it.
Not only does she pick awkward looking people, but
yeah.
really ugly dresses. No. You are always going to be the center of attention at a wedding. The bride is always going to be. It doesn't matter how hot your bridesmaids are. Pick your friends that you want by your side.
Look, John,
It's ridiculous.
From anybody else, it might matter.
I don't know what this bride looks like, but she's an ugly person if you're doing this.
Oh, inside.
Yes.
You're right.
Deep
she is
cuts.
She is an ugly.
Is
ugly
there a picture?
person.
For research here?
Well, yeah. I mean, just so we could see
I have not seen a
how.
photo of her. It doesn't matter, John.
How much help
is.
does she need?
But then don't have bridesmaids. I mean, like,
Yes, just go without. Yeah.
it's awful. It's awful. You want the people who are your friends to be by your side.
You know where I think this probably started?
Where?
Social
Online
media.
dating. Because they tell you don't put more attractive people in photos with you if you're on the apps. Because then the people swiping will fall for your more attractive friend. That's probably where this started.
Not a world I've experienced.
I know, John. Heather with the news. We'll end the hour updating that poll question. Draft night, Pistons home playoff game, which has the bigger interest. Coming up next, the big storylines. 8 days out, it's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and, getting back outside. And I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles. Their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Did you wake up this morning and think, you know what? I don't like the way these clothes fit. I don't like the way I looked in those pictures we took yesterday. All of those different things can be happening. Maybe you just don't like the way you feel. You want to be a little bit lighter? You got to get in touch with Ideal You. You can do it at idealu.us. Picture yourself 40 pounds lighter. And imagine being there in just 40 days. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Here's what you're going to find out. How much fat you have, how much muscle mass you have, bone mass, water weight, all of those different stats are going to be right there. And then you're going to be assigned a weight loss coach who's going to take those numbers, they're going to talk to you, and they're going to build a plan that works specifically for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
only hit of the game for the Tigers. Tried to hit the series today, 110. Catch the game on the ticket. You can catch any of the show that you missed on the Odyssey app. Use the rewind, including the start of the show where I caught everybody off guard.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you were going to move on from not only Kenta Maeda, but Javi and Kreidler. I thought you were just going to clean house on the roster.
I'm more surprised at your response.
My response, okay, set it up, and I'll tell you my response.
Okay, so game goes late into the night. We watch the game. We don't stay up and catch all the news about the roster move with Montero throwing. Mm-hmm. So we didn't know the corresponding move at 6 o'clock in the morning today. And I said, DFA Maeda. And you seemed confused. I said, well, that remove him from the roster, take the old English D off, never have him pitch for us again. That's what DFA means.
Yeah, thanks for explaining.
He's the worst pitcher on the team. He's in the last year of his contract. If and when a roster move needs to be made for a pitcher, isn't he the odd man out?
I don't disagree with any of that. My surprise was there's no way that the Tigers do that.
Right. It's the contract. Because it's $15 million.
It's a sunk cost. They're going to pay him either way. Do you want him hurting the team or not? You want a better pitcher on the roster or not?
Have we not had this argument for 3 years?
But Javi's not in the last year of his deal. I think it's a little easier.
It's a sunk cost either way. Time doesn't matter.
The other reason,
I agree.
The other reason they're keeping him around is because they still think he can eat innings over 162. I think they're already showing how they plan to use him. Bad innings, whether you're up big or you're down big.
Right.
Opening day he came in. People kind of didn't notice that because they were up so big early. And
he gave up throws and got a 9-run lead.
Right.
Let's take him out and put in a pitcher that doesn't matter if he gives up 3 or 4.
Right. So you make sense from a just yes or no.
Yeah.
The problem
it's
is
the first thing that popped in my head, and I didn't think it was that outlandish.
But the money
suggest.
complicates it. Contracts complicate sports, Jim.
I know they do. I know they do. The other thing that was brought up several times, but it's been at least an hour, that Alex Bregman had 5 hits yesterday, while the Tigers only had 1. So, yes.
That's your new text tone, or at least alert tone, right?
Alert tone. Thanks. Anytime the Tigers get up too big or they get down too big.
Yeah. Bregman.
I didn't even know that.
That's going to get obnoxious, okay?
That hasn't stopped us before. If you missed the bus, we talked about that earlier. John is driving the 90-win bus now for the Detroit Tigers. Ticket Texter wants to know, did you address the passing of a great man, Mike DeBord? We also talked about that to start the show.
Yeah, and before we go, I'll mention it again. Not just a great coach, but a great human being. And from the moment I was recruited till yesterday, and will continue to be this way through memory and things that he had talked about, a lot of my success, whether it was a player or just as a human being, stems from Mike DeBord and him being a great example and just a terrific human being. Loved playing for him. And just on a happier note, he was probably the one guy that made it real for me that you could have a lot of fun striving for success, working your butt off, but you could still have a lot of fun in that journey. And I had a lot of fun in football. I have a lot of fun in every single journey I've had since then. And obviously I have a lot of fun here on the morning. So that's part of the influence that he had. And he influenced so many individuals. He was a chip for a little while.
He did coach us
for
a little bit there.
Fire up chips.
They were the best years for our program, but I would.
Every kid that played for him is better off for doing that.
I don't doubt that. Yeah. And those are impressionable years. So it's a legacy he leaves in everybody that he coached and everybody that he worked around. John, we have a poll question up that we should update.
Oh, yeah.
And the number one response on the poll question was, this is hilariously condescending, the question that we asked. And it came out of a legitimate discussion on the show. I mean, what event has your attention more on Thursday night? Next Thursday night. NFL Draft Round 1, which is a huge TV product. Or the Pistons, Game 3 at LCA. 62% said the Pistons and the Knicks. 38% said, Pistons will be on, but my focus is hearing a list of names read on a podium from a prompter.
Well, it's a little more than that, but I like you downplaying the draft. Well, it was a good effort.
I know the city loves the draft. We just saw it a year ago.
The city loves the draft. America loves the draft.
Right.
NFL is always going to be king. And if this is an NFL versus NBA debate, it's not a debate.
But it's not.
It's not. You're right. But I think there are a lot of Pistons fans that checked out because the Pistons were so bad for so long, should be checked in, should be excited because of the way this team is and what they're doing. They're going to have a home playoff game that they can actually win. But the NBA have turned off so many of the former NBA fans that they don't even know that this Pistons team plays different than the rest of the NBA. They actually play defense. They play with energy. Cade doesn't get the superstar call. He doesn't take the 5 extra steps that you get as a superstar because you don't have to dribble in the game anymore.
I know what will win in the ratings nationally. I know more people will watch the NFL draft than TNT's broadcast of the Pistons and the Knicks. But locally, we've had a shift. The Super Bowl for the Lions used to be the draft. Now the Super Bowl for the Lions is the Super Bowl. The Pistons are playing a meaningful game here. Game 3, they could be down 0-2, backs against the wall. They could have stolen game 1 or game 2, or both, and have a chance to take control of the series. It's a fan base that hasn't gone into a playoff game believing they can win that playoff game in 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a real buzz around this team. I'll monitor the draft. We're going to have our stream. People can watch the draft with us. But I'm going to be fixated on what's going on in the Pistons game more than I am who goes 6th overall or 12th overall or 20th overall. I like college football. I like the NFL. I'm curious about the draft. The big story is the Pistons playing their playoff game, I would think. And most people agreed, but it's not unanimous. There's a lot of people that aren't bought into what the Pistons are doing, don't like the NBA product, regardless of how much fun the Pistons are, or the draft is too great an allure to ever go into the back seat. It has to be forefront for people. And that's what we asked if you had bought tickets, Pistons pre-sale tickets for the playoff game, and now you see the draft. I can't imagine you wouldn't go.
Oh, no, you're still going to the game.
Right.
You're still going to the game.
Would it stop people from buying tickets to go to the game?
If you're considering buying tickets, then no.
Then go. If you're on the fence, then go.
But we're also only talking about 20,000 people. That's all it'll fit.
Yeah. Yeah. Gator, what's going on?
How is everybody?
Good.
Good.
John,
It's good to see you. Well, thank you.
Yeah. It's good to be seen.
Yeah.
Rumor has it there's a dueling 3-round mock draft. I haven't looked.
You haven't looked. That's
looked.
restraint.
This is the thing, is that if I see it in the morning, I don't look at it. If I see it last night, it's fair game. But in the mornings, I don't. If I notice that there's one there, I'm not going to look at it because I know Doug likes to surprise me with it. I like to
3 rounds, dueling mock.
Yeah, play the role of a listener as well. We do the whole thing there.
I like how you guys do it.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get to it. Yeah, so it's going to be fun.
100 picks, 102 picks.
102.
Uh-huh.
You got that Lions pick at the end of the third round.
Fresh smell.
It's always good. I did hear you say you don't think Cam Ward is a first-round talent.
No, I didn't say he's not a first-round talent. I said he was. I think he's a number 1 overall pick.
Okay.
Do I think he's number 1? I think he will be the number 1 overall pick, but I don't think he's worthy of.
You think if he were in last year's draft, he would have gone after
Bo Nix,
or if he's included with those players? You got to give him the year that he had because he had a phenomenal year this year.
Oh, sure, but that's also why he came back. One, to have a phenomenal year, but also not to be in the mix with those guys.
Probably part of it.
Yeah,
strategy of it all.
Proving yourself is a good thing.
And he did.
Sure,
he did. He had a heck of a season.
Year.
But I'm sort of busting your balls or Boston balls, whatever it is.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, because I tend to agree with you. If I had to top, I can't believe they're moving on from Will Levis already.
Oh, I can't. He's terrible.
I mean, he may be terrible, but I don't know if Cam Ward's like the answer. If I wanted a number 1 guy, like a can't miss guy, I'm taking Abdul Carter, number 1.
Yes, but they're in a position where they've got to shoot their shot and hope that Cam Ward is a franchise quarterback. Because if he's not, we've seen this before. Arizona did it. A first-round pick.
Yeah, no,
you're not.
Maybe
it's not
a similar type situation, I guess, because who they took was so bad to begin with. But I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that there's a lot of quarterbacks that you could get some pretty good value later in the draft at quarterback. But even if you want to do it in the second round, why not go Abdul Carter? I guess they don't have a first-round pick in the second round, do they? Or
The first pick of the second round.
of the
No,
second round.
and so, but then the risk that you run, and obviously everybody's going to be talking about Manning. That'll be the big name next year, and who knows if he is the number one quarterback? Who knows if he comes out? All of those different things. But because their defense is still pretty solid, if they win a couple of games because they just are defensively that good, and Abdul Carter is everything. He's the next coming of Micah Parsons. Then are they even in position to take a quarterback next year?
Is this kind of their shot for better or worse?
Right.
No, I just think that you could look later in the draft, and Quinn Ewers is, remember how heralded he was not that long ago, but now people don't like him for I'm not sure what reason. I think he's still.
Will Howard will be there.
Yeah, I don't really like Will Howard, but I like Kyle. You know who I like? I like Kyle McCord.
Yeah. Did you see Will Howard's comments yesterday?
No.
Yeah, he's somewhat pulling a chip from Amon-Ra St. Brown, where any team that takes a quarterback, he's going to make him pay.
All right.
And then Dov Kleeman, which I know you guys follow him a little bit or have at least mentioned him in his tweets, he actually mentioned at the end of it that there are some scouts that use Josh Allen as a comp. And my instant reaction was all of those scouts should be fired.
Will Howard looks like the bad guy from a teenage coming-of-age movie from the 90s.
Yes.
He's James Spader.
Yeah. That's like he's torturing Anthony Michael Hall in some parallel universe.
He does.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, doesn't he have
John Hughes film.
Yeah, exactly.
But
he
won't be
doesn't even
talking
have
about
the cool factor of Stifler.
No.
Like, I mean, it's just
No,
there's
no.
nothing cool about him.
No. Definitely had talent.
So, Doug, you're not going to do lookalikes with all the quarterbacks in the upcoming draft?
Not.
Okay.
Yeah, but we will talk some Pistons. Tigers.
Yeah.
Tigers listless last night. Some other fun stuff.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. It's hump day, midweek. Tigers afternoon game today. Scott Anderson, how are you?
I'm doing well.
That's good.
Yeah. Have you decided when you're going to shoot the boot?
For what?
Well, the Pistons schedule was announced.
Yes. It was. I said Friday, Sunday. It is Thursday, Sunday.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I think Kang and I both would like to know when you're going to shoot the boot, just so we can be prepared for it.
Okay, I already did. I did it last
Oh,
night.
did you?
Yeah,
All
so
right.
yeah, all set.
Thursday, Sunday.
Thursday, Sunday.
Good God.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, look, it's something. I mean, this whole series is going to take 2 weeks if it goes 7 games. But look, I mean, we're new to this. We've always kind of watched it from afar and done, hey, whatever, because it didn't really impact us. And it even didn't impact us when we were in it because we weren't going very far.
No.
And we knew that. But this could be a series, man. I was listening to stuff out of New York, Tom Thibodeau and Karl Anthony Towns, and their reporters debating. And they're taking the Pistons seriously. At least they say they are. There's a couple things that I find very interesting. But, yeah, schedule comes out, and glad to see it because it's easier to plan. And I'm glad I didn't buy tickets to Game 1. In Detroit. I'm very glad I didn't get tickets to Game 1 in Detroit.
Because it's a Thursday and that's the draft.
Yes. Now, people can sit here and debate what, I heard some people calling up the morning show. I can't believe anybody wants to watch names get called off. Well, that's like saying, I can't believe people get excited to peel pieces of paper off boxes at Christmas. Like it's the excitement, it's the anticipation, it's the buildup, it's the discussion, it's the can you believe, that's what the draft is. The draft is the unveiling of what your team is walking away from. And so it's a big part of it is the anticipation and the buildup. It's way more than names being read off cards. However, there's nothing wrong with you choosing to watch the Pistons over the NBA draft. But yes, we'll get to that in a second. So schedule comes out. As we knew, Game 1 is Saturday night, 6 p.m. I think I might do a little game watching sesh, get some buddies over because we haven't been able to do this for something like an NBA playoff game in so long, and an NBA playoff game that has a bit of intensity. So I don't know if you have plans Saturday night if you'd like to come over and watch a game.
Oh wow, an invitation.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, sure. Come on over.
You get a maybe.
I got a maybe, a strong maybe. You got yes, I will attend. Maybe and sending of regrets.
Or regrets. Yes.
Yeah, you're at the maybe camp. Kang, you want to make the trek across Metro Detroit and watch a game in my basement?
That's more than across Metro Detroit, Doug.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hike.
You're outside of Metro Detroit, actually.
Yeah, I mean it's skirts. We're on the skirts.
Skirts.
Yeah, but you're more than welcome.
Thank you for the offer.
Yes, we can fire up something else on the other TVs.
Just do what I give him. Give him a solid maybe. That's all. It works.
Slow play him.
Yeah.
Am I getting slow played by guys? That sounds like a classic slow play.
I'll tell you what I tell my kids. We'll see.
There it is. That's a dad response.
We'll see. We'll see.
My kids, I've gotten to the point where if I ask the kids a question and they say maybe, I tell them maybe means no. I say that to them all the time. When you guys say maybe, I'm interpreting that as a no. So if you really mean maybe, you better sell me on it because right now I'm interpreting that as a no.
My dad would tell us all the time, we'll see.
Yeah.
And we learned maybe by the age I was 10, because my mom used to tell us the answer. She said, just if your father says we'll see and there's no expression with it, it means no. If your father says we'll see and then he's trying to stifle a smile and his dimples show up, it means yes.
So we'll see in my house means neither no or yes. We'll see means I hope you forget. If the kids say, hey, this summer, instead of going to a national park, can we just go to Hawaii and sit on a beach? We'll see. And you're going to forget you asked, and we won't have to do that. We get to go to the national park, but.
All the stuff that I'm going through right now, Doug, and you've been through it. All the stuff that my parents said to me, I'm regurgitating to my kids. And I can't believe it, man.
It is so weird. And
because I said so. Damn it, I can't believe I said that.
Yeah.
I hated that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you said so.
Why? Because. Why? Because. Why? Because I said so. Damn it.
You made me go there. I didn't want to go there.
This is your fault, child.
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
Trust me, right?
So anyway, Gator basically turned down my invitation.
I did
so
not.
did Ken.
I
said, we'll see. And he said maybe.
I even sent the solid maybe.
I won't be planning on it. So game 1 Saturday night, as we knew, 6 p.m. Game 2 is Monday night at 7:30, and game 3 is the first night of the NFL draft at LCA. The time to be determined. Now, is there conflict? Well, if all you care about is the Lions pick at 28, and you don't care about any of the buildup, and you don't think they're going to trade up, but you are interested in the draft, obviously the likelihood of the Lions picking before the Piston game is over is slim. The Piston game will likely be over. Now, could it get a 9 p.m. start time? I suppose it could. It doesn't feel like they'd put East Coast teams at 9 p.m., but it is New York, and it depends on what other games.
Not on a Thursday night.
Seems unlikely. But you know what? I couldn't help but think, if this were last year.
No, how unfair that would be.
And the Pistons were hosting the same night as Detroit hosting the NFL draft, that would have been insane, because there is a lot of interest in this Piston team and this Piston postseason. Wow. Now, maybe not as much interest as I had hoped for, and in terms of just discussing this team and the build-up, and we'll get into that coming up. But, I mean, they're going to sell out, and I suspect once the games actually start, there will be some buzz, which there's very little of right now, honestly. But that would have been crazy. Now, last year, obviously, I'm talking about if the Lions were hosting the draft and this Piston team. Last year, the Pistons sucked. Right. I got it. But this Piston team has a shot, has a real shot. And so anyway, that would have been crazy.
Right. So anyway, we got to think about how do you view that whole thing. I think you're right. The Pistons game concludes before the Lions draft, but the draft is so much more than a Lions pick at 28.
Yeah.
It's all the drama and intrigue that goes on. The players that slide. I can't wait. We got another 8 days here.
I know, right? I can't wait for Saturday night. Night. It just feels like something we haven't participated in nearly 2 decades. Even though there were cursory appearances, they were somewhat ceremonial. Hey, we're in the playoffs. Cool. But what we're getting to do is seeing powerhouse Cleveland and Milwaukee teams sweep us out of the playoffs. These were ceremonial appearances. This is not a ceremonial appearance.
No, we're getting a little build-up to it, which is cool, too.
But are we getting enough build-up to it? That is something I want to get into, because I'm wanting this to be a big story. I'm not sure it really is. And we will discuss. Morning Show touched on it a little bit, and I heard some of the feedback coming in. We will get into the Pistons and the Knicks a little bit, what's being said out in New York in this series. We got a Tiger lackluster performance we need to unpack, and whether or not there is any reason to really react to that performance. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off with a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part of both offers. They're only $999 down. That includes taxes and fees. Yep, you heard that right. There's no hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you, but you're going to need to act fast. These deals are not going to last long, so why wait? Head on over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You'll see for yourself why they're known for making a car buying experience stress-free. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Anything on your mind, fair game, and we mean that. But with that said, I want to start with that schedule being announced. And, so we kind of went through the first three games. At New York Saturday at 6, Monday at 7:30 at New York, Madison Square Garden. Couple days off, and then they will play in Detroit Thursday, going on concurrently with the National Football League draft held in the hamlet of Green Bay. Then game 2 at LCA is Sunday at 1, which is game 4 of the series. Then they're at New York on Tuesday, which is game 5, back at LCA Thursday, game 6, and then game 7 would be in New York on Saturday. As far as goals for this series, I'm going to say something, Gator. I want this so bad this series to be 2-2 after 4 games. I think you get to 2-2, it's on. And, I don't expect the Pistons to sweep. I do not expect them to get swept. But what really digs in with the intrigue is if you get to a 2-2 series, I feel like it's anybody's series. And I really, really believe that the Pistons are going to push the Knicks deep. And I think they can win this. I mean, look at it. I don't think it's crazy to think the Pistons can win this series, even though nobody on that ESPN, their page of gurus, nobody is picking them to win the series.
I mean, I think you're right. You might be stating a little bit of the obvious there. If it's 2-2, that anybody can win it. Yeah, I think the goal is to win one of the first 2 games, though.
Yep.
Come home with a win. And if you're tied 1-1 coming back to Detroit, I think Piston fans will feel great about it. And I think that's a major accomplishment in starting to down the road towards your goals if you take one of the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you're right. It is stating the obvious, but I guess I'm looking at, the first hurdle to clear is to prove that this is going to be a series. And if they leave Detroit after game 4 tied at 2, that's, I think, and you know what else that does? Because if it's 3-1 and they make it 3-2 or whatever, I think people will start to check out at 3-1. 2-2, it's on. But anyway, so the morning show talked about how the Piston home game is going up against the draft, and there's no question the draft is going to steal a good percentage of the Pistons' thunder in this town. That's just a fact. But they've kind of said something that we've talked about behind the scenes, and that is the Pistons are creating very little buzz leading into this thing. And last Friday, we sold a couple of topics really hard out at the beginning of the show and then let it settle in where it does. People are going to either react or not react. We got more Western Michigan hockey calls than we got Piston calls, more Western Michigan texts than we got Piston texts, which was weird and not expected. And I find that I am really compelled by this team, and I think they are so much fun to watch and so counter to the narrative that's out there that gets tossed around all the time, that the Pistons or that the NBA is unwatchable. People use that term. Whenever we bring up the NBA, we will get response that the product is unwatchable. And that to me is one of those things where it says, tell me you haven't watched the Pistons play without saying you haven't watched the Pistons play. Because the Pistons are very watchable. And for a variety of reasons, I think they do things that are counter to that storyline, counter to that narrative. And, in fact, they've tapped into, I think, some of the things that pump blood through the sports DNA in this town, and that is toughness and defense and unselfishness. And I guess I feel like, look, you can choose to do whatever you want with your free time, your disposable income, what gets your screen at night. But I feel like people would be missing out if they aren't watching this Piston team.
Well, I guess, first of all, I'd push back a little bit on the with what happened on Monday's show. I think you're talking about a national championship Western team.
Friday. It was Friday's show.
Okay, Friday.
Yeah,
well, even still, you were getting ready for that. We knew the Pistons weren't going to play for another week. So we're just waiting for this. And I think now that we're starting to see some playing games take place and We're just building up momentum. Schedule release today. We know what the schedule is going to be. Now it's going to ramp up, and I think there's going to be quite a lot of enthusiasm for the NBA playoffs here locally, certainly, as we move on towards the end of the week here, and maybe even today, maybe this happens because we're starting to whet our appetite a little bit. You see Trae Young get ejected in yesterday's game, and know how much you love Trae Young.
I've already had my favorite moment of the postseason.
Right. Steph Curry and company, they win last night, and they look like, they could be a problem because it's playoff time, and they've got battle-tested players, and, they've added Jimmy Butler and the whole thing. So I think basketball is going to start to ramp up quickly here.
248-539-9797. So I think the one thing about this Piston team that we should love, I think this town gravitates to teams that play defense. And I think we get sick of hype and stars. I think we got so sick of Sidney Crosby. We got so sick of LeBron James. We embrace team-first mentality. And guys on this team, this Piston team, they don't hunt shots for themselves. The Knicks are going to run double teams at Cade Cunningham all night long. And Cade Cunningham will willfully give up the basketball. I mean, Thibodeau said yesterday, you guard Cade with a team. You don't guard him with one guy. And I think he will gladly give up the basketball. He's an unselfish star. And these are things that really tap into things that Detroit loves. I mean, I have no data to prove this. I think this team is exceptionally good, better than any Piston team I can remember in a long time. And there have been some bad Piston teams. But I think one of the things that they're exceptionally good at is the one more pass. They will make a pass to a guy who's got an open three, and there'll be somebody closing out on him, and the Pistons, it feels like to a man, they'll give it up. They'll give the basketball up for somebody with an opener three. As good as any Piston team I can remember. I think they are exceptionally good at that. They are the anti-hero basketball team, and that is something that I think this city can embrace. But here's what I'll ask to the Piston fan that doesn't need to be sold on this. What would you say to the fan that does need to be sold on this team and this product? Why this team is watchable and why this team should be tapping into the way when we get feverish about something, we do it really good. The city of Detroit really does it well when we get fired up about something. And we're not quite there yet with this Piston squad. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, if you notice that your garage door is maybe a little sluggish, like a wet sponge, and it needs to just move better, the parts just seem to be loud and cranky, call Precision Garage Door Service today because they're going to come out, they're going to diagnose your problems, and then they're going to fix your problems. That's the most important thing. This is a local company, proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. It's a company I've actually used a couple of times. They came out to my house years ago, like 5-7 years ago, and fixed the problems that I had with the garage door. And then when I needed new garage doors just a couple of years ago, because the old doors were just old, needed to be replaced, they came out, walked me through all the options, and I was able to pick out the perfect doors for my house. Here's what's awesome about them. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. And if you go online, you can schedule an appointment that works for you. That's right, a time that works for you. Not a time window of 6 hours that only works for the company and holds you hostage in your own house. That's not how it works. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or go to precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Chris is in Oxford, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Chris.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Doing great.
I am actually on my way right now to LCA to buy Pistons playoff tickets for Game 2.
Are you? Okay. So Sunday at 1 o'clock, Game 2 being Game 4 of the series, Game 2 of the home games.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool.
We
Good for
really
you.
wanted to go to Game 1 for the excitement, but we can't make it because of work restrictions. So Game 2 will be good. Who knows? Maybe we'll go for a sweep, but you never know. We can only hope.
Wow. That'd be an aggressive move. Good for you. You know, the funny thing is, we talked about this yesterday, and I'm really, really, really pleased that the NBA announced the games, the days and times. Well, they announced the days. They haven't announced all the times.
Right.
As soon as they could. Like, I don't know if they were waiting for the results of last night's play-in games or what. Because honestly, it is awfully inconvenient for people not to know when the games are.
No, exactly. But they did have to wait because of the seeding.
Yep. Although I guess they had to wait just for the Eastern, or I guess the 7-8 games last night. I don't know why that was, and they didn't wait for the 9-10 games or wait for all the playing games to be done. I didn't see any reporting on that, but yes, I'm glad they did. So you wouldn't be able to go to Game 1 anyway.
I personally could, but two of my friends couldn't.
Okay, gotcha.
So we opted for Game 2.
And you may go for
all four can go.
You may go for the full
I'm
suite.
sorry?
Huh? You may go for the full suite, huh?
That'd be cool, but you never know.
Well,
You
you
can do
know,
them twice there.
it's not like a lottery. You know what you can afford.
Right.
You know, I mean, you have an idea of whether or not you're going to be able to get a suite. You're going to be the one asking, right? It's not random.
Oh, not a suite. We're getting 4 tickets.
Did you not say you were considering a suite?
Oh, no. Not a suite. I thought we could sweep the series.
Sweep.
Sweep.
Oh.
He wants to sweep with you.
Pan.
Pan.
No? Pan?
Am I the only one that heard him say he was thinking about going for a suite? Now
Now the tuxedos make sense.
It was just a miscommunication. Though. You heard something. He said something.
It's all right.
when he kept saying you never know, I'm like, well, dude, you know if you're going to get a suite or not. You know if you can afford a suite. You never know. Well, you do.
He thought you were saying sweep.
It's sweet.
Did you guys hear sweet? Just me? Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. Was watching the play-in games yesterday. The referees didn't call anything compared to the regular season. I think the Pistons have an advantage if they can get the same level of refereeing with the aggressive type of defense they play. There's no question. I mean, look, the last Piston-Knicks game might be irrelevant because Hart and Anunoby were out, okay? It might be irrelevant in terms of the result of the game. What might not be irrelevant is they let him play in that game. And Karl Anthony Towns got frustrated. And when that game ended, he stayed on the court talking to the officials. He was not happy. It was a physical game. And I had the thought at the time, that felt like a playoff whistle to me. And last night, letting everything go, I honestly think advantage Pistons. Now, they'll have two guys back. Tom Thibodeau said as much yesterday about how, hey, man, we didn't have two of our guys.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, Pistons have played half the season without Jaden Ivey. Cry me a river, buddy.
Yeah, but Jaden Ivey's not back for this game. Thibodeau's two guys
okay.
are.
Don't really care.
Well,
It's I just don't want to hear it anymore. I don't like hearing excuses. Go out and do what you're going to do. If you can beat the Pistons, great, and good for you. But as far as is it setting up a physical style for the playoffs, don't know. I don't know what the NBA is going to allow. We know that they've shut this down before, but they shut it down after the success, though.
right.
It's like they let them have the run, and then they're like, all right, next year that's done. Well, we're going to gauge and see what the fans like or not, and then we'll move on. But with this opening series against New York, it does make it interesting because the Pistons basketball is physical, in your face. This is a team that fouls more often than most teams in the league. I think they're 10th top 5 in fouls per game with on the bad side of that. It's a team that's kind of average in rebounding, but in steals and blocks, they're top 10. They're both, I think, 9th in both of those categories. They get after you a little bit. You know, it's fun to watch. If I'm trying to convince somebody to watch the Pistons why it's different this time around, it's because I would try to encourage people to watch because it's a younger team that has some veteran leadership, but the younger guys are the guys that are getting all up in your face. They're physical. It's a kind of smash mouth hoops. They like to go inside with this. They like to finish at the rim. But they're also quite capable of shooting the ball from beyond the arc if they have to. I just worry that the Pistons might fall in love with that a bit too much now that they're into the playoffs. I don't want them to change anything from their game plan of what worked during the season. The last week of the season, this team got a little 3-point happy.
Well, there's like playoff whistle, but there's also playoff officiating crew, and we don't know who the crew is yet. I don't think so, at least, and how they officiate games, right? So the physicality part, I think, remains to be seen. And as far as just, hey, wanting to watch the Pistons or giving this Pistons team a chance, if you haven't been watching them all year, whenever the Pistons seem to do it, and what I mean seem to do is seem to be good in this league, they crash the party. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They kind of do it their style, their way. They go against the grain of what the rest of the league is doing. The physicality part is one of them, right? The other part they do is they've got one of the most ethical scorers in the league in Cade Cunningham. He really does not foul hunt. He doesn't foul bait. You know, you got Harden, Trae Young, those guys out there. I mean, all the stars do it. But Cade doesn't. Like, there's games where he'll score 30 and shoot 4 free throws or something less than that, right? And I think that's refreshing to watch. I think you should tune in and see that. You won't see the stuff that maybe you don't like about the NBA because the Pistons do it different.
He's also gotten much more vocal in the last 20 games.
Now, yeah, they're going to have to get some calls here. Like, you can't just go through an entire, playoff run and not get calls.
But this is a guy who I don't think had a technical foul through the first 3.5 years of his career, and then all of a sudden in the last 20 games he's picked up a handful of them.
And I think it means more, and I think they're trying to set up the rest of the league. Like, hey, we do things different here, but we're not going to get pushed around either. You give us our calls when we deserve them. I think Bickerstaff getting ejected a couple times at the end of the year, going off at the presser. You mentioned, just like you said, Gator Cade getting technicals. This team is not going to get pushed around on the court and off the court. And so I think this hopefully sets up for them to be physical and allow them to play a little more physical brand of basketball.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. We've got feedback coming in here. Anyone who watches the draft over a playoff game is a massive loser, especially when the Lions pick isn't going to be announced until after the game is over. Well, we have the arbiter of who is a loser and who is not texting in. Your hometown team in a playoff game, no matter the sport, takes priority over everything. That's from an unnamed texter. Maybe I'll try watching the Piston game, but LeBron has ruined the game for me. Terry in his truck. Well, Terry, I've checked the rosters, and LeBron does not play for the Pistons nor the Knicks.
He plays, in fact, Doug, it's on the West Coast.
Yeah.
So
you can go to bed.
Right.
I hate the NBA, but I hope the Detroit Pistons do well. It's great for the city. Biggest issue watching the NBA is the nonstop foul baiting and the complaining that follows. And it's taking 20-plus minutes to play the last 2 minutes of a game, signed 80s NBA fan. It took a long time to play the end of the game back then. But I do think the foul baiting, and that's why Kang bringing up Cade being an ethical scorer as a superstar, is a very valid point. Problem with the NBA has been so bad for so long that I've moved on to other things. The Pistons might be really good. Hell, maybe they'll win the championship, but I don't care. I've moved on to other things that occupy my time/money. Why watch the Pistons and get fired up? It might just help you take the bad taste of the Red Wings out of your mouth. That's from an unnamed texter. I would tell the fan that hasn't paid attention to stay away. We don't need your bandwagon mentality. I mean, I will tell you then you are limiting how big this can be. If you're telling fans that haven't paid attention to stay away, you're wanting to make it your exclusive little club, and that will put a ceiling on how popular, how much buzz they will create. And I think that's self-detrimental. I think you want your team to create some excitement. 248-539-9797. Cliff is in Detroit next. Hello, Cliff.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey,
Thank
Cliff.
you for taking my call.
Sure.
All right.
hey, I'm all in with the Pistons. I love them. We're talking about Coach of the Year and Team of the Year, in my opinion. When these guys are healthy, they can beat anybody. That is, if the refs don't cheat. So, yes, everyone should watch them. They play a good game, and the turnaround is historical. So that's what I got to say.
You, when you say the refs don't cheat,
If they don't.
What are you worried about? You worried about they're just going to give
I'm
the
worried
Knicks a
about
series?
Us not getting the calls that we should get. That's what I'm saying.
I think they're more worried about it than the Pistons should be worried about it.
Well, like I said, it's an important part of the game, as you guys know. You know, if in fact you got 3-5 missed calls, that's the balance of any basketball game.
I guess when I look at it, I'm not worried necessarily about the Pistons, driving to the hoop, get hacked, and the foul's not called. That doesn't bother me as much as if the Pistons are going to be handcuffed because they play a physical style of defense and they start getting calls against them. That's why I'm concerned with the referees. More so
agree.
than
I'm saying either way, let the refs call the game straight, and the Pistons will beat New York.
I think if the refs swallow their whistle, the Pistons will beat New York.
And I think we'll see a game or two that goes like that. I don't think the series is going to be called the same.
248-539-9797. Tigers lackluster last night. We'll get to that today at 11:05. Is it anything to be concerned about? Big picture, small picture? Of course, they have an afternoon game today going for a series win against Milwaukee. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, as the grass outside turns from brown to green, it's a beautiful sight, right? You want to make sure it stays that way all summer long. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you got to mention me, Gator, and the station 97.1 The Ticket. You want to get green and stay green? How about saving some green? That's what happens when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount, and Natural Way has been fantastic for me. I've used them for over a dozen years now, about a dozen years, and I couldn't be happier with how green and lush my lawn is. Why? There's no dandelions. I don't see those weeds. They don't come around because they spray for them. You know what else I don't see? Crabgrass. Crabgrass sucks. If you see it in the middle of summer, it's too late to fix that problem. You got to make sure you take care of it right now. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control. Call Natural Way today. They use fewer chemicals. They use environmentally sound practices. In fact, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. You know you're getting the right care for your lawn. Custom tailored solutions specifically for your yard and your home. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. It's a Wednesday. 10:19, Scott. 10:19 in the morning. 10:19 is when it happened.
Oh, come on. What?
We had our first Stoney sighting.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to do some BS. We felt the earthquake and
No.
all right.
No, Stoney, who is
10:19.
Yes. Remember, there's a Tiger game today.
I know there's a Tiger game today.
So the earliest they're going to hit the air is what? If it's
Games
1:10, 2:10, 3:10, 3:30, 3:30.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock is a
3:45, 4 o'clock is the earliest.
Yes, and they're responsible for half the show content.
Yeah, 2 hours of show.
Stoney got here at 10:19. Now, you put in a lot of time to prepare for a show.
Yeah.
And a lot of effort goes in and all that. Assuming he starts show preparation at 10:19. The earliest he goes on the air is 4.
Does he have a podcast he's got to do?
Maybe. 5 hours and 40 minutes of prep time before a 2-hour show is a lot. It's a lot of prep time.
It is?
Yep.
Yeah.
But he is known to linger. He is known to be here.
I would not have expected 10:19.
10:19
If we
is
had a
awfully
time,
early.
I would have said way closer to 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Now, to be fair, there's also a rule here that somebody has to be here during play-by-play just in case there's
a catastrophic event or something.
Yes, locusts. And you have to break into live programming. So there's always one of us here until 2 o'clock, and then the afternoon show's responsible. So somebody has to be here at 2.
Correct.
From their show. But Stoney is
dedicated.
Yep. Dedicated is a great term for Mike Stone. 10:19, first Stoney sighting. Okay. Feedback coming in on the Pistons. The Pistons mix of castaway vets with a chip on their shoulder and young talent who have rapidly developed under a new coach who've built a culture that matches the city. They are a team with an identity. Finally, the gritty Pistons are here. That's from Drew in Lake Orion. If any Piston fan thinks the Detroit team is going to benefit from officiating, I got some bad news for you. It is... The weird thing is, if the league really wanted the Knicks to win more, they'd won more than no championship since, 1973? Is that their last one?
Is that
Willis Reed?
Willis Reed coming in? Later?
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that the league... It was 1973. I mean, don't you think the league would have helped them out a little bit more?
I mean, honestly, the Knicks have not been relevant in my mind since Patrick Ewing. And they had, a series against Indiana and Reggie Miller. It's like Mark Jackson versus Reggie Miller, which was a great back and forth. That's like 1993 or something.
So it's been a minute.
So, yeah. I would imagine the league would love to have the Knicks do something. But at this point, it's been so long. How can you? I mean, I know it's a fun place to go to, and that's what the league wants. I mean, the league wants them to advance if they're going to be competitive. That's one thing, But this is not a team that's going to beat Boston or beat Cleveland, and neither is Detroit for that matter. But it could be fun to watch them get to that point. The league's got bigger fish to fry. They're worried about the Lakers.
Yeah, right. I'm going to LCA to that outdoor plaza to watch the game on the big outdoor screen, and I'm going to watch the draft on my phone too. I'm going to do a bit of both. That's from an unnamed texter.
I think that could be a lot of fun.
You think? Is there anything going on that you guys have read or heard about?
I haven't seen that they're going to set up the plaza view. I haven't seen that. Maybe it's been reported somewhere. I have not seen it.
Not that I want to tell them how to do their job. But please.
Do it.
Right?
Seriously.
This is the whole point of having that outdoor area. Let's go.
Right?
Let's make it a party.
Food trucks.
Bands.
Cheap beer.
Let's go.
Flat top griddles.
Yes.
Let's go.
I mean, I reached out to someone from the Pistons, haven't heard back, so I'd love to know.
You want to cook?
Did you?
Yeah. I haven't heard back.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to bring the...
Oh, me?
No,
He
flat top.
reached out to find out if there was going to be a party.
Yeah, like an actual,
Yep.
I hope they do. I really hope they just completely embrace this thing.
We're talking about
home or away.
Home playoff game. Fire up the free outdoor plaza viewing.
And away too. I'm with you, Gator.
Yeah, I think it'd be as long as the weather's cooperating.
Yes,
then you can, because that it's set up so. And now with they got all that space in front right now that is still under development. Who knows what it's going to be? Can you imagine? You just get food trucks and doing all that.
The NFL draft is reserved for Piston commercial breaks. That's from an unnamed texter. Yes, game 3 of the series, first home game for Detroit, conflicts with the first round of the NFL draft for people just joining us. I'm a Piston and Lions fans, but also a WWE fanatic. WrestleMania is this weekend.
It's true. Saturday and Sunday.
He goes on to write, but Piston playoff is first over anything. So WrestleMania is that, I assume, Saturday night?
It's forever. It's like
it's Saturday and it's Sunday and it takes up way too much damn time. And I'm tired that they do it 2 days in a row.
Is it like 8 hours each day or something?
It's a full work shift for 2 weekend days. You have to watch 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday.
And are you going to do it?
I'll have it on the second screen.
Yeah. Kenny's dedicated. He is dedicated. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Piston fans, sell your product. Why is this team, in your opinion, counter to the NBA narrative that many people think it is unwatchable? I'll say this about this series, too. It has a chance to be spicy. It has a chance to be spicy because last week when they played, that game started out, and I felt like the Knicks were treating the Pistons like little brother style. We're going to keep you down. We're going to talk about it. And some bad blood was developed as that game went on. There was a lot of trash talk. And I think the Knicks were trying to bully the Pistons. And it was physical. The refs did let him play. And Thibodeau stressed that the Knicks are actually toying with the 2 center lineup with Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson on the floor at the same time. And I wonder if that's a little bit in an effort to counter the Pistons' beef, and not beef stew, but just their overall toughness and the way they play the game. And then there was the lob at the end to Jalen Duren when the Knicks had pretty much white flagged it, and the Pistons threw a lob. And they didn't react outwardly, but even in the play-by-play, of all people, Rick Mahorn, if you missed it, was saying, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think we make too much of that. We're making more of that than needs to be made. It's the end of that game. I don't know if it didn't look as bad as I thought it was going to be as I'm looking back on it now. Can the Knicks use that as motivation? Sure, go ahead, hook them, whatever works for you. I think that they've got other things that can motivate them rather than waiting for the last play of a kind of a meaningless game at that point. So the two big men is something to be concerned about, because is that going to change the approach what the Pistons have? Is it going to be they're going to be physicaling themselves out of the game? Duren and Stewart can both foul a lot. That can be a problem for them at times. But typically Jalen Duren's just a double waiting to happen. I mean, he's averaged that throughout the season. But what does that put more pressure on Asar Thompson? Because Jalen Brunson's the guy you got to stop. So Asar Thompson, we love what Asar Thompson can do defensively. Mm-hmm. Are they going to allow Asar Thompson to play tight defense on Jalen Brunson?
All right, so is there any concern coming out of yesterday's Tiger game? We will get to that at 11:05, plus a Lion with a decision goes public with why he did it. We'll get to that at 11:30. Tiger baseball this afternoon, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Pistons have now got their entire schedule for their first-round playoff series with the Knicks. It starts Saturday at 6 at Madison Square Garden. Game 2 in the Big Apple Monday at 7:30. That series then shifting to Detroit next Thursday and Sunday. No game time yet for Thursday. Sunday is a 1 o'clock matinee. Until then, a week of practice continues in Midtown. Pistons prepping for New York. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff says they're sticking to what got them here. Rest of the schedule, Game 5, April 26th, Game 6, May 1st, Game 7, May 3rd. Tigers go for the series win against the Brewers this afternoon. They were shut out 5-0 last night. Cater Montero up from Toledo for this one. He starts for the Tigers. Jose Quintana for Milwaukee. That first pitch at 1:10, pregame show at 12:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings take the ice for the second to last time tonight at the Devils. New Jersey playoff bound at 91 points. For a 9th straight season, the Wings will not be. Tomorrow is the Wings' final go-round of the year at the Leafs. That puck drop, though, tonight at New Jersey is at 7:30. And WWE announcing that Monday Night Raw is coming to Little Caesars Arena July 28th. The last time they were in Detroit, the holiday tour at LCA in December. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's go to Cameron here on 97.1. Hello, Cameron.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I was calling, I believe Gator's a big WWE guy, so I'm going to be in Vegas at WrestleMania for both nights.
Wow.
And I will be wearing my Pistons stuff on Friday, though.
Why? So,
were you wearing wrestling stuff on Saturday?
Yeah, I'll probably wear the wrestling stuff Saturday and Sunday, but I have to represent for the Pistons playoffs on Friday.
So let me make sure I understand this. The WrestleMania is not just 2 days, it's 3 days. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, he's going out there. It's Vegas. You go early. He'll be out there.
Yeah.
You're leaving on Friday to go to Vegas.
You're wearing your Piston stuff for travel.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yes, I'll be leaving Thursday, and then Friday night I'll go to the casino, wear a Piston shirt or something, and represent Detroit.
Sweet. Good for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gator, are you watching WrestleMania?
I haven't asked me that before the show. I will probably catch some of it because it's a Netflix thing now. I think Netflix or Peacock, one of the two, so I can watch that. I'm not thrilled with the main event on Saturday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
More interested in Sunday, but I'll probably tune in here and there. I like AEW a little bit more than I like WWE, but I still watch some of it. So I'm intrigued.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intrigued. What are you donning on? What are you going to wear on Saturday night?
Saturday night, I'm thinking I got to wear a WWE shirt, but if I also I want to represent Detroit and Michigan any way I can. So maybe like a John Cena shirt or maybe a Tiger shirt. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
I like Tigers better.
Are you getting a suite?
Tigers, okay.
It's not getting
no suite. I'll probably get like something on floor level, maybe like something further back.
You don't have tickets yet?
No, they're expensive. They're going like $2-3K, so I'm trying to wait last second to purchase them.
Okay, all right, I see. Otherwise, it's just a nice trip to Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I'll be going either way if I have to kind of commit to that. But I'm going to try to get a big deal if I can.
Or win a lot of money on Friday night so you can afford the tickets on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep, I'll put a lot of money on the Pistons, and we'll pay from that way, right?
There you go. Mm-hmm. Have a great time.
Thank you, guys.
So that's this weekend. So Saturday night, he'll be at WrestleMania and not watching the Pistons.
That's correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
Kenny, do they do the Hall of Fame induction on Friday night?
I was under the assumption that they do SmackDown and then right after is the Hall of Fame ceremony.
And do we know who's being inducted in the Hall of Fame yet?
I read who it was. I can't remember off the dome, but yeah, that's going to happen.
I think Sting is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Would you stop?
Doug, are you shocked that Sting's going to be in the WWE Hall of Fame?
I didn't expect it.
Why?
Because I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
That's the wrong answer.
That is the wrong answer.
First ballot. First ballot. That's why. First ballot. Is he a first ballot guy?
Well, he just spent so little time in the WWE. That's why it's controversial for him to be in the Hall of Fame, but it's a kind of a pro wrestling thing. In general.
Hence.
Yeah, right.
Hello. All right. So 248-539-9797. Tigers get shut out. Lose 5-0. Offense was non-existent. Is there reason to be concerned? Reason to be concerned.
Well, there shouldn't be. It's one game. All right. And they won the previous night 9-1.
Mm-hmm.
But to quote Bob Uecker from Major League, as best I can, one hit, one blanking hit. That's it. That's all we got.
Mm-hmm.
One hit last night. One.
Yep.
I mean, it was an epic fail in all facets of the game. Jack Flaherty did not have it going on. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but he gave up 3 runs and looked like he just didn't have control. After the game, looked like somebody had murdered his dog, and he was not happy about it. I hate to put it that way, but it just wasn't. He was very upset with himself and how he pitched. The team, like I said, one hit.
They have warning track power.
They did.
They really did have warning
Dingler
track power.
clocked the ball, and so did Torkelson. Both at like the deepest part of the park.
Yeah.
But not out. It's great when you can hit it 400 feet, but if you're not pulling it more down the lines, you're asking for a fly ball. The defense let them down a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Ibanez just threw it. They had a couple bad plays. Let's just say that, and that wasn't good at third base. And he was, a late insert into the game. So this is one of those that, to quote Kang's daughter, yuck, throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, it was kind of that game. I mean, Flaherty. It's funny. I would describe him as not sharp based upon what we've come to expect from him, right? I mean, it's not.
Well, he didn't make it out of the 5th.
Yeah, and struggled, and more guys got on base than he probably would have preferred, and strikeout numbers weren't there. It just wasn't what it was. It was one of those nights. We asked questions, and we had. I don't think it's much reason to be concerned. It was a lackluster game. These happen in the course of a season. We all know that it comes down to, does this become in any way the norm? So it's the first time Torque has followed up an offer with another offer. And we weren't at a point where we thought that's never going to happen. But it is definitely, one of the things that happened last year is when the wheels came off, they came way, way, way off for Spencer Torkelson. And, this is how do you bounce back? How do you respond? How do you deal with the ups and downs? And you also always kind of have to wonder a little bit whether or not any team has figured anything out that others will copy.
Well, he looked a little off balance at times yesterday. So the whole Tigers team. If he were the only one, I'd be concerned about that. But everybody was. I'm more concerned about Riley Green. This is one for his last 28 now.
Mm-hmm.
And add 3 more strikeouts to the total. It's getting to be kind of gross. And it's not good. He had the day off before and just, I don't know, wasn't there today or last night. I wonder if he'll be in the lineup this afternoon. Haven't seen the lineup yet, but they're going against a crafty left-hander, veteran Jose Quintana. So I don't know if he'll be in the lineup against a lefty. But maybe he needs to have a day off before they come back home, because he's been horrible. Just, completely outmatched. And it doesn't look right.
We talk a lot about how, the guys got to pick each other up. And, when one guy plays bad, they've gotten a lot more out of Baez. Hit a ball, scalded a ball that was just a hard out. But, they got more out of Baez. They got more out of Torque. They got more out of McKinstry than they ever could have imagined. And what's great about that is they've been able to pick up other guys who are struggling. I think, though, if you zoom out and look at the 30,000-foot picture, it's hard to imagine them doing much of anything if Riley Green doesn't get back to form.
Well, that's a big one.
I mean, you try not to overreact to one guy's struggles, but if he doesn't return to form, I'm not sure how far they're gonna go.
Yeah, it's 17 games into the season, but this 1 for 28 stretch, that's a huge stretch. His average has come down to 219 now in the season. He's not drawing walks either, but the strikeout totals are absolutely alarming for Riley Green at this point. So needs to flush it out and figure a better approach and clear his head and be the all-star player that he is, because he's absolutely a stud player in this league, and they need him to be that. And you're right, if he's not, this offense is really going to take a hit. But it's one game that we look at from last night. But with Riley Green, it's a bigger sample size than that. He got off to a really nice start for the season and has been awful since.
Is there something in their contracts that say Torque and Green can't be good at the same time?
There might be.
Seriously, man.
Yep.
I thought these guys were friends.
It's funny
Best friends.
because I mentioned this earlier in the week. There was a sense last year when they were, we thought of them as the cornerstones, right? They're going to hit 3-4 for a bunch of years. And last year, Riley Green was an all-star and Torque got sent down. And I wondered what those interactions were like. Like they were going to be Batman and Robin. They were going to be that 1-2 combo. And what was Green saying to Torque? Keep your chin up. And now 1 year later, it's inverted.
Yeah, they're going to be hitting 3-4 for years to come, but one's going to be in Toledo and one's going to be for the Tigers.
Yeah,
Just
you hope
switching back and forth.
Hope that's not the case. 248-539-9797. Welcome you to the Tigers here a little bit. They are in action this afternoon. Lion explains a little bit why he changed his number. We'll get to that today at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Plus, they have white glove customer service. It's something they take great pride in, and they choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. People who call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Listless Tiger performance last night. One single solitary hit from Gleyber Torres. It was a double, though. But there were some hard hit balls. Look, it was one of those nights, and this is going to happen throughout the course of the season. But Dingler gave one a ride. Torkelson gave one a ride. Baez absolutely smoked a ball, but it was right at the left fielder Churio. So, okay, happens.
Somebody else hit one right up the middle that almost decapitated the pitcher.
Yeah.
But the shortstop played right there. It was like the shift without being in the shift.
Yeah.
Was he would just pick it off and throw him out easily. I'm like, damn it.
Yep.
But, yeah, they couldn't get it going yesterday. Hopefully they get it going today. Against a lefty. Quintana's only made one start this year, and he pitched awfully well. But throughout his career, it's not like he's new to the league. I think he's 36 years old or something like that. So he's been around, been to a number of different teams. You know what you're getting. He's a left-handed pitcher. Let's see if the right-handed bats can enjoy this. It'd be nice to see Torkelson get back after, like you mentioned, back-to-back offers. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Dingler will be in the lineup, but I'd like to see him back in there. Maybe not throwing the ball to second base because that seemed to be a problem.
God, he almost drilled Flaherty twice.
Yeah.
On throws down to second.
And they were referencing how that's Milwaukee's game. If they get a guy on first base, they're trying to send him to second base. They'd like to apply pressure, and I like that style and brand of baseball if you have the players to do it. The Tigers don't really have those players to steal bases as much, but Milwaukee tries it. But I'd like to see Dingler in the lineup again today because he, right-handed against the left-hander, and he can crush the ball. We've seen him crush the ball, and he crushed it last night just for an out.
One of the great things about sports is that when you're watching, sometimes you see something and you wonder, has that ever happened before? And last night in the Tiger game, we did get that. Has that ever happened before? It was in the seventh inning. Milwaukee was threatening. I think they had first and third, and there was a ground ball to Torkelson.
Yeah.
And Torkelson tried to get the runner at second. There was a chance that it was going to be a double play.
Yeah, he was trying for the double play. Yeah.
So he picks up the ground ball, and the base runner, I forget who it was running from first to second and was kind of in the line of where Torkelson was throwing. Torkelson threw it and hit the base runner, which I've seen that has happened.
Sure,
before. Yeah. But here's what I have not seen.
Right.
The ball hit him in the shoulder, popped up in the air, and Trey Sweeney, who was on second base, stretched and caught the ball off the base runner in time for the force out. So it was a throw from Torque, hit the runner, popped in the air, and got to Sweeney anyway for the out. I've never seen that before.
I had not. You don't typically see the ball, once it hits a player like that in that situation, continue to go forward.
Yep.
But that's what happened.
It deflected up in the air. As I think Benetti called it, popcorned up in the air, which was an accurate description. And there it was.
That was something.
Every once in a while, you see something, you go, I've never seen that before.
Oh.
Yep. So.
Unfortunately, allowed to run the score.
Yeah, and it also didn't matter.
No, it did not. Well, it doesn't matter if you're only going to get one hit in a baseball game.
Yeah, it'd be cathartic to see one of those 7-run, 16-hit kind of games today. Just one of those reminders. Hey, all good.
100%.
All good. And Kiter Montero getting the start.
Yeah, this is interesting. So A.J. Hinch has decided he wants to give, because they play like 23 games in 24 days or something.
Yep.
So he wants to be able to give the guys in a rotation a break. Like delay everything by everybody gets a day off. Delay everything by a day. So Kiter Montero gets the start. Reese Olson will start in tomorrow's game. But it's interesting. They end up sending down. Was it Herder that they sent down?
Oh, it was Hannafy.
Hannafy. One of the H's. Send him down. Not sure how long that's going to be that he'll be sent down for, because Montero may make a second start. He hasn't committed to that. AJ Hinch hasn't committed to that. But if he does, I said yesterday that you had the back-to-back bad outings from Maeda. And I thought, well, it's way too early to say, all right, he's done. But then I hear that Montero's being brought up, and I thought they're not going to send Montero down already, are they? And they're not. But who deserves to be on this roster?
So it got me thinking a little bit that there is an element of preservation that they have to consider with Jackson Jobe. In that Jackson Jobe, I think we looked it up earlier this year, the most innings he's thrown in a season is 90-something. Let me double-check that. I'm pretty sure I remember it being 90-something. But, Scott, in an effort to stretch Jobe as deep as they can in the season, Montero might play a significant role here in absorbing some starts between now and the postseason to try and keep Jobe as fresh as possible, as long as possible. So you kind of talk about players that might be underrated on their impact on a season that has some premium when they're trying to do some stuff. Cutter Montero might be one of those guys that, hey, don't forget about him, because his ability to give them innings, have some success, and preserve Jobe, if not preserve everybody, but I think specifically Jobe would be one that it's hard to imagine that they're ready to give Jobe 200 innings.
Yeah, they're not. Not at all. I'm curious how close to 140 he's going to get.
Yep.
So it's nice to have a guy like Montero that can, but it's not like Montero's pitched a ton either. He's pitched more in his minor league career, but how many is he going to be on an innings count between Toledo and Detroit? But they're going to find guys periodically throughout the year, whether it's Montero or it's Maeda or it's Matt Manning, who started last night. I know we were looking to see if he's going to pitch on the bullpen, but he started last night, did not pitch well, got hit a little bit again. But whoever it is, they're going to be spot starts to give Jackson Jobe a rest for sure. And probably the same thing, maybe to an extent, for Casey Mize.
Yeah, and so the number, by the way, the number on Jobe is 91 2/3. That's the most pitches, most innings he has thrown in a season. And, as a starter in a major league roster, you want to have him, if he's going to be good, how do you get him to September? How do you get him to September without having a dramatic jump in terms of his innings? Montero might be the guy. And as far as Manning's concerned, they might want to seriously look at reprogramming Manning. This might be a career reboot out of the bullpen and see if he can be effective in that role. And that could be if things keep going south for Maeda, that could be your next move. But there's a lot of moving parts here. And AJ Hinch said it when they were trying to cut down to the roster. Guys, this is where we are for now. I'm just thinking about the next series, but there'll be lots of moves made along the way.
Yes, there will.
And so we're just absorbing it all. Bounce back game today. Cutter Montero getting the start for the Tigers. 248-539-9797. All right, uniform number changes in the NFL became a big story, and the Lions had a bunch of them. And quite frankly, the reaction it got, I don't know if it was simply limited to those that purchased a jersey, so it might be the kind of deal that impacts a smaller percentage of Detroiters, but those that it impacts are pissed about it. I do want to get into, because one of the players explained why he did it, and I want to get into that a little bit. We will, coming up today at 11:31. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket, anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video using twitch.tv and youtube.com. We've got streaming chat on both those sites. You can watch the show and then participate in the streaming chat. Sometimes we read those things on the air. So, all different ways you could take it in. And follow us on Twitter, at DugganGator971. Let's talk some Lions next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on anything with that $250, from three-pointers to steals to assists. If you want to go prop bets, you can also just bet point spreads, money lines. You can bet over-unders. And remember this, after games tip off, you can combine your live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. More games tonight. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so, it was a big story when it came out, the Lions players changing their jerseys, the biggest ones of which were J-Mo going from 9 to 1, Jahmyr Gibbs going from 26 to 0, Terrion Arnold going from 0 to 6. And, these are the kinds of things that part of the storyline is definitely that people buy jerseys and they do want them to be authentic, and they do like to have, the player's actual number, and, you're honoring that guy in many ways and saying, hey, I'm rooting for you. You're my guy. Let's go. But when you change the number, it can be irksome. People can get irritated when the number gets changed. And you're like, hey, what are you doing? You were my guy. This was my jersey. And that makes people either feel well, some of the reaction we got when this story came out was some people were saying, I'm never getting a jersey ever again, or I want my money back, or blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Terran Arnold says he's changing his number to honor his late friend and teammate at Bama, Kyrie Jackson. He was killed in a car accident. He was with the Vikings, right? But he was killed in a car accident. And, I'm glad to see him come out and explain it and talk about one of the reasons why, for those that it doesn't sit well with. They have every right to change their jersey, okay? They do. And they weren't the first players that did it. It seems to happen more frequently now than it did in the past. I don't know that you can really begrudge a guy if he's doing it for that reason. That feels like an honorable reason.
Really hard to do that.
Yep. So as maybe that helps with the explanation here a little bit in terms of, why it was done, and maybe a little bit grace. If you had a Terran Arnold Sub-Zero jersey and you're upset about it, at least that explains it a little bit, right?
Oh, it totally explains it. And once you hear the explanation, you can't complain about that. Not for that reason.
No.
I mean, and really kind of for any reason. I mean, I get the people, they invested in a jersey and then they see the player change the number. You're like, oh, come on, man. I get that. But, and they don't have to give any reason. They can say, well, I like this number better. It wasn't available to me when I first got into the league and I always wanted it. Now it is, and I'm going to take it. Fans can say they don't like it or whatever. But when somebody comes out and says, I'm honoring a friend of mine who died, I think you kind of STFU, right?
Or at least say, okay, well, that's, I can get on board with that. My kids, I thought it was really cool. I always wore 22 in hockey, the number 22. And my kids, when they started playing and got to choose numbers, the two oldest right out of the gate chose 22. And I was like, oh, that's cool.
Here we go.
I was like a proud dad in that moment, right? And then the oldest changed it to number 19 because that was for the passing of his Aunt Carol, and her favorite number was 19.
Great reason.
And I was like, that's awesome. And my youngest I don't think he ever wore 22, but he chose 7 because that was his Grammary's favorite number, and she had passed. And I'm like, I can be all on board with that. My daughter stuck with 22 all throughout. I'm not going to say I'm not proud of that. I'm proud of that. But, kids, I thought it was cool. And maybe, if anybody out there chose a number to honor someone, you can relate to what Terran Arnold's doing here. 248-539-9797. Did you choose your number to honor a Cowboy? A Dallas Cowboy?
The first year I played football, I chose the number 54 because of Randy White.
Yeah. Which I think is great.
Yeah.
That a kid it's like me growing up as a Tony Gwynn fan, I guess. Kid in Detroit grows up worshiping Randy White of the Dallas Cowboys. Why did you worship Randy White?
I don't know.
He was a defensive lineman.
I think the reason was because when I first started watching football was the 77 football season when I was just a wee little lad.
Yeah.
And they made the Super Bowl against the Broncos, and they beat the Broncos, I think 27-10 that year. Randy White and Harvey Martin, the other defensive lineman, they were co-MVPs of the game. So he got on my radar. I was collecting football cards. I had a Randy White football card that was, his rookie card. And all of a sudden, I just became a Randy White fan. I was a Cowboy fan. Loved Tony Dorsett, Roger Staubach. Loved those teams. Not everybody did, but I did. So it was easy for me to just kind of latch on to that. It didn't last, when I was playing through high school, because 54 was a tighter jersey on me.
Didn't fit.
Yeah, it wasn't like you could, we'll make a double XL jersey and whatever number you want. No, they handed you a jersey and you could ask for a number, but if it wasn't going to fit, it wasn't going to fit. Eventually, I settled on a 72 when I was a senior. But
was there a reason for that?
There was no. The only reason was it fit.
All right,
that was the reason. The previous year I was given 71. I thought I was going to wear 71, but somebody else had that, so I went 72. And then afterwards, I was able to reconcile it by saying, "Yeah, Ed Too Tall Jones," but I didn't really care about Ed Too Tall Jones.
248-539-9797. Ethan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ethan.
Fellas, it's been a minute. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to chime in real quick about this jersey thing, and I think there are some nuances to it that, it obviously the Terrion Arnold thing, what you guys were talking about with him wanting to represent, a friend of his who passed away, that's a little bit of a different story. And I think we can all agree that that's totally fine. He can do that. However, I have Jahmyr Gibbs' jersey. And I said after the Lions drafted him, I was like, if this dude's nasty, I'm getting his jersey, because I was so flabbergasted by that draft pick. And I was just like, there's no way this guy's going to live up to a first-round pick. Well, foot in my mouth. Thank you, Brad Holmes.
Right.
Fantastic draft pick. And I ended up buying his jersey. Now, the Lions just got brand new jerseys this past year. I love them. I love the blue jerseys. I got a Jahmyr Gibbs blue jersey. And it kind of sucks that, he had that number for 1 year or 2 years and only one in the new jersey. And now it's like 0 will probably be his number for the rest of his career and probably be what he's remembered as. And, I spent really good money on that jersey. They're not cheap. And I got the nicer of the two that they sell. So it just kind of sucks from a consumer perspective, to have something like that. I'm not, kicking and screaming or anything like that. But the first thing that popped into my mind was like, I have 3 little boys. And if one of them had wanted his jersey and I got it for him for Christmas or whatever, that's not a small investment. It's a good chunk of money. And if I was a parent and that happened and now the kids are seeing, oh, well, he got a new number, I want to get his new thing, whatever. It kind of sucks from that perspective. And I think, it doesn't happen a ton, but you're right, Doug. It does seem to happen more now.
Yeah. And I mean, your line, I like your approach to this is this kind of sucks is, I think, appropriate. It's part of when a player changes a number, the fans that have latched on to that guy, and you typically buy the jersey of the player that you really, really like. Well, now their jersey's outdated. Now, does it become a throwback, a vintage? I was on board early. I mean, do you wear it with a badge of pride that way?
I do think there is an element of that, especially with Gibbs. Like, if I could find a way to get him to sign that jersey, like, hey, I was riding with Jahmyr Gibbs from day one.
Right.
I've got the 26.
Which is funny because the reason you got it's funny. As your story goes, the reason you got it is because you weren't riding with him. You were so mad about the pick, but then you were wrong. And so you're like, I'll eat the crow and buy the
draft
jersey.
Party, I swear to you guys, at the draft party, I said out loud to everybody there, I was like, if this guy's sick, I will buy his jersey at the end of the year. Well, I waited until the new jerseys came out. It was the very first thing I got.
Yeah.
when the new Lions gear came out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think his complaint is invalid, and I think his approach is right. Kind of sucks.
Yeah, it is what it is. But he's not alone. Plenty of other people did the same thing, and this is the new thing in sports. One of the new things in sports. Players are going to be doing this all the time.
I did. I just looked down at Twitch, and somebody tried to spin it for Ethan to make him maybe feel better about it. Reese wrote in, "You were OG repping him." So you consider himself an OG because you got the original jersey?
Or all the people that buying it on discount now, they're not OGs.
No, right. They're not. That's a good point.
Is it trying to
get rid of all the
money?
Inventory?
Yeah. We got so lucky because my oldest wanted a Jahmyr Gibbs jersey. He wanted the black, and the sale popped up maybe a month and a half ago, and we were like, okay, let's go ahead and get him as a gift. And I got him a large, and we sent it off to him, and he was going to wear it around D.C. where he's living now, and he put it on. He said, it does fit. Problem is, when I wear this, I'm going to wear it outside with like a sweatshirt underneath. I actually want an extra large. So he then sent it back, and we ordered an extra large, and that showed up, and I hadn't sent it to him yet. It was sitting at our house when the announcement came out his jersey was being switched. We still, fortunately, had time to just return it for full price.
Wow.
Which is really lucky, like that whole sequence.
Very lucky.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think the caller said it best. As a consumer, it sucks.
Yep.
It does. I mean, yeah, the players have the right to do this, obviously. They can do it whenever, within the limits of this, the league says, whenever they want. But they're millionaires, and the everyday fan is not a millionaire. And this is more, it hurts their pocketbook more than, you know what I mean, than a millionaire's pocketbook. So when they have to eat the cost of a jersey, and he's absolutely right, these things are not cheap, especially if you get the nice ones. That's, hey, you're just eating the money at this point. I think people are upset because there's always a chance of player movement, but it feels like players don't stick with anything anymore. And this even goes to the, college, right? Like people jumping around and the pros jumping around and teams and numbers. And it just adds on to it again. Like, hey.
The new world order is don't expect things to stay the same.
Absolutely.
At any level.
Change is inevitable.
Speaking of which, price raise. I want to see how you feel about it, Gator. Something's gone up in price. Nobody ever likes that, but I'm wondering if it means
inflation.
Yeah, or are you out?
Okay,
we'll get to that today at 11:50. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months, with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding Terrion Arnold switched his number, and he said he's doing in honor of a late teammate guy who played with the Bama, Kyrie Jackson, killed in a car accident. He's going from 0 to 6. And I think it's good to get that out there because some fans that bought jerseys got pretty frustrated, to have the authentic one, and then it's deemed, I guess, out of date. But here's some of the feedback. Give me the old times when the players never changed unless they were into a different team. The not-so-fun league cracks down on some crazy things, but not this. Well, moves merch. Jeff and Pontiac, the number 0 is not a number. It's the absence of a number and shouldn't be allowed in any sport. Jeff, I have an issue with the number 0. I do not like the number 0. I think Gator, it was you that finally articulated it in a way that made sense to me, that helped me, and it was, that's the number we use before we start counting.
Right.
Anyone outraged JMO changed his number? Are we forgetting he literally said, give me that Uno when Akuda got cut? Ha ha. That's from Will. You can dig out your old Jim Arnold, the punter from way back in the day. He wore number 6, so the 6 Arnold jersey is current again.
There you go.
Did
Like
Jim
that.
Arnold, if you have a 6 Jim Arnold jersey, it works for Terrion Arnold. What are the odds?
Yeah, well, that's would not match up in terms of the style of the jersey anymore. But hats off to you if you got a Jim Arnold jersey from the 90s.
Mike in Waterford writes in, I'm sorry, but anyone outside of a child's age that complains about players' number changing, it's time to grow up so they don't have the same number. Wah.
I kind of agree with that.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's the $300+ that they're weighing about.
Yeah,
it's not like, if you didn't buy a jersey, yeah, that's wah. I think the people that spent the money, that's what.
But no one's going to look at you at the stadium if you're wearing your 26 Jahmyr Gibbs jersey and go, oh man, you're an idiot. You got to change it.
But I'll tell you right now, I got a buddy of mine who just got a Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey autographed, framed. Okay. And he was debating between Jahmyr Gibbs and St. Brown. This is before the number change.
Mm-hmm.
He told me had it been Gibbs, he'd want his money back. That's how upset he would be. That ain't cheap, man.
No, but that's, I mean, it's a difference between, are you buying a jersey to wear a jersey, or are you buying a jersey so that you can frame it and have it in your house, hopefully get it autographed and give it value and then sell it someday, I suppose. I mean, there's a big difference between the two.
It's still $300+.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're again, it's if you're buying to wear it, it sucks that the guy changed his number, but I don't think anybody looks at that person and who's wearing the 26 jersey and says, "You're foolish."
He doesn't care what other people think. This is what he thinks.
That is his problem, isn't it?
All right, Scott. Something that we talk about on the air quite a bit. And there's a change coming to the Mega Millions. Did you see this?
I know that they're changing the price on it.
Yes. Tickets used to cost $2.
Mm-hmm.
Price hike. Did you see the price hike?
No.
What would be a price hike where you would say, okay, I mean, you don't want anything to be raise in price, but that isn't that you think is, where would be too much?
I don't know, $5 a ticket?
Well, that's what they're raising it to.
Why are they doing it to $5 a ticket?
Well,
I mean, I know it'll be bigger payouts, and we're going to add more payouts as well. It's not just a bigger payout, but they're going to be more payouts, correct?
So, yes, they're improving the odds, okay? The overall odds to win any prize, Gator, is improving from 1 in 24 to 1 in 23. The overall odds to win the whole thing, the jackpot, has gone from 1 in 302,575,350 to 1 in 290,472,336. And that's because the new game will feature 24 mega balls instead of the current 25 mega balls.
Okay. Thank you, I think.
Yep. Gator, there is now a larger starting jackpot. When somebody wins, it resets to $50 million instead of the current $20 million. Appealing?
No, I never buy tickets right off the bat. I always wait till the jackpot builds up because I can't just simply win $20 million. And now I can't simply just win 50. I won't get in until it gets to the several hundred million. Because I'm not a regular buyer of these tickets.
I actually think you've hit on why they did this. This is all about the restart because I think there are tons of people like you.
Oh, sure.
And so if they started at 50 million instead of 20 million, it gets up into the 100 millions quicker.
Yeah. I get it.
And so more and more frequently, the thought is, because there's no way that they haven't worked the math on this. Okay. I'm sure they've worked the math.
The whole thing's on math.
If we remove one of the 25 megaballs and make it 24 megaballs, which is a fun term.
It is fun to say megaballs.
So if you have, I'm sure they've done the math.
Doge?
I'm sure they've done the math. Say we're improving the odds that somebody wins, but we're going to get to larger jackpots quicker. More people are going to buy in quicker. They're not doing it because they're trying to do us a solid.
No, I hear you, but I'm starting to think of myself. Okay, let's say that the jackpot gets up to $400 or $500 million. Now I'm inclined to buy tickets, right?
Yeah.
Before, I might go $10 or $20 worth if I felt really saucy. But I was getting 10 tickets if you're going with $20. Now, if I give $20, I'm going to get 4.
Yes.
I'm less inclined.
Yeah.
So what their plan with me, it probably backfires.
Okay. Kang, what about?
I'm not even sure if I'd buy any tickets.
Oh, so you might be out.
I might be.
You'll be back.
Have to take
the moment you say that,
circumstances.
the moment you said that when those words came out of your mouth, that immediately eliminated because he will not do it now. Yeah, Kang, you might have just made the list.
Spiteful Gator.
Yeah, I think Spiteful Gator's like, the hell with that.
Yep.
Nobody's going to tell me what to do.
Nope.
Spiteful Gator.
Nope.
I don't understand this. What are you talking
I don't
about?
run, Coach. I walk.
Yeah.
Right? You see me walking out of here right now?
Came here for the field. I came here to throw the shot put, not to run 2 miles before practice.
You showed him. I know you did.
You did show it.
Yeah.
Team suffered. Team suffered significantly.
We don't know that.
Yeah, we know that. I know who was throwing shot put.
So you think you would have been the best at shot put in your school. You walked away, and it was the team that suffered.
There's no question I would have been the best at shot put in the school at that time.
So is it possible that maybe you suffered?
No, I didn't suffer.
Okay. All right.
You didn't have to run, dude. He won.
Yes.
He won that war.
This guy.
Yeah, but this guy didn't get to put the shot or shot the put or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
He didn't get to participate.
Nope.
There were no winners there. Anyway, Kang, are you out?
So I've thought about this. I was upset when I first heard the news, as most people are sure. No one likes a raise in prices, and then they try to justify it with all the things you just read. I think I'm not going to say I'm fully out. So I can't. I'm not going to be. That's an instant reaction. Okay.
Yep.
What I will probably do at some point moving forward is I'll just spend the same amount of money. I'm just getting less tickets. So if I spent $10 before on 5 tickets, I'll just get 2 tickets now.
Okay.
Yeah. My costs
Which is
won't go up.
That's what they're counting at.
Exactly. I know. Yeah. They got the math. They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. Even if they sell half the tickets they used to sell, they're still profiting $1 each, right? Because this is
Yeah.
more than double.
Well, that's the
price.
thing. It's how the math works out.
Yeah.
Is profitable? Is it profitable for them, or are too many people going to say, you know what, no,
Mm-hmm.
and then they go back to the old system?
Price adjustment.
You might see a price adjustment.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. We also have a local player declaring their intentions, whether or not they're staying or going to the league. We will get to that today at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers look for a series win against the Brewers this afternoon. They were shut out for the first time this season, 5-0 last night. Detroit was held to just one hit in that one. It was a Gleyber Torres double. Jack Flaherty, though, not too bad. 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, 4 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch says that starting faster this afternoon will be key to getting the bats going. Here's how the Tigers will line him up. Leading off, playing right, Justin Henry Malloy. Designated hitter Gleyber Torres batting second. Andy Ibanez hitting third and playing second base. Cleaning up Spencer Torkelson, who plays first. Riley Green back in the lineup playing left and batting fifth. Third baseman Javier Baez bats sixth. Tomas Nido will catch today and bat seventh. Trey Sweeney, the shortstop, eighth. Ryan Kreidler playing center and ninth. Cater Montero gets the start up from Toledo. That first pitch at 1:10. Pregame show less than an hour away, 12:45 right here on 97.1. Full schedule now announced for Pistons Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. Game 1 at Madison Square Garden, 6 o'clock Saturday. Game 2 Monday at 7:30. The series then back at home at Little Caesars Arena next Thursday and Sunday. No game time yet for Thursday. Sunday's a 1 o'clock matinee. And the Red Wings take the ice for the second to last time this season at the Devils tonight. At 91 points, New Jersey's playoff bound. The Wings are not for a 9th consecutive year. Tomorrow's the Wings' final go-round this year at the Leafs. That puck drop, though, from New Jersey tonight at 7:30. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Danny Wolf going to the NBA from Michigan, who spent a year with the Wolverines, transfer over from Yale, and worked his way into being a first-round pick. And we saw it with Jace Richardson at Michigan State. Gator, we're in an era where we've well beyond moving into an era where you almost come to expect this, right? When a player has a really good year, them working themselves into the first round of the draft. And I think fans, they always want to see more of their guy if you're a fan of the college team. And I've taken the approach now that this gives the coach something to sell. This gives the coach more fodder for recruiting. Look how quickly I turned this guy into an NBA pick.
Sure.
If you're gonna try and look at it a positive way, Tom Izzo can tell freshmen, Jace Richardson came in here and bam, made him an NBA player. And if Dusty May, you could say Danny Wolf had a nondescript career at Yale, came to Michigan, and bam, we turned him into an NBA player. That's your glasses half full approach, is how do I, if you wanted to see your guy play for another year, well, guess what? It's not happening. What's the best way to, it's why the coaches are in such a weird place, because I'm sure deep down, many of these coaches, and in this case, Izzo and May, would have loved to have their guys come to them and say, hey, I signed an NIL deal with the Collective and I'm going to stay and I'm going to get mine and I'll come back and play another year for you. It's a win-win, right? They'd love to hear that. But when the player announces they're leaving, they have to, I'm going to guess to a degree, feign their excitement. Yes, our guy is going. We had success in getting to achieve their goal, when in the end, like, damn it.
I mean, you never know what the situation is, right? I mean, is the player going pro because the Collective wasn't going to put up enough money for him to stick around? Like, you know what? We're going to allocate that money elsewhere. But, best of luck with whatever you decide to do, whether it's transferring to another program or good luck with your professional career. In his case, it looks like he might have some first-round grades. I mean, not lottery pick stuff, but, you're a big man who can shoot a little bit. You got a chance.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just it's the world we live in, and
yeah, look, I'd love for all college kids to make a 2-year commitment. Be nice, but it's not the way. I mean, it's used to be you could just turn pro as a high school kid, but then they closed that up, and now you have to play 1 year beyond high school, whether it's in college or the G League or whatever. So it keeps evolving. It is what it is, and I'm not thrilled with the state of college basketball. I don't like the constant, and I mean constant, transferring that goes on. And now that money's involved, it makes more sense why there's the constant transferring, because people are always chasing the bigger the bigger money, the bigger payday. And I don't begrudge the students for doing that. I mean, if you can make money, imagine what it would have been like if you were in college.
Me?
Yeah, if you were an athlete that was able to get money. Wow.
I mean, so are we changing the whole premise to I'm an athlete?
Well, I mean, that's what you have to. Because you have to put yourself in their shoes.
Well, I'll say this about the NIL world, is it does make it more attractive for players to stay. That's like if you're a college fan first, there's plenty of you out there that are college fans first, and you don't like the NIL world, which there's plenty of you out there that don't like the NIL world. The one more year funds or the stay and make money, if the guys at the top are probably not staying, but I bet it cuts down on the fringe players that leave. The guys that are in NBA, you're talking about borderline first-round picks or second-round picks or guys that just want to get some money and doesn't care if it's the G League or Europe or whatever. Those guys might be more compelled to stay. And in college football, the mid-round guys are more likely to stay.
Yeah, but they're also more likely to transfer.
Yep.
I mean, stay in college football, yes. Stay at the school that they're at, not necessarily.
Well, that's a different rule, right? That's the transfer portal allowing for immediate eligibility. When you put those two things together, it really has led to pretty massive amounts of player turnover.
Chaos.
Maybe they shouldn't have introduced them both at the same time.
Well,
but that's the world, like we said, the world we live in.
There'll be guardrails at some point, you would think, but
I don't know.
Not today.
Not yet. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Pistons schedule is out for people who missed it. Game 1, Saturday, we knew that, 6 o'clock in Madison Square Garden. Game 2 is Monday night at 7:30. And Game 3, the first game in Detroit, is Thursday night. Time to be determined. Thursday night also happens to be the first round of the NFL Draft. If you've been waiting for this moment to get the schedule, Game 4 in Detroit, the second one hosted here, will be Sunday at 1. And then you got Game 5 Tuesday, Game 6 the following Thursday. That's back in Detroit. Detroit, you can buy tickets to Game 1, 2, or 3 in Detroit, which is Game 3, 4, or 6 of the series, right? That makes sense. Everybody follow? Now that those dates and times are out, I imagine tickets are going to move pretty quickly because it's far more convenient to know actually when the games are. The question becomes, do people choose not to go to Game 1 in Detroit because it's the same time as the NFL Draft, which is a really big sports night. And I know for some people this decision is easy. The decision will be, yeah, I'm not going to that game. I'm watching the draft and the Pistons. I'll take them both in. Or it might be easy. Are you kidding me? It's a playoff game. I've been waiting for this for a long time. For others, it might not be as easy or the simple decision. We've gotten this. I saw this feedback probably more than anything is I'll just get tickets to another game. I'm not going Thursday. I'll go Sunday. Or I'll get tickets for Game 6, which I feel like is going to be the game to have tickets for because I'm very confident that the Pistons are going to push this thing deep into a deep series. And with that, the deeper you get, the more coveted the ticket is. If I'm choosing one game, even though there's no guarantee there'll be a Game 6, that's a ticket I'm going after. But now that the game times are out, yeah, it kind of sucks that it's up against the NFL Draft. Yeah. We'll have divided attention for sure for what we do, but the good news is, unless that game's like a 9 o'clock start and the time hasn't been determined yet, and it seems unlikely that it would be a 9 o'clock start, Scott Anderson, the Pistons game will be over most likely before the Lions pick.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't know what time these games started last year. If the earlier game was a 7 o'clock tip, I would think they'd probably want to make it earlier, like 7 as opposed to 7:30, just because of that second game. They want to get both audiences. I think it's pretty safe to say that Detroit will be playing the earlier game. They're not going to be playing the night game because if you have Eastern and Western Conference games be at night.
They'll all be at night. It's just later.
Well, yeah, it's later, but I'm saying the 7 o'clock Pacific time as opposed to 7 o'clock Eastern time. So that being said, where the Lions stay at 28, yeah, you're likely to see the Pistons game finish up before the Lions pick.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the Lions move up.
You know, now that you bring it up, would the NBA in any way benefit from what college basketball does? And that is, in this first round, when you have 8 series going on, that you go noon, 3, 7. And I'm because
no.
The TV, yeah, but see, the thing is, they have games on at the same time at night. You're splitting the audience. So can you capture the country the way college basketball does on the Thursday, Friday of the first round?
I understand what you're trying to say there.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
To me, I would say no. College basketball, that's a tradition. To try to start that in the pros, I think it'd be real slow to get off the ground there. I don't think many people would, care about the noon start.
Probably not, but it'd be. I think it'd be cool.
I thought you were going to say just stagger the starts. I didn't realize you were going to go full on.
Yeah, let's go noon, 3, 7, and 10. Let's do it that way instead of having 2 games at 7 and 2 games at 10, or 1 game at 7, the other at 7:30, 1 at 9, 1 at 9:30.
Well, why not start 1 at 5?
Yeah, I'm on board with trying to figure out, because I got to tell you, that's what the whole kind of ridiculous in-season one and done NBA Cup is about, trying to capture some of that excitement.
What's the earliest game for the Sweet 16?
7.
Then that's
yeah. I mean, the Sweet 16
exactly
at
what
7.
we're doing,
They start at 7 and 7:30, and then
here we are,
9:30 and 10.
There it is.
248-539-9797. You find the Tigers lineup to be interesting today. We will get to that coming up today at 12:30, leading into Tiger baseball afternoon game at Milwaukee. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, you know the formula here. Find a heavy favorite, bet them on the money line. You'll get your $250 in bonus bets, and then you can bet on those whatever you want. Money lines, just who's going to win. You can do point spreads. You can do over-unders, prop bets if you so choose. Plus, after games tip off, you can combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hey, you were intrigued by the 3-round mock from Mel and Field Yates, where they took turns going back and forth.
Yes.
What stood out to you?
Well, the pick that they had for the Lions is not a pick that I like at all.
And it was Mel that made the pick at 28. And the pick was Mykel Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia. What didn't you like about him?
Well, I'm not a big Mykel Williams fan. I don't think he's progressed all that much. He's one of these guys, one of many, that looks like he fits the part because of the size. And I just figured if you're a Georgia stud, if you're going to be a first-round pick from Georgia, you should fit the bill, and I don't think he does. I don't think there's anything impressive about him. 4.5 sacks, 5 sacks. That's been his production. He's like I said, he's got great size, 6'5", 265. That's prototypical, what you want coming off the edge, but doesn't do a ton for me. Didn't have a bunch of tackles either, so it's not like it's some great run stuff as well. I don't like the pick that much, and you couple that with who they have them passing on. If the Lions are going to take Mykel Williams at 28, and then you look past that pick and see, well, let's see, Jihad Campbell, linebacker, kind of pulling them all different linebacking spots, edge, weak side, middle linebacker. He goes 32nd. Ezaraku is the guy that we both like a lot, and he goes.
You like him a lot.
I do like him a lot.
I do think he's in that pool of. I put him in the bucket of candidates there. I don't know if I like him. I think you like him more than I do. I'll give you that.
So he's the first pick that goes in the second round. I know some people might have Mykel Williams rated highly, and I just wonder how much of that is just because he went to Georgia as opposed to what you actually see when you watch him play. I mean, is he really this guy that's all over the field and making plays? I mean, they've had guys like that. Kobe Dean was that type of player. I mean, he was outside linebacker, but he was that type of player. Remember when Nolan came out, that it was the same thing. I was based on, okay, he should be he's so fast off the edge. He's going to have production at the next level, and kind of been slow to get there. I don't see it with Mykel Williams. There are other players I just definitely would have taken ahead. I mean, Kenneth Grant goes 38 in this one for Kuiper. I like Kenneth Grant a lot. Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, the edge rusher there. That's another guy. James Pierce goes 43 in this mock. But it's different, right? They're alternating picks, so it's not going to be your typical mock draft. It's an interesting way to do it with Field Yates and Mel Kiper. But I just didn't like it based on the players that were available to the Lions, and this is what they ended up with.
So the thing about Mykel Williams is he does look good in the suit. Like but the production wasn't massive. He hurt his ankle early in the year, and he just kept re-injuring it as the season went on, and they really think that cut down on his production, but he toughed it out, and people really like that about him, and that might be the explanation as to why. I mean, Shamar Stewart is another player. It's funny because I think there's a reason why all of these edge rushers that have high ceilings are available at 28, and that is you can shoot holes in all of them. Yeah. As Ezaraku, they say he doesn't have the prototypical size, and they're not sure he's got the frame to put it on. Mykel Williams doesn't have the production, dealing with an injury. Shamar Stewart certainly doesn't have the production, but off the charts in terms of the athleticism, and they think he can be the prototypical guy. Like all of these players, there's a reason why they aren't going where Abdul Carter is going. Right. And so James Pierce would be going with it where Abdul Carter was going if there weren't questions about, off the field commitment to the game, attitude, all that stuff, right? And whatever it is that specifically they've honed in on that has people dropping James Pierce. So a lot of guys, a lot of questions. And if you sift through all that, it feels like there's gold somewhere. There's gold somewhere. You'll find that diamond, but you really got to do your homework.
Yeah, and look, I could warm up to the pick if that's who the pick is at the time, because I do trust Brad Holmes. I mean, pretty much implicitly, I trust Brad Holmes. Do whatever you're going to do. After a pick, if they end up selecting him, I'm curious to hear what he has to say about him as to why they like him.
Mykel Williams.
Yeah. But we'll find that out next Thursday. It's going to be exciting.
So the other thing that and Colton Pouncey did a story on The Athletic about connecting dots and drawing conclusions and whether or not there's been a little bit of tipping of the hand. He did bring up something that Brad Holmes has said over and over and over again. Whenever the topic of edge rusher comes up, and it feels like their fans want a big move at edge rusher. They wanted Max Crosby. That didn't happen. Wanted Myles Garrett. That didn't happen. Now they want Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati. And that seems unlikely, but he hasn't signed a contract or been traded anywhere. So as long as that hasn't happened yet, it feels like people will hang on to the hope that it could happen. But every time Brad Holmes, the topic of edge rusher comes up, he always says, hey, we got a guy. And he's referring to Aiden Hutchinson, but then says, we want 3 or 4 guys. And right now, it feels like they kind of have maybe 2.5 guys. And Colton Pouncey made the point in a column, paraphrasing here a little bit. Do not be surprised at all if Brad Holmes is implying for the second year in a row, they might do the double dip. And if you look at the Kuiper and Field Yates back and forth draft, 3-round back and forth, when the Lions pick at 60, the kid from UCLA is there, Oluwafemi Oladejo, who is another edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be
Landon Jackson from Arkansas is available.
The double dip because of the way this draft lays itself out.
Yeah, I could absolutely see a double dip because it's the position, it's the depth of that position. And I understand the need to want to have as many of those guys on your roster as you can. And you know, they got a lot of soul searching to do. The Lions, the draft board is going to be really interesting because you know that you're going to have to replace some players, or you've got concerns about others. Whether just look at the defensive line. I mean, we don't know how Ali McNeil is going to respond to coming off a torn ACL. DJ Reader isn't going to be here much longer. So what do we got? We don't even know about Broderick Martin. He didn't see the field. So what do they have? They brought back Levi Onwuzurike and all right, Josh Paschal, you know, Mekhi Wingo.
Yeah.
All right. They got guys that have potential but have barely flashed at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Onwuzurike has flashed more than the rest of them, but I think throughout that defensive line, you could make arguments that, yeah, they need one defensive tackle, one defensive end, and one of either. You know, to put it up to 2 and 1. They need 3 defensive linemen. Maybe 4.
I'm getting to the point now where my expectation for Brad Holmes in the draft is brilliance. So let me lay out the brilliant plan. And that is the first and second round picks are immediate impact guys that come in and play right away. The rest of the draft is your Christian Mahoganys, your Amon-Ra St. Browns, your Kirby Josephs, your guys that they have done in the past with great success that eventually are going to be your starters, that eventually that you're going to park and they don't have to play right away. And I don't mean I want them to go guard, wide receiver, safety. I mean, they go get in the mid to late rounds players that eventually are going to start and be good players for you because I expect brilliance. And so just go out and be brilliant. Just be brilliant and we'll be all good. Isn't that perfect?
That's just perfect, Doug.
Yep. Let's make this perfect.
And, you know, perfect could be throw an offensive lineman in one of those first 2 picks. I mean, for me, I'd probably look at the best offensive lineman and defensive lineman you can get.
Is that an immediate impact guy?
I think so.
Do you?
I mean, you've got one open guard spot for competition with Christian Mahogany being the front runner for that. You know, if you're hanging another year on the other guard, I can't think of the
Graham Glasgow.
If you're hanging another year on Glasgow, what's are you expecting him to be playing at the higher level? I mean, he didn't have a great year last year, but I contend he's better off at right guard. So why not switch him over to the right side because Zeitler's not there? But you might have competition for both guards.
Yeah.
So if Gray Zabel is there at 28 and you think he's can't miss, he's plug and play, go get him.
There is a lot of guard love coming the Lions' way.
If Tyler Booker's there at 28,
we had the mocks over the weekend that both had Tyler Booker. there's a player that I've read more and more that's getting talked up, and either information is becoming more available or he's, quote, rising up draft boards, but that's Donovan Jackson, the interior offensive lineman out of Ohio State.
Got versatility, play inside, outside.
You don't have to look very far to find a mock with Gray Zabel going to Detroit. So we shall see.
He's all over the place, by the way. I just saw a mock draft recently where he was way higher. Was it this one, maybe? Where he was like in the teens.
Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
Was it this one? Just
it was 18 to Seattle.
There you go. 248-539-9797. That's available on ESPN.com. Tigers in action this afternoon. Do you like their lineup, Gator? You found something interesting. We'll get to that at 12:31. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that is where True Green comes in. They're the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Tiger baseball coming up. Kang, is it 4140? Sorry, that was an off-the-air conversation that just got out on the air. So 4140, which means 40-40.
Good job with the math.
Yeah, thank you.
So the Tigers.
I got to walk a 60-second live read right up to the
I understand it. Tigers at Milwaukee this afternoon.
Yes.
Jose Quintana, the veteran left-hander on the hill for the Brewers.
Yes.
Against Cater Montero for the Tigers.
Yes.
Quintana has pitched one game so far this year. Went 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts, no walks.
Mm-hmm.
Awfully good in his first outing of the season. Mm-hmm. But throughout his career, he's been a good pitcher, not a great pitcher. He's had flashes where he looks better than that. But the Tigers lined it because he's left-handed. I thought maybe this would be a day that you give Riley Green the day off. Colt Keith gets the day off. What about Kerry Carpenter? Now, of the 3 guys, Kerry Carpenter's actually had a little bit of a pulse against lefties this year. The other 2 are off to really slow starts. But the lineup is out, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Leading off playing right field is Justin Henry Malloy, followed by Gleyber Torres, who is your DH of the day, which is interesting, seeing that he's the DH. But in his career, he's 4 for 7 against Quintana, so it makes sense why he's in the lineup. Plus, he's right-handed. Andy Ibanez is your second baseman, so not Colt Keith. Has no at-bats against Quintana in his career. Torkelson is next. He will hit cleanup, followed by Riley Green in left field. Riley Green has no at-bats against Quintana in his career. He struck out 3 more times last night. He's in a 1 for 28 slump. A.J. Hinch going right back to him, saying, let's go. The fortunes are going to change at some point. Why not this afternoon? It's interesting. He gets the nod. He's left-handed going against a left-hander, and he's struggling right now. Javi Baez is hitting after that. He'll play third base. Baez is 2 for 5 in his career against Quintana, followed by Nido at catcher. It's not Dylan Dingler, but Dingler caught the last couple games, so maybe that's why that makes sense. Plus, day game after a night game. I get it, but I just like having Dylan Dingler in the lineup. Trey Sweeney's your shortstop, and Ryan Kreidler will play center field. Sweeney's left-handed as well, so that's interesting. But this is what happens when they don't have enough outfielders. So you have another lefty in the lineup there. They have a couple lefties in this lineup.
So a couple things here. One is, do you believe in the previous appearance thing? Like guys who, you mentioned Gleyber Torres, 4 for 7 off him.
If they had a real sample size, I would. But 4 for 7 is that's great. Hitting 571 in his career with a home run against Quintana, but it's literally 7 at bats. So I'm not going to put too much stock into that. I would if there were like say 25 at bats, but you'll see more of that when you get involved with in division stuff. But this is also a young team.
Yeah,
but Torres is a veteran.
Because if you're a big believer in that stuff, then there's no question a guy who's 1 for 1 and also has a walk should be in the lineup today.
Who's that?
Jack Flaherty. He has faced Quintana twice, and he singled and walked.
Well, Jack should be consideration for a pinch hitter then, yeah.
Every once in a while we get a text, and I wonder if the person is serious. The following text came in. Why so nice about Riley Green, but dog Javi?
Have you been listening to our show?
First of all, I mean, if I would describe, I don't think that we have spent a whole lot of time, as you turn it, dogging anybody. His struggles, though, Javi's struggles are well documented. The reward on having him in the lineup has not been there in Detroit. The reward for what he's getting paid, which is irrelevant as to whether or not he should be in any given lineup, but as long as he's here, we have not seen the reward for having Javi Baez in the lineup since he got to Detroit. We have seen reward for Riley Green being in the lineup. Have we not?
Yeah, he was an all-star last year.
So, but doesn't that answer the question?
Well, then I would say what we've talked about specifically today, if you want us to quote unquote dog somebody, well, Riley Green, we mentioned a number of times, 1 for his last 28. He's striking out at an alarming rate this season. 3 more strikeouts last night. Yikes as to what he has done. Thank you. Javi Baez actually has done a much better job so far this season in a small sample size. He's only got 41 at-bats, but in the 41 at-bats, he's only struck out 9 times. His strikeout rate has gone down significantly, all while hitting .268 on the season. He went 0 for 3 last night, but you pointed out earlier, smoked the ball to left field. Unfortunately, didn't get anything out of it. But no, I think Javi Baez has had a nice start to the season. Mentioned a number of times that like how he's playing third base defensively. He looks like a good fit there. And if he can hit like he's been hitting, he's not hitting bombs and he's not hitting a ton of doubles, but he's making contact with the ball, putting it in play, and actually getting on base with those hits.
We have really reprogrammed how we're evaluating Javi Baez, and it has everything to do with the fact that this team is contending and expected to contend for this division and expected to contend for the postseason. And that is, it's useless to think about Javi Baez in terms of whether or not he's worth the money he's getting paid. That is useless because he's not and he never will be. But is he worth it? Can he help this team win a game? Can he help them win? And the moment he is blocking somebody at AAA, I think they should cut bait and eat the loss. But there doesn't appear to be, anybody that he's particularly blocking. At some point, they might say we'd rather have Jace Young at third base than Javi Baez. I don't think we're there yet. But, Scott, I'm just like, how can Javi help us win? How can Javi help us win? And there was that weird story yesterday about Gleyber Torres telling Javi, hey, man, last year when you were, we just knew to throw out of the strike zone to you. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way nobody in the Tigers organization wasn't telling him that last year, that they're not gonna throw you strikes, don't swing. So it's cool that Gleyber's saying it, and maybe sometimes it's whoever it is that tells you, it resonates more for whatever reason. Maybe hearing it from a player on another team that was on another team say it to you resonates more, whatever. But I'm sure the Tigers were telling him, don't swing at that pitch a foot out of the strike zone.
Yeah, both players it's really interesting to see how they are struggling at different times, and right now it's Riley Green, not Javi Baez. Javi Baez looks like he's much better and much more adjusted to laying off that outside pitch. Mm-hmm. Riley Green it's like a 42% strikeout rate right now. 42%. Mm-hmm. It's early. He can correct it. He's been a guy who has struck out a lot in his time, but not at this rate. This rate is alarming.
Yeah. So look, maybe that answers your question. I don't know that it needed to be answered necessarily, but we thought we would. Ryan Kreidler has 4 hits the entire season. 2 were bunts that should have been outs, and 1 was an infield single. This is who AJ is playing almost daily. Please do not praise him as anything but an okay manager who thinks he's smarter than anyone else.
Okay. Hook 'em. They made the playoffs last year with this team and with 2 starting pitchers down the stretch. You think AJ Hinch is he's a bad manager? Is that what you think?
Would Ryan Kreidler be anywhere near this lineup if Veerling and Parker Meadows were healthy?
No.
If Manuel Margot was healthy?
No.
If Wenzel Perez was healthy?
No.
Dude, there's 4 outfielders currently on the injured list, is there not? So why do you think he's playing every day?
And he's not.
And he's not, yes. And he's not. Why do you think he's here? I can't believe they had Hinkle here. Did you see that guy's career?
Situation.
Yeah, these are guys that are only here because of all the injuries. So hopefully that answers the question. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. Tigers and Brewers. Tigers go to win another series. Can they do it? Keep it locked in here to 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews back.